The Sealed Kunai by Kenshi 618 Part 1.
Prologue, Naruto, Age 4, Come on Gigi. Let me be a ninja already. Hiruzen Sarutobi the Sandaime Hokage massaged his temples as he looked down at the little blonde boy who had a determined look on his face. He had been visiting the boy in order to give him a monthly allowance and help him shop for groceries as he lived alone. It might be odd that a little boy like this lives alone instead of with his parents or in an orphanage, but the little boy held within him a massive little deterrent that kept most from wanting to care for him. Naruto Uzumaki held within him the ultimate Biju, the Kyuubi no Yoko. The same demon that had attacked and nearly annihilated Konohagakure no Sato, the village in which this story takes place. Naruto, I can't let you into the academy. Naruto's face scrunched up trying to decipher why, but Gigi, you told me other kids ninja as young as me training as ninja, why can't I? Hiruzen did have to admit to that nugget of truth. Clans in Konoha such as the Uchiha and the Hyuga trained their children from around the time they could walk to become shinobi. Kakashi Hatake had graduated from the academy at the age of 5 and even been promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, same for other prodigious ninjas such as Itachi Uchiha. Hiruzen knew it was somewhat hypocritical of him to deny Naruto the same chance that they received. But the people of Konoha would never accept the demon spawn training in the ninja arts right in front of them. This was more for Naruto's safety. The worst thing to him was that he couldn't even tell Naruto why he couldn't allow him to join. That the irrational fear the village as a whole had of him being the Kyuubi reincarnated wouldn't allow them to see him as just a little boy that wanted to prove himself to them all. Hiruzen patted Naruto's head and looked down at him patronizingly. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Maybe one day soon I can let you join, but not now. Naruto watched the old man walk towards his door and shut it on his way out. Naruto walked aimlessly around Konoha trying to ignore the looks that he wasn't getting. He didn't get why Gigi didn't want him to be a ninja. He knew he would be the best ninja ever. That was all he would settle for, no matter how hard he had to work. There was something he wasn't getting, and trying to think about it made his head hurt. Eventually, by the time he had stopped pondering all of the absurd reasons that he wouldn't be allowed into the academy, he even came up with a strange conspiracy that there was some sort of demigod stuck inside of him and everybody knew but him. Crazy, right? He found himself atop his favorite place in the village, Hokage Mountain. It's beautiful, isn't it? Naruto whipped around suddenly to see a man with his head and one eye in bandages and his right arm in a sling also wrapped up. Naruto couldn't feel any real malicious intent from the man, so he allowed him to come closer. He stopped next to Naruto and looked out at the view from the top of the mountain. Truly, being a ninja to protect this village is something that I've always felt is well worth the sacrifice. Naruto's eyes widened, but then he looked away sadly. Gigi won't let me be a ninja. I don't know why though. I mean, I'll work hard, and I know I'd be good at it. The man made a noise as if he was thinking of Naruto's words. You would really work hard? You would do whatever you had to in order to become the greatest ninja you could be? Naruto grinned widely at the man. Not just the best ninja, I can be the best ninja ever, Dadabayo. The man had a small smirk upon his lips. Well then, I think I'd like to take a hand in training the greatest ninja ever. How would you like to be a ninja for me? Naruto's grin could have split his face as he latched onto the man excitedly. Thank you, thank you. I can really be a ninja. The man held Naruto off of him. Little boy, the first thing a ninja should know is to never show emotion. I can understand your excitement, but when we begin training I do not want to see that from you. Do you understand? Naruto cowed himself and nodded. Ano, I don't even know your name. The man turned and motioned Naruto to follow. You may call me Danzo. Naruto, age 7, underground. The sounds of contact were made. The sounds of physical combat were common in this place. Sparring was intense and brutal to condition the ninja to field conditions. An unnamed teen hit the ground hard, groaning as his eyes flicked in and out of consciousness. The blood caking his face was just another sign of the intensity of the session. Standing over him was a blonde boy sighing in relief at the conclusion of the spar. Takeshi, you hit way too hard. The blonde slowly walked away from the room, checking himself over. He scratched at his fists, flaking off the dead skin covered in dried blood. He checked his mouth and sighed before digging into the back of his mouth and pulling out a molar, dropping it on the ground. As he walked away, he didn't care too much about it. It wouldn't be the first time he lost teeth down here, and they always grew back. Thank you, Furball. As the boy clad in black practice clothing entered the hall, he came face to face with the man responsible for training him. Danzo, Gigi, good to see you. Danzo frowned at Naruto's disrespect. Boy, if you weren't so damn good at what you do, then I'd have you go back through emotional conditioning again. Naruto gave him a cheeky grin, but that's just it. You know I'm too damn good to waste going to do that crap, and besides, you know I can turn it on the second the mission starts. I can be as blank as everybody else when you say go. Danzo let a ghost of a smile appear on his face. He remembered putting Naruto through the paces to rid himself of his emotions. No matter how bad he had Naruto beaten and conditioned, he would still keep a spark of his old personality even after several months of that treatment that had broken everyone else. Danzo had trained for decades until that point. Danzo motioned for Naruto to walk with him. I have a mission for you solo this time. Naruto went into business mode upon hearing those words. What do you require of me, Danzo-sama? Danzo would never openly admit it, but he did rather like the fact that Naruto could turn his ninja mode on and off at the blink of an eye. It made training a bunch of emotionless tools more bearable if one of them had enough self-awareness to actually speak to him with even a hint of cordiality. They weren't necessarily close. Naruto was well aware of the fact that Danzo saw him as nothing more than a tool, a weapon to be brandished to protect Konohagakure, but people have shown that they can value objects and tools above many things in this world. Plus Naruto's childish streak got a kick out of making Danzo twitch. You've got to enjoy the little things. This one is probably going to be suicide for anyone else other than you. Even you will find it rough going, I would say. Naruto nodded as a sign of his hearing the advice. If this even hints at going under, you get yourself out of their failed mission or not. A shimmer of his eye revealed from Naruto to Danzo that he was affected by those words. Danzo just couldn't tell if it was because he gave the very rare order for him to retreat if necessary, or if it was because he was offended for suggesting that Naruto might fail this mission. Naruto looked up to Danzo, icy blue eyes lacking the solid feeling they were full of just moments ago. Your orders, Danzo-sama. Danzo smiled. I think that he might just be the greatest weapon I have ever had. Training Naruto had not been even a chore. When it came time to learn how to fight, how to kill, how to win, Naruto had shown himself a quick study. Danzo relied on Naruto for more of the higher-class missions that he knew many of his other operatives couldn't handle because the kid seemingly didn't accept anything short than a successful mission. That made him invaluable, and he'll only continue to grow in strength. I would probably rely on him before I thought of backing one of Sarutobi's soft elites. Oh, my old friend, how did you let this gem of a shinobi go? Danzo continued his briefing as he and Naruto had arrived at the armory. You will be infiltrating Ta no Kuni. There have been reports of a new hidden village based out of that nation rising to prominence. Naruto quickly changed from simple practice clothes to gear reminiscent of Umbu armor, clicking the chest protection shut. Hi, Danzo-sama. Danzo continued. You will find the location of this village and if possible get inside and keep tabs on what you can see and find. When you believe that you have sufficient information to determine whether or not this village is a threat or not, you are to return to base and debrief. You may leave on your own mark. This will be a long-standing assignment. Naruto packed himself with kunai shuriken, flash tags, exploding tags, smoke bombs, anything that he might need, and he packed to the brim, sealing whatever he couldn't carry in a scroll. He didn't know whether he would need to restock on this mission or not. Upon his completion of arming his person, he turned to Danzo and bowed. I will leave as soon as possible, Danzo-sama. You will hear from me upon my return. Danzo nodded. By your leave, Uzumaki. Naruto stood and walked from the armory ready for his next assignment. Naruto slipped his mask in with his combat gear as he had replaced it all with simple street clothes as he had to keep up his appearances. No was the opportunity that Sarutobi never gave him. He knew all he needed to do to prove his worth as a ninja was a chance, and when that chance was given, he took it. 1 year later, border of Hai no Kuni / Ta no Kuni, an explosion drew Jiraiya's attention away from returning to Konoha. He had just gotten through going through Ta no Kuni looking into rumors of a new hidden village rumored to be called Odogekure. After finding enough to bring back to the Hokage, he made a hasty retreat to the border, and from the sounds of things he wasn't the only one. Jiraiya eventually found himself on the heels of a blur in the darkness. Jiraiya slipped into the shadows of the trees to speed ahead of the fleeing mystery shinobi. However, this was unnecessary as the person in question collapsed and dropped to the forest floor in exhaustion. As Jiraiya walked closer, he saw deep cuts and gashes all over the body of the Umbu, or so his armor had him believing. Jiraiya whistled as he took in the age of the blonde boy on the ground. They're sure starting younger these days. Jiraiya refrained from moving the mask of the boy on which he saw a leaf insignia, as Umbu had to keep their identity secret, for as long as was feasible to the masses. Jiraiya picked the boy up and made for Konoha, interested in this current situation. Jiraiya had set the boy down in Sarutobi's office and had requested that his Umbu guards leave the room. Sarutobi-sensei, you could have sent me a message that you already had someone in Odo checking things over. I think I might have blown his stealth when I made tracks and left that place. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. I didn't send anyone into Ta no Kuni. I expected you to look into it yourself and send word back like you are now. This Umbu isn't mine. I would never allow a child this young into their ranks, never again, not after Itachi. Jiraiya scratched his white mane. Well, I kind of figured that, but I thought you might have made an exception or something. Sarutobi rose from the desk and walked over to where the masked boy lay. He narrowed his eyes at the kanji he found right by the leaf symbol on the forehead. Danzona again? Jiraiya sighed. I thought you handled him and that group of blank faces. He's still doing this? Jiraiya shrugged. Well, at least he also recognizes Oto as some kind of unknown quantity. Hiruzen reached down and pulled off the mask. What he saw almost gave him a heart attack in Naruto. Jiraiya ran over, looked down, gaping at the sight. Kami, he looks just like Minato. Wait, Sarutobi, is this Minato's child? Hiruzen settled himself somewhat. Yes, Jiraiya. This is his child. Danzo must have gotten his hands on him. I should have known. When I went to see him, he was becoming progressively more aloof and secretive. I stopped getting reports about him around town completely. I figured he must have just been keeping a low profile, but I never would have guessed. Jiraiya looked angry. Danzo turned Minato's son into a mindless drone? I'm going to dash. Jiraiya, wait. Jiraiya turned to face his teacher with an angry look. The council wanted him to be trained under Danzo's watch anyway. They'll see him in the right if this gets out. You and I are the only ones that know about this. Jiraiya bared his teeth. He won't tell us anything about Danzo. Even if he had any real reason to tell us anything, Danzo has seals on his ninja that keep them from speaking about it too freely. I've seen it. Hiruzen nodded. I know. So what if instead of using him to get to Danzo, we just take him away from that place entirely? Seeing Jiraiya's confusion, he elaborated. Danzo won't move to retrieve him no matter how valuable he knows a Jinchuriki is to his goals. All we need to do is keep him under watch and seal him. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. So what? Memory seal? Chakra seal? What exactly are we sealing? Everything. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Now when you say everything, Hiruzen stood back up. I mean everything. His entire mind and body have been utterly conditioned by Danzo to fight. He would have never been out there if he wasn't at least as strong as one of my Jounin. Danzo wouldn't have allowed it. Seal it all. If we just seal his memory, then he would still be infinitely more powerful than any academy student, even without the knowledge of all of the techniques. Just with the academy techniques, he would still obliterate any academy student. Jiraiya looked at the unconscious blonde on the floor. I don't like this, Sarutobi-sensei. What will you do with him then? Hiruzen picked the boy up and put his mask back on. I will allow him to enroll in the academy. I'm wearing the council down. Soon I can get them to let him attend. Him staying off of their radar has helped considerably. Jiraiya followed Hiruzen down to the depths of the tower to commence with the sealing of the young boy. Nabase of Konoha, the sound of a door shutting sounded through Danzo's speakers on his desk. The injured man put his face into his hand and groaned. Uzumaki, damn it, Jiraiya, how was he to know the wandering sage was an Oto as well? From the sound of things, the flamboyant shinobi had placed their forces on high alert upon his own exit, and with Naruto stuck inside that buzzing hive with everyone searching high and low for anything amiss, the boy had run into quite a bit of trouble when he took to making his own hasty retreat. Danzo's weapon was lost to him now. He knew Sarutobi would never allow him to get anywhere near Naruto again. Danzo pulled out a bottle of sake and poured himself some. After tossing the alcohol back, he grimaced slightly, and we move along. For years later, a blonde in an orange jumpsuit sat down deep in the forests of Konoha. Man, that was so easy. Why wasn't that the regular graduation exam? The boy unfurled the scroll in his grip and read it. Oh man. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Bunshin, my worst technique, he sighed and put on a cocky grin. Right then, let's get started. Hours later, Irika Yumino Chunin and teacher in Konohagakura's ninja academy stood in astonishment. Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last of his class, the failure. He had just witnessed the boy in question call upon an almost endless horde of Kage Bunshin to beat his former teacher's aide Mizuki into a bloody pulp. Naruto stood over the groaning man, smiling at Irika sheepishly. Whoops, I guess I went a little overboard, huh? Irika smiled and called Naruto over to him. I've got something for you, Naruto. Close your eyes. Naruto did as he was told and felt his goggles shift on his forehead. Okay, go ahead and open them. Naruto opened his eyes and saw his smiling instructor Sans Hideate holding his goggles. Congratulations, Naruto. You graduate. 6 months later, forests outside of Konohagakure, Naruto was smashed back by Gaara in his monstrous form. Naruto sailed through branches until he landed against a tree and slumped against it. Naruto grunted in pain as he sat up to look at the insane Suna ninja. Gaara had a maniacal grin on his half-demonic face. You are weak, Uzumaki. You lack power. Sasuke landed on Naruto's branch, looking worse off than Naruto himself was, with strange black markings on the right side of his body. Naruto, get out of here. Get Sakura and run, I'll handle this guy. Naruto went to speak when Sasuke clenched his fists. If I can't win here, then I'll never be strong enough to defeat him. I will have reached my limits. Naruto looked at Sakura pinned to a tree trunk with Gaara's sand slowly crushing her. Naruto stood up and wiped the blood from his lip. He looked down at Sasuke. Don't worry, Sasuke. I won't lose here. Naruto flipped through hand signs and slapped his palm to the tree branch. A puff of smoke revealed a small orange toad. Hey there, I'm Gamakichi. Got any sweets? Naruto flipped out. I can't believe this crap. What's with you stupid toads? I can never get a useful one. This is really not the time for this. The small toad jumped onto Naruto's head and gave him a raspberry. So you're an amphibian hater, huh? Gaara had had enough of this. All the time spent allowed him to fully turn into his mini Shikaku form, Suna Shuriken. Naruto saw the spinning discs of sand coming his way and cradled Gamakichi with his body taking the hits. He flew back and hit another branch. Gamakichi looked at him in concern as Gaara cackled. You see, Uzumaki. Only when you fight for yourself can you truly be strong. I'll wait for you to realize this and leave your friends here to die so you can escape. Naruto wordlessly placed Gamakichi down and turned to face Gaara. The look in his eyes irked Gaara, who sent another salvo of sand shuriken at Naruto, hitting him dead on and sending him back again. Naruto stood up almost immediately. What is this feeling? I feel stronger. Like that didn't hurt at all. Sasuke looked at Naruto as he saw Naruto's strength returning to him. As a burst of visible blue chakra erupted from Naruto, the blonde's look of confusion and awe himself turned to a wail of pain as he clutched his head and dropped to the ground screaming. Naruto's mindscape, the Kyuubi no Yoko, was bored. Bored. It had been bored for years, ever since Naruto's memories and skills had been sealed away. There wasn't any action for it to watch or even partake in, as Naruto was wont to do from time to time. When the boy finally made his return during his month of training with Jiraiya, he was noting like the Naruto that had earned his respect in his childhood. This Naruto was loud and brash with no true talents to back it up with. The old Naruto wasn't nearly as loud, and while he had his moments of being a loudmouth, he always had the talent to go with it and the drive to do better. The seal had handicapped him and his thinking for 4 years. The Kyuubi really couldn't even say that the new Naruto had potential. The old one had potential and he had started achieving it, then it was taken away, and no one can have potential twice in their lifetime. As it pondered how exactly it was going to break out of its rotting prison, many markings appeared on the outside of the Kyuubi's cage. At first it was confused until it remembered the exact same patterns appearing 4 years ago, right before everything turned to shit. Oh, it's about time. Took you long enough, Ningen. Focusing its chakra into a line, it pushed it out from the bars of the cage slowly so as to not upset the Shikifujin. Finally, the chakra made contact with the walls and began to cover the lines, following them straight to the source. As the Kyuubi watched the lines turn red and rush off down the halls of Naruto's mind, it allowed itself a triumphant smirk on its vulpine features. Welcome back, Kit. Temari had seen the Uchiha fight Gaara. He had done well until he ran out of chakra and began getting decimated by Gaara until his orange-wearing teammate came onto the scene. Then he ended up getting beaten down too. During his beating, however, he began to gain energy, taking Gaara's shots and walking right through them. He exploded with raw chakra, and Temari had never seen anything like that before. Chakra visible to the naked eye so much that it seemed strange to the boy himself. As he began getting a handle on the situation, he collapsed screaming and holding his head all the while. As he lay on the tree branch, a strange mark appeared on his head, forcing lines to branch out over his entire body, covering him from head to toe. Temari shook in place on her branch. They're all freaks, every last one. The line suddenly turned red as a massive pressure filled the immediate area. It didn't feel evil, malicious, angry, or anything. It just felt like Naruto, just magnified 100 times. The lines faded away from the down blonde. All attention turned to him as he groaned and stirred on his belly. He quickly snapped to his feet and looked around his own body, flexing his fists and shaking out his legs. The only noticeable change in his base appearance was the scar going down his eye, a battle scar that wasn't existent a moment ago. He had an angry sneer on his face before he shook his head pitifully. Kami, I suck. I'm as weak as a kitten like this. What happened to me? I'm confused. Sasuke looked up at Naruto. It was the same kid that had been there a second ago, and yet it wasn't. He looked like Naruto, but he didn't move like Naruto. He moved like he was coiled and waiting to strike, as if he expected an attack coming from anywhere. His eyes were the same bright blue like Naruto, but now they had more in them than just the infinite brightness they usually held. It was still there, but there was more that Sasuke couldn't quite see. He was as calm as they came. You wouldn't even know that he was preparing to get into a fight from looking at him, and he looked out at Gaara without fear, anger, interest, or anything, and he accentuated this by sighing and speaking his next words. "All right, Gaara, I don't know what the hell is going on with me right now. I have an idea, but I need some damn answers, but to do that I need to go back to Konoha. I need to go back and end this invasion, and you're in my way, so it's time to get you out of the way." Chapter 1: Naruto's Real Ninja Handbook. Naruto's head was splitting. The rush of memories returning to him in that instance gave him the mother of all migraines, and the dueling memories of his time in Na and the memories that he assured himself were implanted somehow weren't helping at all either. After hearing the confidence in Naruto's voice ring out in the forest, Sasuke spoke up. "Naruto, what happened to you? What's going on?" Naruto looked down at Sasuke with one eye and back up at Gaara. "You know, I'm not entirely sure myself. Right now I feel like crap, but compared to the way I've been feeling for the last 4 years, I feel amazing. It's hard to explain." He grunted. "It's not important right now. I have to beat his ass, hustle back to Konoha, and find someone like Danzo or something that can explain all of this to me. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to attack him and you aren't. Now commencing Operation Beat Gaara's Ass." Sasuke had a myriad of questions running through his head at this point. What happened to the dobe? Who is Danzo? What the hell does he mean I'm not fighting? Gaara heard his voice speaking to Sasuke the entire time and cackled to Naruto across the trees. "You aren't strong enough, Uzumaki. Leave them behind and run. Nothing has changed, you still don't fight for yourself." Gaara flung more sand shuriken at Naruto, who scoffed and grabbed Sasuke by the back of his collar and ducked and weaved out of the way of the projectiles. After he had gotten through them all, he dropped Sasuke back on the branch and scoffed, "Pathetic, I'm slow as dirt. Did my muscles atrophy or something? I became a ninja anyway, which means I should be conditioned like a genin. I should have kept my speed at least." Gaara looked at Naruto, looking himself over after dodging with Sasuke. This angered him. It was like Naruto was ignoring his existence, just like everybody else. Don't ignore me. Gaara had mouths appearing all over his body as he took a deep breath and released it ahead. Futon Mugen Sajin de Tapa, wind release sandstorm devastation. Gaara released a massive blast of air in a sandstorm in Naruto and Sasuke's direction, tearing off branches and cutting into the bark of trees. As the wind died down, Gaara couldn't see Naruto or Sasuke, no sign of either. "It's a shame." Gaara turned around to see Naruto standing behind him right before Naruto's fist lifted him off of the branch and sent him crashing to a lower level. Naruto crouched on the branch and watched Gaara try to stand. "You had a defense that only the fastest could bypass and only the strongest could breach, and what do? You cast it away for raw power when things get a little tough. Raw power can only overwhelm skill and finesse in extreme qualities." Naruto pointed at Sasuke, who was over by Sakura Pakken and Gamakichi. "You beat him in this form because he was already burned out when you transformed. He used Chidori twice here, once during your fight in the stadium, and I'm sure he tested it one time when he and Kakashi were late. If he had more shots, then you wouldn't have won." He smirked down at Gaara. "I don't know what happened to me all of those years ago, but I'm not the kid that just had Kage Bunshin flying all over the place anymore. I could beat you like that, but that wouldn't be very fun. After all of this time, I can finally fight like I used to, if only a little bit. I'm still not fast enough to avoid taking hits, but I can almost assure you that however hard you hit me," a feral grin came onto Naruto's face, "I'll hit you twice as hard. So let's see who can still stand up when this is all over." Naruto's hand moved unconsciously to his back before he pulled it down, clicking his teeth. "Damn, that's right. I don't have a sword. Seriously, what happened to me? These phantom urges to fight like I was trained to are going to get me killed if I don't get it together." Gaara stood with a growl. "You aren't stronger than me. You fight for the Uchiha, you fight for the pink-haired girl. Fighting for others makes you weak." Naruto scoffed. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There are detailed stories of mere mortal men overcoming demons for others. The Yondaime Hokage overcame the Kyuubi no Yoko for his village. Orochimaru fights for himself, you fight for yourself, and that's why you will both lose here today, because you don't have a true purpose to fight." Naruto cracked his knuckles. "But let me show you just how wrong you are. Don't blink." One flash tag later and Naruto's presence was gone from the area. Everyone looked around for any sign of the blond boy who had changed from the orange loudmouth they had taken him for based on past experience. Chuckling rang out through the forest, but not from any particular area as Naruto was projecting his voice. That little sandstorm from earlier wasn't a futon jutsu. This is a futon jutsu. Futon Rapushu, wind release gale palm. A fierce gale came from the trees above, sending wind and weapons at Gaara from above. Gaara lifted his arms to block vital spots and allowed the kunai and shuriken to bury themselves into them. Gaara lowered his hands and shouted out loudly, "Is that the best you have, Uzumaki? Come out and fight me. Give me a real fight. Let me feel alive." Naruto's voice rang out again in mocking laughter. "If you wanted to feel alive, then you shouldn't have caught those weapons. Even with all of that power, you're still just a baby Jinin, huh? Just listen and tell me what you hear." Everyone silenced themselves in order to listen for Naruto's warning. Temari's eyes widened too late to help. A hissing noise coming from Gaara was being muffled by the sandy appendage he had caught the mishmash of ninja tools in. "Gaara, no." Temari's shout of warning did no good. It was too late for him to cast them out as a massive explosion took place in the trees and the fireball that used to be Gaara fell to the forest floor. The others could only look on in amazement as the goofy boy in orange was systematically decimating the strongest person out of them all. Naruto's voice rang out again. "Damn it, I should have just killed you." Gaara was like a puddle of melting sand on the ground as Naruto spoke. "I guess my fake self has more influence over me than I thought. I should be down there killing you right now. But for old time's sake, I guess I'll hit you with an attack inspired by him." Suddenly several Narutos rushed out of the foliage and kicked Gaara into the air one after another. "You! Zu! Ma! Ki!" As Gaara was stuck hanging in the air, a wave of orange revealed itself from the leaves above. Countless Kagebunshin from Naruto descended with their fists and feet cocked to strike Naruto Nisei Rendan, Naruto Uzumaki 2K Barrage. Naruto's Bunshin dropped an obscene amount of physical offense on Gaara's prone form, driving him back into the ground hard. Naruto and his clones littered the trees looking down at Gaara. Naruto sighed yet again. "If I was at full strength, he'd be a puddle in a crater right now. Someone's going to answer for this." Gaara looked up at the masses of Naruto Bunshin looking down on him. Each of them had the same uninterested look on their faces, as if they were trying to ignore him. Cold blue eyes magnified by 1,000 staring down on him. There's no way. Gaara allowed the final shred of sanity and reasoning inside of him snap. "There's no way I'm going to lose to a guy like that." The original Naruto's eyes widened as Gaara's chakra spiked. "Oh crap. He can transform again." Naruto was blown back hard as Gaara was completely immersed in sand swelling to the sky. Naruto's Kagebunshin were dispelled as Gaara's towering sand smashed them asunder. Gaara ended up sticking out of the head of Shikaku looking down on Naruto, who was covered in sand. "It's too late, Uzumaki. Time to die." Like I said, power cleanly outclasses skill only in overwhelming quantities. Naruto sat entirely encased in Gaara's Sabaka-Q. "Well, this is great. I'm too weak to break it. Now what?" Naruto smirked as he remembered that he didn't stop learning things when he lost his memory. "Erosin, you might have been useful after all." Naruto bit his thumb and made a few hand signs. Gaara put out his right hand. "Sabaku SOS dash. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu." In a massive burst of smoke, Naruto found himself seated atop the head of Gamabunta, smirking out at Gaara. "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" Naruto looked down at Gamabunta. "Hey there, Boss Toad. You want to help me out and take this jerk down with me? He's a little too big for me to handle alone at this time." Gamabunta directed his gaze up at Naruto. "Something feels different about this Gaki, like he isn't as frantic and spastic as he was the last time I saw him." Gamabunta huffed out smoke from his pipe. "Chibi no Shikaku no can do, kid. Why would I want to go out of my way to fight a guy like that?" Naruto deadpanned the giant toad a look. "I thought summons were supposed to help their summoners fight in situations like this." Naruto pointed out at Gaara/Shikaku. "Look at that thing. If you don't help me, then I'll end up a bloody smear on the bottom of its foot for sure." Gamabunta laughed tough. "We haven't even had a drink yet. I can't accept you as my summoner until we share a drink together." Naruto glared down at him. "You'd better be the one supplying then. Because my Genin ass can't afford enough liquor to get you even slightly buzzed." Gamakichi then appeared and landed on Naruto's head. "Help him out, Pops. I like this kid." Gamabunta looked at the smaller toad in surprise. "Gamakichi? What on earth are you doing here?" Gamakichi looked at his father sheepishly. "I just wanted to come out and see the outside world, you know." He pointed over at Gaara/Shikaku. "And then that guy tried to bully me." Our boy here kept me alive and started kicking the guys, but then he cheated and got all big, and now here we are. Gamabunta glared out at the sand spirit. All right then, Gaki. You helped out my son, I appreciate that. You're all right with me. You have my support in this fight, but we're still having that drink later, you hear? Naruto stood up and nodded, his face hardening as he looked out at Gaara. Gamakichi, you're going to want to get off of my head for this next part. Gamakichi got off of Naruto's head as Gamabunta drew his tanto and held it at the ready. Whenever you're ready, Boss Toad, give him hell. Gamabunta launched forward and dug his sword into Shikaku's arm. With one mighty heave he lopped it off, dropping it uselessly onto the ground before he jumped back to his distance and stared at his opponent. Gamabunta huffed in exhaustion. That almost took everything I had, and all I took was his arm. Naruto smirked down at Gamabunta. Wow, and I thought I was out of shape. I've been out of full commission for 4 years, what's your excuse? Gamabunta eyed the boy. Watch it, brat, or I'll squash you. The smile disappeared from Naruto's face as he looked back out at their mutual foe. Kill me later, we still have a problem. Gaara looked at Naruto, excitedly. Interesting, Naruto Uzumaki. I like this is a fantastic battle. Gaara brought his hands into the ram seal Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, feigning sleek technique. Shikaku's star-shaped pupils spun wildly and he yelled to the sky, I'm free. Naruto kept an impassive face. He just made this a lot more difficult, didn't he? Gamabunta nodded with the boy on his head, and why wouldn't he? Alright, let's try something here. Shikaku inhaled deeply. Futon Rinkuden, wind release drilling air bullet. He launched a massive airball at Gamabunta, who prepared his own attack. Suetun Tepidama, water release liquid bullet. Naruto flew through his own hand signs. Let's give you a boost, Boss Toad. Futon de Tapa, wind release great breakthrough. Naruto let out a massive crushing wind that sped up Gamabunta's water bullet, forcing it to obliterate Shikaku's attack on contact. It continued on to collide with the demon itself, knocking it off balance and sending it to the ground. Sasuke was watching the fight with envy. Naruto had seemingly hit some mental switch in his head, and now Gaara couldn't even touch him. What kind of power is this? This Naruto is completely different from the one I've been working with for so long. Temari was completely overwhelmed. She had left to find Kankuro after Gaara had fully transformed and returned thinking that Gaara had killed Naruto and moved along towards Konoha. She wanted to bypass him entirely and avoid his killing spree. When she returned, she was shocked to see that Naruto was not only still fighting, not only forcing Gaara into a full position, he was winning. She and Kankuro had to check to make sure they weren't dreaming. This boy. He isn't normal. How can he keep pace with Gaara? Naruto looked down at Gamabunta. So how do we end this? Gamabunta was impressed by Naruto boosting his attack. He knew it would have been a stalemate otherwise. This really isn't the same kid from last week. Gamabunta remembered that Naruto had asked him a question. We need to wake up the host. The boy on his head, you need to wake him up. Naruto frowned and grunted. Killing him would be easier, way easier. We can just pepper him with big attacks until Gaara's a big red blotch on his forehead. He's totally exposed. Gamabunta chuckled. That's ruthless, Gaki. It's an idea that would give us more problems than answers, though I'm afraid. Killing the medium in the midst of a full possession could end up with the demon being freed. It already has a form to go with its soul, so it wouldn't need the host in that instance. The blonde nodded. Okay, so wake him up it is then. He furrowed his brow and thought, but all of my attacks that I could launch from here can kill him. I need you to get in close so that I can wake him. Gamabunta looked at his hands. These webbed hands of mine aren't much for grabbing a hold of things. How do you suggest I get him? Naruto scoffed. I said get close, I didn't say grab him. I can reach him myself, don't you worry. Gamabunta prepared to charge as Shikaku reached an upright position once more. Naruto closed his eyes to get in touch with his inner demon. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto appeared in the sewer of his mindscape in front of the Kyuubi's prison. Naruto looked around and shook his head. Kami, this place is a dump. I didn't leave this place looking like this. Demonic laughter rang out from behind the bars in front of him. No, you didn't, Ninjin. Whoever placed the seal on you messed with your mental functioning and reverted your mind into a dump, as you can plainly see. Naruto nodded. So will it get better? Because this is seriously depressing. Wait, seal? There was a seal on me? Yes, kid, if your mind goes back to the way it was before 4 years ago, then your mindscape will return to its former state. The Kyuubi turned serious at this point. There was a seal placed on you after your disastrous mission to Odogekure. I can't tell you who did it because I was unconscious from using so much chakra to heal your wounds and keep you going until you reached the border. I woke up here again. Needless to say, I wasn't too happy. Naruto laughed slightly. So that's why you were so pissed off when I showed up here last time. You tried to freaking eat me, you know. Why didn't you say anything? QB huffed and sat down on its haunches, letting its snout touch the floor. First of all, would your other self, who had been taught to mistrust me, believe me in the first place? If I had tried to tell you about it, I would have been harmed by the seal, as would you. It was a memory seal. Whoever placed it on you placed many others on with you that coincided with one another. You forcibly broke the chakra restrictor and allowed me to force a chain reaction with the rest of your mental seals to free your mind. Naruto smiled at the massive kitsune. Well, I guess I owe you one soon then. But right now, could you give me a shot of your chakra for old time's sake? I need to smack down your comrade Shikaku without killing his host. The ground in Naruto's mind rumbled as the QB jumped to its feet, tails waving behind it excitedly. Really? You need my help again after so long? All right then, Kit. Why not? I just wish I could experience the fight through your eyes and other senses like I used to. Naruto smirked as the red chakra engulfed his body. Well, after we survive this, I'll set up my mind the way it used to be so you can. It's the least I can do. I missed being so badass. Naruto slowly faded from his mindscape as the QB lay back down on the ground. I did too, Kit. I did too. Naruto's eyes shot open as his body filled with the QB's chakra. Almost simultaneously, Gamabunta charged at Shikaku. As the two massive creatures got closer, they both shot off their projectile attacks again. Naruto judged the distance just as the smoke from the collision of attacks rose. This is close enough, I guess. Naruto crouched deeply and propelled himself high over Gamabunta's head, leaping over the explosion and posturing himself above Shikaku's head. Naruto hovered overhead for a second before forcing wind chakra out through his hands, accelerating his descent. This is going to be amazing. Naruto fell at high speed, aiming for Gaara, who was stuck sleeping on Shikaku's head. Wake up, you pasty bastard. Naruto delivered a double stomp right to the top of Gaara's head, driving him completely through the Shikaku figure, forcing it to collapse on itself as they crashed to the ground amid a deafening roar as the sand crashed around the trees. Gamabunta stood slack-jawed at Naruto's vicious/reckless attack on Shikaku. The kid jumped from the relative safety of his head 30 feet higher than he already was towards a crazed homicidal demon. The more amazing thing was that it actually worked. He hit Gaara with the force of his body weight focused into his feet from 30 feet above his head, making the impact more intense by using wind chakra to send him down faster. After the attack, he softened his landing considerably after he destroyed the Shikaku as he landed in sand that had been tenderized by his previous attack. Gamabunta was broken from his musing by his son. I like that kid, Pops. He's insane. Can I hang out with him more often? Gamabunta chuckled. If he allows it, Gamakichi. Jiraiya sure picked an interesting one this time. I'll be watching you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood up and shook the sand off of his body, dragging Gaara out with him and dropping him on the ground, watching him look up at him in fear. Stay away from me. I don't want to die. Naruto slapped Gaara across the back of his head. Act like a shinobi, damn it. We deal in death for a living. Besides, I'm not going to kill you. You're a weapon like me. He dropped Gaara onto the grass and walked away slightly. You're a weapon that I broke already. And while you can be repaired most of the time, a repaired weapon is easier to break a second time around. He turned back to look at Gaara. His cold blue eyes turned back to their formerly bright nature. I'll beat you down every time you try to harm me or anyone in my village. Because only when you fight to protect and defend others can you be powerful and find the strength to push beyond your limits. Naruto looked up to the tree. Sasuke. The Uchiha in question landed by his side. Is Sakura-chan safe? Was I fast enough? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, Naruto, you saved her. Naruto looked back at Gaara just as his siblings landed and prepared for a fight. Naruto shook his head at the two Suna ninja. I just beat the guy that terrorized you since he was 6, and I still have enough chakra that I'm gonna sprint back to Konoha and finish up the battle there. You both already got your asses kicked by this guy and Shino, and he looks like he's ready to go another round. Do you really think you can beat us if you were stupid enough to attack us? Kankuro and Temari bristled at Naruto's nonchalant threat as he shrugged. Fine, be that way. We'll just knock you out and drag you to the village, and by we I mean them. Naruto pointed behind them as two Kage Bunshin bashed them in the back of their heads with the blunt end of their kunai. Naruto looked back at Sasuke. All right, team, go get Sakura-chan and Pakin and we'll get out of here. We still have a battle to fight. Sasuke went to gather up Sakura as Naruto took to tying up the Suna ninja and hoisting them up on his and his Bunshin's shoulders. As they set off through the trees, Naruto mentally berated himself. How could I let myself be caught? Damn it. If I had never been sealed, then I would have been able to warn Danzo that Orochimaru was planning an invasion and amassing forces. I hope things aren't as bad as they seemed at the stadium. Konohagakure, around the center of town, Jiraiya stood atop the head of his massive toad summon as he watched Konoha forces engaging the Suna and Odo forces. Despite the fact that they had driven the enemy out of heart of the city, the enemy had been putting up a dogged fight. Suddenly Ibiki landed atop the toad's head. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya put up his telescope and turned to face him. Ibiki report. Jiraiya-sama, our forces were caught in several ambushes as they chased the enemy forces out of the village. They ended up getting caught in a crossfire by some of Oda Gekiru's ninja they had held back. Jiraiya groaned. They would win, but such an unnecessary loss of life was unsettling. Just as he was about to try and switch the topic, he saw Ibiki smile, but when they were closing in on our forces, they ended up getting sacked by a lone ninja of Konoha wearing bright orange. If they saw correctly, he was moving too fast for some of them to catch. Jiraiya's eyes widened. There's only one kid I know that is colorblind enough to run around this place in orange. Ibiki nodded. At the same time, Akage Bunshin of Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha arrived at the hospital with their female teammate. And on the other side of town, he delivered the children of the Kazekage to a makeshift POW site in good condition too. Ibiki scratched under his bandana. I saw how good the kid could be during his fight with the Hyuga, but I never would have guessed that he was good enough to take down a squad like that. Ibiki, you shouldn't talk about me like I'm not there. They both whipped around to see Naruto tapping his foot impatiently. Although I guess you didn't know I was here. Geez, if I was an assassin you'd both be dead. Jiraiya looked at Naruto oddly. He couldn't sense his usual restless aura, and he had snuck up on him. Gaki, what happened to your jacket? And what's with that scar on your face? Naruto had ditched his orange jumpsuit jacket and left himself in his black t-shirt. I tossed that bulky piece of crap so I could move faster to get here without much trouble. And I got this scar years ago. Someone put a bunch of seals on me that did a lot of stuff to me. Hiding that scar must have been one. Naruto saw Jiraiya flinch when he spoke about the seals. We can talk about that later. We will talk about that later. Databeo. Ibiki gasped as he looked out over the buildings and saw Orochimaru being whisked away by the Sound Four. Naruto growled and crouched down like a track runner preparing to take off in hot pursuit until Jiraiya grabbed his collar. You're not fresh, kid. You can't take Orochimaru and his entire force of bodyguards alone. Naruto looked at him blankly. I'm not alone. You should be as strong as he is, right? And Ibiki can help me beat his entourage and help you. If he's running away, then that means he knows he lost today and he might be hurt. We can turn his retreat into a rout and finish this here. Jiraiya was about to respond just as a cloaked Umbu landed on the toad. Bowing to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, it's about Sandaime-sama. Jiraiya grinned widely. So Sarutobi-sensei sent the old snake back to his hole, did he? The Umbu flinched under his mask. Hokage-sama was killed in combat against Orochimaru. The three other ninjas stood in stunned silence atop the toad as the sounds of battle still rang out into the air. Naruto looked to Jiraiya, who looked down at him. That's enough death for one day, kid. It's time to regroup and mourn. Naruto said nothing and followed Jiraiya back to the Chunin exam stadium. He could get his answers later. He had nothing but time. Now belonged to the entire village as a whole. Chapter 2. The root of the issue. Naruto was far more ornery than usual as he partook in the usual daring missions that genin teams like Team 7 got. While part of him knew that this was truly necessary at this point in time, seeing as how the village was getting over the damage incurred during the invasion of Oto and Suna, the part of him that was locked away at the age of 8 that was used to missions that could end with him being killed, and the brash childish part of him that resurfaced after his memory had been sealed and longed for missions with potential for action like that. With the knowledge of his sealing, Naruto was able to sort out what memories were fake and which were his own. It helped that the genjutsu seal that was placed on him to change his appearance was broken, revealing the numerous battle scars that littered his body from his time in NE. It really helped having a visible association to certain memories. His first night in his apartment after the invasion was for the most part spent in front of a mirror repeating the line, "Oh, I remember getting that one," over and over throughout the evening. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, he had to adjust to just being a normal genin with a true elite's mindset. Tora was lucky that she hadn't tried to run away since the invasion, or Naruto might have killed her, retrieving her accidentally, of course. His rapport with his team, whatever he might have, had shifted tumultuously after the Chunin exams. Naruto's thoughts on Sakura had changed to a clearer line of thought. The girl thought he was useless for the most part, and while compared to how he was supposed to be, she was right. It stood to reason that even grossly handicapped as he had still been vastly superior to her when it came to the ninja arts. While he may have been a goofy annoyance while he had been a genin, he had still been nothing but pleasant to the girl and had given his all at every corner. Her habit of fawning over the Uchiha and downplaying anything Naruto accomplished grated on his nerves at this point. Naruto ruthlessly crushed his mental facilities that she was a good person and that he had romantic interest in her because when it came to him she was a bitch. She was his teammate. That didn't really mean they had to be close, he just had to tolerate her and work with her to accomplish his mission. He didn't see anything pleasant about trying to associate with her outside of missions. Sasuke had taken to the habit of staring at him and trying to verbally provoke him when he offered any input into their missions. Sasuke had been feeling inadequate after seeing how Naruto not only saved him from Gaara, he had dispatched Gaara handily without too much effort, captured the Kazekage's children swiftly thereafter, and headed back to Konoha and routed an Odo ambush against the Konoha squadron. This led to now. He had been trying to goad Naruto into a fight so that he could really test his own capacities against the blonde, but not only was there no time for sparring as they didn't have team training while rebuilding the village, Naruto left so quickly after the day's work was done that Sasuke couldn't follow him, and he was never able to trail the boy for too long before losing him. Kakashi had noticed quite a few changes in his blonde student since he had let him go during the invasion. While the scar over his eye was the most glaring one, his attitude was another. He didn't try to keep his team's spirits up with indomitable brightness. He still cracked jokes and his overall timing was vastly superior now, Kakashi had to admit, but they were bright flashes in an otherwise dreary day of rooting through Konoha's rubble. Naruto no longer took to calling him Kakashi-sensei. When he reprimanded Naruto on this habit he had seemingly picked up, Naruto responded by saying that he hadn't taught Naruto anything other than tree climbing and he technically learned how to do that years ago, he just forgot. Kakashi noted the bitter tone in Naruto's voice when he said forgot but didn't press too much. He figured that Naruto was still bitter from being cast aside during the Chunin exams. The differences in Naruto's gate actions on missions and how he now treated his teammates showed him that there was a vast change in Naruto that he couldn't pinpoint exactly. He watched Naruto drop another stack of wood by the building that his team was working on at the moment and walk off again to grab more. There was something he was missing about this. Team 7 had been dismissed for the day and Naruto had taken to wandering around Konoha. He had taken to treating the villagers with the same apathy and looks of annoyance that they gave him. He didn't care about them, he was in a bad enough mood as it was. He had been unable to find Danzo since the invasion ended. In his haste to track his trainer down and report back to him as he technically never failed or completed his mission, he had found that the older base for Nuh had been abandoned. Cursing the old cripple out in his head, he realized just how difficult it truly was to find Danzo when he didn't already know where he would be. You'd think there would only be so many places that you could hide a group like Nuh in this village. Naruto understood things from both sides of the fence. He understood how Sarutobi disliked a secret branch of the military that he didn't directly control running rampant under his nose. It wasn't good for a supposed military dictatorship as Konoha was supposed to be to have something like that among them. It was unnerving to say the very least. But Naruto knew that if he truly knew that honestly Danzo only had around 20-25 well-trained ninja, including himself. Compared to Konoha's forces it was simply a drop in the bucket. And while Konoha's true forces had a never-ending supply of recruits and potential, only certain types ever had a chance in Nuh, and they weren't readily replaceable. Nuh took Konoha's dirty missions. The jobs that somebody had to do, the kind of stuff that stepped on people's toes on the large scale of things, but if they never took place then it would expose Konoha's back to the lions. The killings that Konoha couldn't be caught having any hand in, the alliances that could substantially benefit Konoha but that had less than moral basis. There was a reason that the seemingly most powerful village in the nations didn't have too many problems regularly compared to the others. Sarutobi directly chose not to accept certain missions for the sake that they could be seen as an aggressive move on Konoha's part. Danzo took these missions for any that had to be better than the majority of other ninjas simply for the sheer difficulty that their missions entailed. There were no D-rank missions, hell there weren't even any C-rank missions. Everything you did in No was B-rank and up. If you weren't ready then you trained and drilled until you were no other way about it. If you couldn't cut it after all of the things you were put through until that point, then you died namelessly, facelessly, and miles away from home. He needed to find Danzo. He knew that the second he actually put on Konoha's hideate he was basically no longer a shinobi, but he still had the mindset of completing his mission. He also wanted to find out exactly what the hell happened to him. If anyone knew, Danzo did. His thoughts then drifted to the mission he had been tasked with as he clenched his fists, his emotional nature spilling out. If only he had gotten back sooner, if only he hadn't stuck around for so long, if only somebody didn't get a wild hair in their ass and sabotage Otogekire's information department with explosives. If only all of those things hadn't happened, then he would have been able to return and send word on Odo's plans. He had found everything. He found that it was being run by Orochimaru. He found that they had a then-rookie Konoha Genin Kabuto Yakushi as his lead spy. He found that Orochimaru had finished his immortality jutsu. He'd even had the misfortune of seeing it being performed. He couldn't eat for the rest of the week afterwards. He even knew Orochimaru's main ambition for coming, and when he saw the markings on Sasuke during the fight with Gaara, he mentally kicked a pothole into his ass. Naruto's eyes panned around the village as he walked all of the people taking part in the restoration of their homes. If he had broken the seal on himself even a day sooner, how much loss of life could have been diverted? How many lives need not have been lost? Could the Sandaime have been able to take the proper precautions to acutely prepare for Orochimaru accordingly? He looked up at the Hokage monument as his thoughts drifted to the third face from the left. He had gotten much closer to the old man after he had been sealed. His mind had almost reverted back to its 4-year-old state, and he reached out to the only person he really knew. Even trying to bury his emotions, he still felt a faint sting at his eyes that he had to push back. He had to put his thoughts on the back burner for now as he saw Jiraiya leaning against a fence looking at him. Naruto strode up to his side and spoke coolly. "So what do you need from a lowly little genin like me, Ero Sennin?" Jiraiya pushed himself off of the wall. "I want you to come with me to find someone." Naruto raised his eyebrow. "Aren't you the Hokage now?" Jiraiya let out a short laugh. "Those old goats wanted me to take up the spot, but I have too much on my plate to just do so like that." Naruto headed past him towards his apartment. "Then I'm not going. I'm not some escort or bodyguard, I'm a shinobi. If this isn't an order from my higher-ups, then I'm not volunteering for this. I can spend my time better by helping to rebuild, getting back to my old level of skill, and finding out who put those goddamn seals on me." Jiraiya caught up with him quickly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Well, the other genin can help rebuild. And I was going to teach you a jutsu that makes Chidori look like child's play. And those seals, I might know something about that." Naruto looked at him. "Okay, you've got me on the rebuilding. And did you hear what I said? I need to get back to my old skill level. I don't need a jutsu, I have enough of those, I just can't use them right now. I need to get back to my old speed and strength first and foremost. I felt weak like an infant and moved like a snail during the invasion." Naruto's eyes shone as he absorbed the last of what Jiraiya said. "And you're damn right you know something about my seals. You're telling me whether I choose to go or not. You're just lucky that it would probably be easier to just go with you, that, and I'm bored around here." Jiraiya grinned at him. "Well, let's go and get you packed. We'll leave immediately." Naruto pulled out 4 scrolls. "I already have everything here. I always keep supplies for a long mission on me at all times. You never know when you'll get called away." He placed them back into the pockets of his jacket. "This big bright piece of crap is good for something, I suppose." Jiraiya laughed loudly. "If you hate it, then why wear it?" Naruto's eye twitched. "When I went home after the battle to look for clothes, this was the closest thing to shinobi gear I had in my closet. What the hell did they do to me? I wouldn't be caught dead in this. How did I live for as long as I did wearing this eyesore?" Jiraiya laughed again, getting his chuckles out of seeing the boy tear himself down. Jiraiya reached into his pocket and placed some bills in Naruto's hand. "I'll tell you what, Gaki. I'll give you 2 hours to go and get yourself outfitted. Meet me at the main gate then, and we'll take off." Naruto let a smile cross his face as he turned to head back towards the market district. He waved back at Jiraiya and pocketed the cash. Naruto wandered through the market district looking around. While the Naruto that had become a genin would simply enter a shop and hope he didn't get ripped off, this Naruto was sick of being broke all of the time and was running through his head all of the shinobi shops that had done it to him. "That place did it, that place did it, that place won't even let me and T.O. do it." Naruto had gotten his tools from old scavenging habits. It amazed him how many tools were wasted by ninja just during training, even back when he was little. He cultivated his pack rat habit back when he was first being trained by Danzo, storing all of the usable things he could find for himself as a sort of surplus and handing the broken and unusable stuff to his armory to be melted down and remade. Apparently, he continued that little habit when he had been sealed as well, because he still had tons of weapons sitting inside one of his closets in the apartment. Naruto stopped at a rather plain-looking shop, and having no memory of ever being in there, he opted to give it a shot. Tintin yawned as she sat at the counter of the weapons shop her family owned. She wasn't having a good overall month. She had gotten destroyed in the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam by that Suna Kunoichi Temari and was forced out of contention. She had decided to help her teammate Niji train for the final exam for the month in between tests and had even gone to the competition to watch him mop up the competition. Things don't always work out like that, huh? She then had to watch him be utterly beaten by the unassuming blonde kid that was on the same team as the Uchiha, the dead last of the class under hers. He cut down his jukin and not only got up from Niji's best techniques and shrugged them off, he reopened his tenketsu after they had been sealed off. He even had enough strength afterwards to run around the stadium in celebration after he won. Then she ended up being put under a genjutsu that engulfed the stadium and missed the invasion of Oto and Suna. After the invasion was over, she spent more time at her family's shop, seeing as her sensei was spending a lot of time at the hospital with her green-clad teammate Rock Lee due to his grievous injuries, but it wasn't busy seeing as how there weren't a lot of ninja that needed to stock up for missions as they were helping with the reconstruction, so here she sat bored. Yep, not a good month overall, one could say. The bell to the store rang, signifying a potential customer. Hello, welcome to Dash. As Tintin's eyes drifted to the door, she saw the very same blonde kid that had beaten her teammate looking around her shop. Hey! Naruto turned to face her curiously. Realization spread over his face. Oh, hi there. Tintin, right? As she looked at his inquisitive face, she noted the scar sitting over his right eye. Huh, that's new. She pointed out at him accusingly. You're the kid that beat Niji. The tone of her voice stated it like he had committed some kind of crime. Naruto tilted his eyebrow. My name is Naruto, and don't look so shocked. Was I supposed to let him win or something? Tintin was taken aback by his calm answer. She was conditioned from seeing him throughout the exams to expect a loud, hot-headed response. It's not that, it's just that you really weren't expected to win then. Damn idiot persona, it just had to wreck his standing in the eyes of the many. Oh well, he liked to be surprising anyway. Naruto sighed, and that is why you have to learn to expect the worst in most cases, because then you can only be pleasantly surprised. Naruto remembered Danzo or other Elden operatives saying that to him a lot back in the day. Then they would usually hit him or something stupid. Emotional conditioning. Tintin noticed the scar over his eye and found herself curious. How did you get that scar? Did you get it during the invasion? Naruto waved off her question. It's a long story that I'm not even sure of and that you wouldn't believe if I told you. Don't worry about it. Do you sell shinobi clothes here? She nodded and pointed over in the correct direction. Naruto thanked her and went on over. Tintin watched silently as he walked over to the clothing section of her store and rifled through the selection. Apparently he was getting rid of that sense-offending jumpsuit on his back. He nodded as he pulled out a set of shirts and a few pairs of pants. He went into a changing room and came out a moment later in a dark blue muscle shirt and dark blue loose pants tied at the ankles with wraps. He set the extras on the counter and went back into the accessories section and grabbed some black bracers that wrapped around his forearm entirely. As he walked back to the counter, he stopped as he came across the swords. He stared long and hard for a moment until he pulled down and ninjato and unsheathed it, looking it over and testing the balance before shrugging and walking back to the counter with a grin. He set the sword down and looked up. Do you have something to secure this on my back? Tintin nodded and reached down behind the counter to grab a strap for him to use. So how much is all of this? He seemingly gave her a set appraising look as she tallied it up. Tintin looked over what he bought and looked at him. That will all come to 68,500 Ryo. Tintin watched him switch moods apparently as he cringed jokingly and pull out his wallet and money he had in his pocket. He brightened up after hearing the price of his new equipment. Naruto chuckled as he gave her the necessary funds. This'll clean me out, but it's necessary. He strapped on the sword and placed the bracers on his forearms. Tintin watched him finish outfitting himself and huffed. Do you even know how to use that sword on your back? Naruto shifted the ninjato into a comfortable position on his back. I'm an old hand at it. It's time for me to get back into practice with kenjutsu. I was no slouch, I should say. I might be rusty if anything. Naruto quickly drew his sword for a few test slashes and shifted through a few regulation umbu stances before resheathing it. I think I'll be fine. Tintin's eyes gleamed for a second. You wouldn't happen to be interested in a spar, would you? Naruto smiled. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't have anyone to practice with anyway. I have to leave right now. Thought I might look you up when I get back. Tintin smiled at him as he moved towards the door. I think I'd like that, Naruto. Naruto stopped at the door and turned around. I left the jumpsuit in the back. Feel free to burn it at your leisure, like on your break or something. I still have a closet full of them to get rid of. Bye, Tintin. Tintin waved goodbye as he left the store. She furrowed her brow and thought, how can a guy change like that in 2 weeks? Jiraiya noticed a familiar mop of blonde hair heading towards the main gate. As he got closer, he whistled at Naruto's appearance, looking dapper kid. Naruto looked up at him and grinned. It's easier to get girls if you don't blind them when they look at you. Jiraiya patted him on the back as they began walking through the gate. Well, said Gaki as they walked on. Naruto eventually sighed and looked up at Jiraiya through half-lidded eyes. All right, we're far enough from Konoha that if I don't like what you have to say I can kill you, and no one can stop me. Tell me what you know about my seal. Jiraiya tried to be funny. Well, the Shiki Fujin is meant to hold back the QB dash. Naruto gripped his sword as he glared at him. Don't be an ass about this, I'm serious. What happened to me? Jiraiya sighed. Okay, but if I tell you this then you have to wait until I'm through explaining before you try to get me. Deal? Naruto kept up his glare but nodded. Jiraiya began. All right, you know your little trip to Tano Kuni? I'm the one that found you. I was there too, investigating rumors on Otogekure. When I left I decided to torch their file stuff on Orochimaru's bloodline research, jutsu development, things like that. Naruto's eyes widened. He unsheathed his sword and took a swing at Jiraiya in anger, forcing the man to jump back. Hey brat. I said wait until I was done. Naruto pointed at him angrily. You dumb old bastard. You were the one that turned the heat onto me. Don't you know the first thing about infiltration? Never let the enemy know you were there. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hey, in my defense, I didn't know you were there. Naruto growled menacingly. That was the whole point. Jiraiya got back on track as Naruto sheathed his sword. Anyway, when I got you back, me and Sarutobi-sensei found that you were a part of a group of ninja led by a man high up in Konoha's politics. Naruto nodded. Yana, led by Danzo. Jiraiya pulled a double take to look at Naruto. You're admitting it exists. Wait, you're talking about it? Naruto sighed. Yes, Ero-sennin. I swear I kept telling Danzo it was the second worst kept secret, almost as bad as me being the QB Jinchuriki. The fact that Sarutobi Gigi and you both knew about it proved that. And Danzo never put any seals on me. I was too much of a high-profile figure to make into a mindless drone. I mean, at first he tried, but he quit after a while. Jiraiya looked at him oddly. Wait, so you always had your sense of self? You weren't a mindless drone? He just trained you? Naruto looked up at the man. Yeah. And anyway, I couldn't tell you anything currently relevant about it, even if I wanted to anyway, seeing as how I haven't been there in 4 years. The old cripple probably cut his losses and let me go. It's all he could have done. Trying to get me back and break the seal might have been too risky. Jiraiya looked down. We never had to seal him, he's right. As long as we kept a tight watch on him, he couldn't have gone back to Danzo. Jiraiya gulped. So about the sealing, listen Naruto, when me and Sarutobi-sensei sealed you we thought you dash. Naruto's blue eyes snapped up at Jiraiya's face. You and Sarutobi-sensei? You and the old man were the ones that sealed me? Naruto didn't wait for a response. You asshole. You could have waited for me to wake up and explain what was going on to both of you. Instead you left me with the mindset of a 4-year-old? I was mentally behind everybody else by 4 years. Jiraiya already knew that they had messed up back when they first sealed him, but it still sucked to have it thrown back at him. We didn't know what you would do when you woke up. We didn't know how you would react. We were just running damage control as quickly as we could. Naruto shook his head angrily. There was no damage control to run. All this time. I'm a shadow of my former self. My chakra control is shit. I have a fraction of the speed I used to have. Why? I still trained hard even after I was sealed. I should have kept that speed. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I kind of put a gravity seal on you too, sorry. I knew it. I knew I couldn't have been that slow naturally. Kami, I felt like I was waiting in jelly. Naruto undid his hide to reveal his forehead. Take the seal off. Damn it. Jiraiya made a few hand seals and placed his hand on Naruto's head. Fuin Kai. A glyph of a seal appeared and faded from Naruto's head. He tested his body's functions with some short motions. Okay. I feel better now. Jiraiya felt the need to keep explaining. Naruto, I dash. Naruto just kept walking. I don't want to hear anymore right now. I don't think I can take much more of this story before I feel the need to hurt you. You guys almost killed my career, you know that? Come on, let's get to a town. Jiraiya and Naruto had gotten a hotel for the night in a town not far off. Upon arriving, Jiraiya had gone off gallivanting after some woman who showed a little interest in him. This suited Naruto just fine, as he didn't really want to be around Jiraiya at the moment anyway. Naruto took himself up to their room and laid down on one of the beds. He had a whole new set of things to think about. Was Hiruzen close to him only because he had gotten out from under his watch once, or was it truly legitimate? When he showed up at the ceremony for Konoha's fallen ninja the day after the invasion, he had gone up to the Sandame's memorial and he didn't know what to feel. He shed not one tear. His head was jumbled enough at the time he was still sorting through his mind to figure out what was factual and what was fabrication. He shook his head free of that thought, putting his training under Danzo into use. He was a ninja, and while it was seemingly a simple mission, it was still a mission, and he needed a clear mind to go through it successfully. Naruto felt a pair of powerful presences coming closer to his door. They were hiding their chakra levels, but it was noticeable that they were considerably strong. Now the side of him that had been out and about for the last 4 years wanted to confront them, see what they wanted, and if necessary kick their asses. Unfortunately for that line of thought, rational Naruto was in control at the moment. He darted out of bed and leapt out of the window to find Jiraiya fighting two opponents that were potentially overwhelming in strength for no reason. Didn't really appeal to him after just starting to get himself back into fighting condition. He knew they wanted him for some kind of unpleasantness, because in Naruto's life experiences, for the most part, new meetings equaled lots of pain and trouble. Naruto dashed along the rooftops until he reached the outskirts of town. Naruto bit his thumb and summoned a toad. Not even giving it time to speak, Naruto belted out an order: go find Jiraiya. Tell him to find me as fast as he freaking can, or I'm screwed, okay? The toad nodded and ran back into town to find Jiraiya. Naruto sighed and turned around slowly. I know you're there. Come out already, save us all some time here. Two figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared, both donning straw hats. Naruto sighed at the sight of the familiar red eyes signifying Sharingan. Of course it would be a guy like Itachi Uchiha after me. The other figure chuckled and removed his hat to reveal a blue-haired, blue-skinned man. It looks like you're still famous in that village of yours, Itachi. Naruto smacked his forehead and Kisame Hashigaki. What a fantastic day, the hits just keep on coming. He set himself into a ready stance. Who else do we have coming? You guys happen to have another S-ranked cameo coming from the woodwork? Kisame scoffed at the sight of Naruto's small frame. Who knew the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be such a runt? Itachi, should I cut off one of his legs to make sure he can't run away again? Itachi stepped forward, red eyes spinning. Please come with us, Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed and brought his hands together. Kai. Come on now. I'm a kid, but don't insult me like that. I'm not that easy to yoke into oppression, you know. Kisame reached for the sword on his back. Itachi, this kid is mouthy. Let me handle him. Samahata can just taste his chakra from here. Itachi stared at Naruto, unblinking. Very well. Don't go overboard and kill him. Leader-sama needs the Jinchuriki alive. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Two powerful guys like this want me alive. They won't fight to kill, they can't. But I don't have that kind of restriction here. And all I have to do is wait for Erosenin to show up. Even if the toad I sent is slow or can't find him once the fight starts, it shouldn't take him too long to get here. Naruto drew his ninjato and in the blink of an eye was at Kisame's throat, who had brought Samahata down to parry his blade. You're pretty fast, Gaki. Naruto pushed with his sword. I used to be faster. He felt Kisame pushing him back and grunted. Used to be stronger too. Kisame brought down his massive weapon on Naruto's shoulder and pulled back, slicing deeply into his shoulder before kicking the boy off. Naruto picked himself up off the ground. Ugh, I seriously need to whip my ass back into shape. Fucking Seal, this ain't gonna cut it. Kisame grinned maniacally as he rushed Naruto and swung at him with his sword. Naruto ducked low and swiped at Kisame's feet. In response, Kisame uncorked a kick at the ducking Naruto's head. Naruto saw it coming and rolled out of the way. Man, I'm glad Erosenin had the common sense to at least take the stupid gravity seal off of me. I'd be dead meat otherwise. Naruto sheathed his sword back into the scabbard on his back, going blade to blade with one on the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Label me the idiot of the day. Itachi walked a few steps up. You're better than our intel anticipated, Naruto-kun. It was said that you were a dead last genin level shinobi. You've shown much surprising skill. Naruto huffed as he ignored the dripping wound spanning his shoulder. Yeah? Well, there's no such thing as perfect intel. Indeed, Itachi removed his own hat to look at Naruto. This battle is unnecessary, Naruto-kun. Just come with us. You cannot defeat us both at your current level. Naruto glared at the rogue Uchiha and the shark-like Kisame. They're right, I couldn't beat these two like this if they were here to kill me. And I don't even have to win. All I have to do is last long enough for some help. Naruto smiled as he felt his wound begin to pulse with a familiar sensation. Apparently breaking the seal inspired the Kyuubi to stay awake more often again. Good, now if only he had found the time to set up his old arrangements with the powerful Kitsune, then he could just have Kyuubi help him rampage on their asses and be done with it. There was time to think about that later. He had a tall order ahead of him here. Kisame and Itachi covered each other's weaknesses extremely well. What Kisame lacked in long-range ninjutsu, potent genjutsu, and tactical finesse and patience, Itachi more than made up for. Vice versa for Itachi and his close-range skills. Naruto didn't think he could win in close with Itachi anyway. That damnable Sharingan would give away his every move unless. Itachi walked ahead and called Kisame back. Kisame, I would like to test Naruto-kun for a bit. Stay back for a moment. Naruto would have grinned from ear to ear if it wouldn't have looked so suspicious. Itachi and Kisame both think he's weak. Itachi will probably let the genin in close to humor him. That's where he would get his chance. He needed to abandon all logical reason and just flow. The only way to bypass the Sharingan was to simply move faster than the body could adjust to. As if that would work on someone like Itachi. However, if Itachi could anticipate his movements, then what would happen if even Naruto didn't know what he would do next? It would be a pain to try fighting his own muscle memory and his own instincts just to attempt a new strategy on the fly. Ugh, sounds like something his jumpsuit-wearing self would try. But then again, why the fuck not? Even an idiot can come up with some masterful gems of ideas every once in a while, right? Naruto ran in and ducked, looking to jump when in range of Itachi, but as he crouched, spontaneous inspiration came to him. Instead of jumping high as he had crouched to do, he tumbled forward and rolled through. This random act got him inside of Itachi's guard. Now what? As he saw Itachi move his arms to react to any action he could take from this point, in a split second Naruto once again listened to the most random thing he could think of. He tilted his head up and spit directly in Itachi Uchiha's face. Now at this time, if he wasn't won. Already in a fight that he knew wasn't going to be pleasant if it dragged out, and that's if he actually believed he had a snowball's chance in hell of actually winning said fight in the first place. 2. Flying by the seat of his pants too fast to take into account what he was actually doing after all, if he wasn't a bloody mess on the ground, yet that had to count for something, right? And 3. Primarily trained to not show any emotion or feeling in combat against any enemy, even if pressed with insurmountable odds, and Itachi Uchiha was damn insurmountable for a handicapped former operative for years out of the game. If it weren't for all of that, then he might have had the logical inclination to shit his pants when he saw that Lugi make contact right on Itachi's left brow. And it worked too, because from the look on Itachi's face, he damn sure never saw that as a viable option against him in the middle of a fight. Itachi froze in place, giving his diminutive adversary the opportunity to launch a vicious jumping snap kick to the side of his head, sending him flying back to his partner. The combination of seeing a 12-year-old kid spit into Itachi fucking Uchiha's face and then seeing said kid dropkick Itachi Uchiha back 15 yards left Kisame's jaw quite slacked. Kisame pointed dumbly at Itachi as he watched him rise to his feet. Itachi, you've got a little something right there. Kisame felt a shiver go down his spine as Itachi sent his Sharingan glare on his as he wiped his dripping brow. You got it. The adrenaline from Naruto's little improv session wore off as he got distance and waited for Itachi's response. Naruto attempted a little denial therapy. Maybe he isn't as pissed as I thought. He's a former umbu. Those guys get bodily fluids on them all the time. A little spit didn't even faze that guy. Itachi, turning a downright murderous look at him, spinning Sharingan enhanced, of course, perished the thought that he was getting out of this alive without missing some important body parts. Being the highly trained professional he had been raised to be in his formative years, Naruto prayed to the skies above for even the slightest diversion. Anything that could tear Itachi's attention away from him for even a moment would be a gift from Kami herself. Itachi Uchiha. Naruto turned to find Sasuke standing shortly away, eyes affixed on his older brother. You've told me to live my life with hatred in order to get strong enough to kill you. Well, that day has come. If he wasn't such a highly trained warrior, and if he wasn't in the middle of a serious high-tension situation, Naruto could have broken down and cried in sweet, sweet relief. Those two reasons combined were the only reasons he didn't. Naruto knew there was no I in team. But sorry Sasuke, someone had to take one for the team today. And on this day Naruto was more than willing to spell team with an I. Chapter 3 Konoha business. Naruto slumped against a tree and sat down as he saw Jiraiya talking to Madogai with Sasuke over his shoulder. Itachi had really done a number on that kid, and Naruto knew it was mostly his fault, but defended himself with the fact that Sasuke either didn't notice or didn't care that Itachi was in such a pissy mood. And what kind of genin tries to stay and fight Itachi Uchiha by choice? Itachi looked pissed off when he beat Sasuke too. Naruto called his bad on that. Naruto had gotten his ass saved by Sasuke's assistance, and he knew it. It had given Jiraiya enough time to find him and drive the Nuke-Nin duo off before they could refocus on him. Thank goodness the old sage could back up all of that posturing with skill. Gaki, come over here. Naruto stood and walked over to Jiraiya and Guy. While he was pissed off at Jiraiya, he had to admit without his timely interference he would have gotten turned into hamburger. Guy gave Naruto a blinding smile as he got close. Yash, Naruto-kun, you have certainly shown yourself to be quite flushed with the power of youth today. Holding off those two like you did. Naruto looked at Guy strangely. Thanks, Guy-san. I was useless though. They could have killed me whenever they wanted. They needed me alive. Guy shook his head, smile still in place. And you are alive, are you not? And that means you have another day to get stronger. Another day to prepare yourself and make sure this doesn't happen again. Naruto smiled faintly. You're right. I need to worry about getting ready for the next time something like this happens. Naruto clenched his fists. There's no way that guys like that are going to get the drop on me ever again. Guy shifted Sasuke on his shoulders. Well, I do hope that you two are successful in your mission. We could use her expertise for more than just Sasuke-kun here. Kakashi got hit as well. Naruto looked at Guy. Kakashi made eye contact. Guy nodded and began reaching for something on his person. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by his shoulder. We should go, kid. We'll lose the trail if we stay after all of this. Naruto grunted as Jiraiya pulled him away. Later, Guy-san. Tell Rock Lee and Tintin I said hi. Guy gave him a thumbs up and a smile in return before turning to blaze a trail back to Konoha. Naruto noticed Jiraiya was hurrying him away. Why are you pulling me so fast, Arrow Sennin? Jiraiya looked down and back out at the road ahead. He was going to give you one of those god-awful jumpsuits, kid. There was no way I was letting you go back to such horrendous clothing after you just started looking decent. Naruto scoffed and slapped Jiraiya's hand off of his shoulder. Don't touch me. You aren't off of the hook yet. You and the old man screwed me over. I'm a joke in Konoha these days because of what you guys did. Itachi and Kisame treated me like a piece of crap back there, and while it helped keep me alive and out of their hands, it was insulting. Naruto grumbled as he stomped down the road. I've got at least 2 S-rank Nukenin after me, and I'm a sitting duck if they decide to get serious on me. We seriously need to finish this mission so I can work on getting back up to snuff. Jiraiya shook his head as they traversed the roads. Naruto had calmed down over the course of the next few days. He was still incredibly testy due to still not finding any time to train himself properly. Jiraiya tried to placate him by saying he had proven himself to be far stronger than a genin should be. Naruto countered by blankly stating that he wasn't supposed to be a genin, he was Umbu level at 8. Jiraiya didn't like Naruto fretting over his skill level like this, but then he remembered what he met Naruto doing infiltrating an unknown country. When he saw Naruto again at the hot springs years later, he was rather underwhelmed. After taking the Gogyo Fuin off of Naruto and watching him immediately stand on water, he wasn't surprised. He figured he subconsciously knew how to do it already. What had been done to him was a damn shame, and he had every right to be angry. Years of blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, not so much tears if he was trained by Danzo, but everything else, all of that was spent to give him his strength and to have a considerable amount of it ripped away by the folly of a pair of old men. Jiraiya knew he would be in an uproar about it too if it were him. And he knew Naruto had all the reason to worry about it. He had just been attacked by 2 of the most infamous ninja actively listed in the bingo book, and only sheer folly on their part and raw luck and hard-nosed skill from his got him out of it. His teammate had been injured in the fracas as well. Jiraiya looked at the boy who was practicing running through hand signs quickly. Hey kid, don't worry about your teammate, he'll be fine. Naruto stopped working on his hand signs and looked at Jiraiya. Oh, that. May it'll be good for him. A little beating every once in a while builds character. Naruto shrugged when Jiraiya stared in shock at his nonchalant attitude. What? It's how I was trained. Getting your ass kicked makes you really want to avoid getting your ass kicked again, so you do what you can to improve. It's good for him. Oh well, yeah, that does make sense. Jiraiya nodded in agreement to Naruto's logic. All right then, let's go find Tsunade. Naruto almost stumbled. Tsunade? As in your old teammate, best damn medic ninja ever, gambles like shit, Tsunade? Jiraiya chuckled at his description of her. Yeah, that's the one, kid. Though I think you should refrain from using that last one in front of her unless you want to end up a smear on a wall. Jiraiya pulled out a picture of her and handed it to Naruto. We're to find her and bring her back to the village. Naruto put the picture in one of his pockets and kept up with making hand signs that looked like a blur. Jiraiya saw him resume his task. Hey kid, how about I give you that jutsu now? I guarantee you don't know it and it could be useful to you. You can even train with it while walking like you are right now. Naruto thought for a moment. Sure, why not? It's not like I can go out of my way to handle any other kind of training while we're out here. Jiraiya grinned. Good choice, kid. I promise you won't regret it. We'll start when I can get the necessary supplies. Naruto and Jiraiya came upon a town where a festival was taking place. Jiraiya suggested he take this time to relax and they would pick up with the search soon while he would go and get some information on where she was. Naruto agreed and ditched Jiraiya before the latter could try and mooch off of his money. Naruto spent a few hours going through the town cheating and taking in some games and winning some prizes getting a bite to eat. He had to admit he may have lost a step or two in battle, but he was having more fun now than he would have been having in Naruto if he was still one of them. That was one thing he had inherited from his old self and learned to love since he broke the seal, the value of a good time. He eventually got worried about the white-haired pervert he had been taking company with and set out to find him. It didn't take long for him to hear his rather distinctive laugh booming from a nearby tavern. Naruto entered to find Jiraiya with alcoholic beverage in hand and pleasurable company on both sides, one of which was hanging off of him. Hey Naruto! Come over here and take a load off. Naruto shrugged and walked over, sitting down to the woman on Jiraiya's left, a brunette with hair going down her back. So Jiraiya-sama, who's the little cutie here with you? Naruto raised his eyebrow. Cutie? Yeah right, I can't get a girl in Konoha to even so much as look at me with anything less than a sneer when I speak to them. Naruto let out a bitter chuckle that was missed by everyone else. Jiraiya grinned. This is my student Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, say hello to Takoko and Tsukina. Naruto waved and let out a small hello. Takoko, the girl he had been sitting next to that wasn't on Jiraiya, leaned on him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Naruto figured she must have been around 5 years older than him. He's so cute, Jiraiya-sama. He heard the girl let out a gasp as she touched the scar on his face. How did you get something like this? You're so young. Naruto shrugged. Life is hard, it's just a scar. It's nothing important, just a reminder to duck next time. He was a good sport about it as he let her trace the mark over his eye. Naruto and Jiraiya stayed and talked with the women until a few hours after nightfall. Naruto had refrained from drinking the entire time, letting Jiraiya get his fill, for now he knew the man would pay for it in the morning. Naruto waited until Jiraiya was blackout drunk, which took way longer than Naruto figured it should have been. What the hell was his alcohol-to-blood ratio? Kami bid goodbye to the women they were with and proceeded to haul Jiraiya out of the bar towards an inn for the night. As he got a certain distance down the road, Jiraiya seemingly got a second wind and rose from Naruto's shoulders. Wow, you are strong, Gaki. That was quite a ways to haul deadweight like me. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, who had seemingly shrugged off the effects of an entire day's worth of binge drinking. You should be laying face up choking on puke right now. How in the hell are you even standing straight? Jiraiya smirked at the boy as he continued looking for a place to stay. I'm no lightweight kid. Naruto deadpanned a look at him, saying that he didn't drink a lightweight share, while Tsunade would have dropped hours ago. I'm just that good. I'm surprised you didn't drag me out or call me an old perv or something. Naruto sighed. I'm not adverse to enjoying myself, and those women were hot. Besides, you said we were relaxing today. Even a brainless ceiling asshole like you needs to rest, and that's obviously how you take the edge off, so why should I have interrupted you? Jiraiya chuckled. You sure are different these days, Gaki. I think Takoko like you. That damn scar is going to get you all sorts of pity sex when you get older. Naruto snorted. It's just because she doesn't know who I am. If we were in Konoha, I'd have been shoved to the back burner there, and you know it. Jiraiya hummed in response. Maybe you should get your head off of that pink-haired girl then? There are plenty of other women that won't try to give you brain damage. He expected him to start ranting about how he'd never betray Sakura-chan or how she was just complicated or something. What Naruto said made him almost fall in the street. Huh, so true. Well, you were the one who did it. Jiraiya looked over at the calm expression on his face. What? Naruto looked at him with a cocked brow, hiding his slight glare. The first thing I thought of her when I had time to think about my team again was what the hell was my other self smoking to think she was any good for me? My dumbass childish self was the one that was attracted to her, therefore it's your fault. However, I don't interact with any other girls my age or otherwise, not before you sealed me, and sure as hell not after they all got used to the me that was terrible at everything. Naruto looked up at the moon. All the kunoichi my age all think I suck or they can't stand me. All of the civilians fawn all over Uchiha team or are too weak to be able to put up with my life, and the ones that don't all hate me anyway. I think Danzo might have been onto something when he told me to get rid of my emotions, because knowing you'll never get laid out of love kind of sucks. Erosinin. Naruto scratched his chin and thought. Jiraiya flinched as he noted how calmly he had just said that he would never find anyone to be with. No one should just accept that kind of thing as a fact of their life. Naruto left Jiraiya with one more thought for the night. That Takiko girl was pretty cute though. As they had woken up the next day and headed out on the road, Jiraiya tossed Naruto a water balloon. Naruto looked up at him blankly. What the hell is this? It's not that hot, arrow Sinin. You're a grown man. Jiraiya held out another in his own hand. The jutsu you're learning has 3 steps. The first one is to pop that balloon with just the rotation of your chakra. Naruto yawned. How well does this mystery jutsu have a name, or will I have the pleasure of doing that? Jiraiya held out his other hand as a rapidly spinning blue ball of chakra formed in it. Naruto noticed the speed and the size of the jutsu compared to the massive amount of chakra rolling inside of it. Jiraiya smirked as he saw Naruto's eyes affixed to the ball. It's called Rasengan. It was one of the Yondaime Hokage's prized jutsu. Naruto nodded. Whoa, Jiraiya, let the jutsu fade. Indeed, now let's dash. He was cut off as the sound of water splashing rang out. He turned to see Naruto shaking his hand and picking pieces of rubber off of it. Jiraiya held out his balloon. Do that again. Naruto grabbed the balloon from his and popped it like clockwork. Jiraiya had to rub his eyes. What? How? Naruto shook more water off of his hands as he kept walking forward. I saw that the jutsu had chakra flowing in all directions. I just did that to the balloon and popped. Jiraiya shook his head. A Jinin shouldn't have gotten something like that so quickly. A tick mark on Naruto's head appeared. Yeah, well, I'm not supposed to be a Jinin either. I'm supposed to be an Umbu, remember? Noticing a detail like that is amateur hour stuff. Naruto looked at him expectantly. What's the next step? Jiraiya dumbly held out a rubber ball. Pop this with your chakra. It should be the most difficult step. It has to do with just power dash. BLAM. Naruto's hand snapped to his ears as the rubber ball exploded in his hand. Damn it, why was that so loud? Jiraiya almost had a seizure out in the open road. How did you get it that time? Generating a consistent amount of power like that takes time. Naruto dug into his ear. And I have what's sealed inside of me again. I've been dealing with powerful chakra since I was little. My own naturally got stronger. Danzo had me spamming high-level jutsu all over the place by the time I was 8. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but nothing came out. I'll show you the final step later. I need to find something new to start you on. What about your elemental affinity? Wind and I have several jutsu for that element. I just need to relearn the big ones again. Naruto walked along with a bored expression on his face. Where is Tsunade, damn it? Did you find out anything in that town we were in? Jiraiya ceased his thoughts on Naruto's training and answered, I did actually. She was heading up towards the edge of the country. She'll probably wind up in Tenzakagai, so that's where we're going. Naruto grunted. Tell me the third step so I'm not wasting time on the way. If I can't get my conditioning in, then I'll have to work with this jutsu until we get somewhere where I can actually work on it. Jiraiya sighed and blew up a balloon. The next step is to mix the first 2 steps in this balloon. Naruto looked at the balloon in Jiraiya's hand. So what am I doing? Jiraiya lifted his other hand and formed a Rasengan for Naruto to see. Naruto opened his mouth, forming an O in recognition. So I'm doing that just inside the balloon instead, right? So I can get the spatial composition down? Jiraiya nodded. It took me 2 months just to get this far. It hasn't even been an hour yet for him. Kid, what were you like before you were sealed? Thinking about something like that terrifies me. Naruto attempted Jiraiya's instructions. Jiraiya actually breathed a sigh of relief when Naruto's balloon popped. If the kid got Rasengan in one day, then he would have had a fit. Naruto received the pack of balloons from Jiraiya and took out another to blow up. Well, it looks like this will keep me busy for a while. What happened here? Jiraiya and Naruto looked at what used to be the famous castle of Tenzakagai. It was nothing but rubble at this point. Jiraiya and Naruto walked over to the scene and looked around. While Naruto kicked at the rubble under his feet, Jiraiya noticed holes in the wall nearby, a sign of his wayward teammate. Jiraiya jerked Naruto by his arm to lead him away. Come on, kid, we're close, very close. After searching the town all day, they stopped at a tavern for a little meal before retiring for the night. Jiraiya stopped as he walked inside. Tsunade? A blonde woman with a jewel-looking mark on her forehead looked up in shock. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? Jiraiya and Naruto walked over to her table where there was a black-haired woman holding a small pig. Well, we just stopped here for a bite to eat. Imagine meeting you here of all places. Naruto took a seat alongside Jiraiya and looked out at the 2 women. Tsunade, so this is the last of the Sannin. Looks like I've met the full set. Lucky me. Tsunade's eyes drifted over to him. So who's the brat, Jiraiya? Naruto's eye twitched. Yep, lucky. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was wearing an unreadable expression minus the twitching. This is Naruto Uzumaki, my new apprentice. Naruto's eyebrows shot up. Apprentice? Since when? Jiraiya smirked at the boy. Since you signed the Toad contract before the invasion, kid. Congratulations. Naruto grumbled and placed his face on his hands. Great, the guy that locked away my strength and skill wants to make amends and teach me how to fight again. Jiraiya looked confused. Kid, don't you want me to do that? Naruto slammed his palms on the table. I'll tell you what I want. I want to go home so I can get my shit together and get strong again. I want to yell at you and beat you to a pulp. I want something or someone to cling to because I think I'm starting to lose it with all of the shit running through my mind. Naruto was standing now, but I can't have those things, not for a bunch of reasons. I can work on one of those things now though. Naruto pointed at Tsunade. You. We're going back to Konoha. Time to go home. Tsunade was stunned silent by the sheer fact that some kid just ordered her to do something of that magnitude and he didn't even blink. Jiraiya palmed his forehead. Smooth, kid, really subtle stuff there. Naruto glared at Jiraiya. You can shut up too. I'm still pissed at you, damn it. Jiraiya groaned. When won't you be pissed at me? Naruto smirked. When I can do everything I used to be able to do and then some. Naruto looked back at Tsunade. So let's go. Come on. Tsunade flipped the table over angrily. Who the hell do you think you are, runt? Where do you think you can get off telling me to go back to that place? Naruto didn't bat an eye. I think I'm the unfortunate bastard tasked with dragging your sorry alcoholic ass home and I don't fail missions. Naruto kicked his chair backwards. You can come with us or I can beat your ass and drag you back myself. Tsunade pointed to the door and stomped outside. Naruto followed briskly. Jiraiya groaned as he stood to leave as well. Come on, Shizune. Someone needs to sweep that kid's remains off the street after Tsunade is done with him. Naruto stood across from Tsunade in the middle of the street. He looked around. You know, this really isn't the place for something like this unless you like paying for property damage. But don't you have enough debts? Shut up and get ready to face the music, you brat. Tsunade lifted her index finger. One finger. That's all I need for a runt like you. Naruto smirked. I thought I was rusty after 4 years. Well, when was the last time she was even in a fight? Sometimes life cracks a window for you. Well, she just opened the goddamn front door for me. Jiraiya and Shizune walked out. Tsunade, let it go. We can talk about this. Tsunade glared over at Jiraiya. Shut up, Jiraiya. He has this coming. Brats like this need to know their place. Naruto glared over at Jiraiya. Also, yes, shut up, Ero Sennin. Old ladies like this need to learn how to deal with their problems before they turn old and gray instead of just running away. Tsunade growled at Naruto. Give me your best shot, brat. You won't get another one. Naruto's eyes went cold as his face went blank. If I do this right, then one shot is all I'll really need. His eyes narrowed. You'd better hope I miss. A slight shiver went down Jiraiya's spine as he saw the look in Naruto's eyes. Tsunade? You might want to use more than dash. Tsunade snapped at him again. I said shut up, Jiraiya. Naruto kept his stone-cold eyes leveled on her. Looks like the crabby old lady needs an attitude adjustment, yelling at her old friends like that. Tsunade had enough of Naruto's mouth and charged at him. Naruto's body tensed as he counted the steps until she was in range. Shouldn't a Sannin be faster than this? I guess she really is rusty. Tsunade attempted a backhand swipe, but Naruto swatted it away, leaving her guard wide open. Tsunade was shocked as Naruto moved far faster than she expected a kid his age to be able to, ending up with him sinking a fist into her ribs. Jiraiya had to let a small smile come on his face as he saw Shizune's jaw drop. Shizune's grip on the pet pig Tuntun almost squashed the poor thing as he saw a child get the first shot on Tsunade in a fight. Jiraiya-sama, how can that genin land a blow like that on Tsunade-sama? He hit first. Jiraiya shook his head. Just because he's a genin doesn't mean he has to fight like a genin, does it? Tsunade ran green glowing hands over her torso and glared at Naruto, who had simply reset himself in his stance. So you can move with some quickness. You're still a brat. I still only need one finger. She won't even acknowledge when someone is a threat. This is going to work out better than the fight with Itachi. Naruto formed a cross seal and formed several Kage Bunshin. You got disoriented by just one of me. How are you going to handle 8? Scatter. Naruto's clones blurred around the street, looking more like an angry hive of bees rather than a group of boys. Tsunade's eyes kept themselves on all possible threats. She ended up blocking a few preemptive strikes with just one finger per her boast and kept looking for a prime target to hit. The sounds of something swirling made Tsunade turn her head to see Naruto forming a blue ball that Tsunade could label from a mile away. Realizing just how damaging that move could be, she chopped at the ground with her finger, disrupting his footing and forcing him to break the attack and fall down. Tsunade looked over at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what were you thinking? Teaching a kid like this that kind of jutsu? Jiraiya wasn't even looking at her. He was looking in another direction with a grin on his face. Hey Naruto. Don't embarrass her badly, kid. She's supposed to be our next Hokage. Naruto strode out of the darkness of a nearby alley holding something in his hands. He had a dumbstruck look on his face. Really? Her? Are you sure? Because for all intents and purposes, I just killed her. Tsunade watched as the Naruto in front of her burst into smoke and was about to ask what he meant. All of a sudden she felt a draft around her chest and looked down to see her gray kimono/blouse open and fluttering in the breeze. Shizune looked mortified at the sight of her master's busty glory out for all the world to see. She was thankful solely for the fact that the street was clear. Naruto smirked in a mean-spirited fashion as he slung her obi around like a rope. I think you're missing something there. His eyes widened as he actually got a decent look at her. Whoa, good on you though. Bravo. Jiraiya ran up to Naruto and shook his hand with stars in his eyes. Kid, that was amazing. You're my hero. Jiraiya dropped to the ground and bowed down. I'm not worthy to train you, kid. You should be training me. Tsunade's senses came back online as she proverbially saw red and rushed over to Naruto, hitting him dead on and sending him flying into the front wall of a nearby building, utterly turning it to rubble. Jiraiya and Shizune ran over to where he had landed as Tsunade held her clothing shut with her hands. Amazingly, they found him still conscious but not in any condition to get back up. As Shizune started running a diagnostic jutsu on him, he coughed up some blood. Cough, I win. Tsunade stormed over and ripped her obi from his grasp, reapplying it. What do you mean? Look at you, brat. You're a mess. Naruto grinned, showing her bloody teeth in his smile. You still used more than one finger to beat me. You lose. Naruto shakily picked himself up off of the ground, shocking all who witnessed it. Now playtime is over. Time to go back to Konoha already. Tsunade sneered at him. Why would I? Why should I? I already said I'm not going. That place has taken too much from me. It isn't getting my life too. She turned to leave Shizune. Come on. The brat is fine, we're leaving. Jiraiya stood in front of her path to leave Tsunade. Like I said, the elders have chosen you as our next Hokage. Now that we've caught you, we're not just going to let you vanish again. We'll stay on you until you decide to come along. Tsunade scoffed and turned away, looking out at the road. She saw the marking from the attempted Rasengan and looked back with a devious smirk. All right, since you won't just leave, how about we have a little wager? She walked over to the injured Naruto. That move you tried to use on me back there. You know it was once used by the Yondaime Hokage. If you can master that move in 1 week, then I'll give you the necklace I'm wearing and I'll return with you to Konoha. If you fail, then you'll give me all of your money and give up the mission. Naruto looked at the necklace and back up at her deal. 1 week. I'll learn how to perform the Rasengan in 1 week or we'll go home without you. Tsunade had a victorious look on her face and turned to leave Shizune in tow. Naruto got Jiraiya to help him walk down the street as they went to get their own hotel room. Are you going to be all right, Gaki? Naruto's teeth were gritted as he tried his hardest to stay upright with Jiraiya's assistance. Yeah. I just need to sleep it off for the time being. I'll be fine in the morning. I'm okay. Jiraiya rolled his eyes as they hobbled down the street. You know I kind of wasn't kidding back there, kid. You're my hero today. That sight you gave me absolutely glorious. I've wanted to see that again for over 15 years and I finally have. The best part, one didn't even get beaten up for it this time. Jiraiya finished with a lecherous grin on his face. Naruto sweat dropped. That's great, arrow Sennin. Glad I could help, I guess. The next day Naruto was awakened from his deep slumber by a knock at his door. Lumbering over to the door, he opened it to find Shizune. Shizune-san? What is it? She came inside and looked him over, noting the fact that he was shirtless and had scars littering his body. Are you sure you're okay from last night? Tsunade-sama has liquidated men using less force than she used on you. Naruto sat on his bed and stretched. I'm fine, I've had worse. So what do you need? I need to go train for this bed already. Shizune rubbed her arm awkwardly. That's what I want to talk to you about. I don't want you to think of Tsunade-sama as a bad person, she's just bitter. Naruto nodded because her brother and lover were killed during wartime. I know. Shizune's eyes widened in shock. How do you know that? Naruto shrugged. The guy that trained me made me learn all kinds of stuff about Konoha's famous ninja. Shizune looked at him strangely. The academy in Konoha sure goes over some classified things these days. Naruto chuckled darkly. No, they don't. I didn't learn that in the academy. I learned things of that nature elsewhere. Shizune recovered admirably well. If you know that, then you must know that that necklace is cursed. It will kill anyone who wears it other than Tsunade-sama. Naruto stood up and walked towards the door. Well, then I guess I'm next. Because I'm winning this little bet of ours, so tell her to get all of her affairs in order and get ready to go back to Konoha. I'll see you later, Shizune-san. Naruto left Shizune sitting in the room as he left the hotel entirely. Naruto made his way to the outskirts of the town where he found Jiraiya sitting against a tree waiting for him. He had a smirk on his face. Kid, you must have the biggest set on you. You made a bet like that with Tsunade. Naruto smirked at him. Well, I have a week to train my body back up to normal. It won't be even a drop in the bucket to what I need, but free time is free time. Jiraiya looked at him strangely. Kid, you need to work on the Rasengan and win this bet. You can wait to do everything else right now. Finish the jutsu and then do everything else. Naruto looked at him mischievously. Oh, you mean this Rasengan? Naruto formed the perfect blue ball in his hand and pushed it against the tree Jiraiya was sitting against, forcing it to explode in a shower of bark and wood chips. Jiraiya looked at him stunned. You finished it? Naruto grinned widely. Deception is just another tool of the game. When I fought her last night, I used it as a distraction. I just needed to get her attention so my clone didn't really focus on the attack. I can do the Rasengan, but showing her that I could last night would have done no good. She would have just made another impossible bet that I would have had to actually work at. Jiraiya was still confused. Well, why didn't you just show her last night? Naruto gave him a dry look. Ero-sennin, I was seeing sextuple last night. She gave me a concussion. I still feel my head pounding even today. There was no way I could focus to show her the finished product last night after the bet was made. Naruto stretched out as he prepared to work. I'll just note this for the week of training I can get in and show her on the last day. I don't have to tell you to watch her, you know she's a flight risk. Jiraiya looked at Naruto seriously. Yeah. There's a good chance Orochimaru is here as well. Naruto stopped stretching to look up at Jiraiya. Really? Well then that's all the more reason for me to get to work now, isn't it? Jiraiya turned to head back to town with a grin on his face. Damn, Brat is going to be stronger than all of us one of these days. Over the course of the next week, Naruto threw himself into training as hard as he could. Regaining intense control of his chakra was his primary concern. He trained in this facet by way of mass kunai balancing. He attempted to reacquaint himself with the movements of swordplay once more, but until he could get in some decent sparring there was only so much he could remember. He still needed weights to get his speed up, and he figured his strength was all right for now. Not being able to activate his true levels for years did a number on his muscles. Contrary to popular belief, gravity seals aren't really a form of training. The seal weighs you down by connecting to your chakra and manipulating how much you would be able to pump to your muscles, decreasing the greatest amounts that you attempt to generate. Depending on the nature of the seal, it could seal away any percentage of your maximum. The difficulty and obscurity of the seal gave rise to the rumors of it being used as a training method. Jiraiya had been using the seal in combat for decades since he had discovered its uses. When Jiraiya came across a powerful or dangerous ninja that he didn't necessarily want to kill, he would sometimes place the seal on them to make sure they couldn't challenge him again. Most of them, however, never realized this and went the rest of their careers lagging in their physical skills unknowingly until they were later killed in battle. Naruto had to sigh in relief when he realized that Jiraiya had placed something like that on him. Who knows what may have happened if he had kept it on. With dangerous ninja after me and me lacking the ability to get faster or stronger, I would have been a dead man. At least he still had enough speed to deem manageable against most opponents for now anyway. He found that he was as fast as Rock Lee with his ways off. Naruto chuckled when he thought of the boy. Now that would be a hell of a spar. He then realized that Lee had been crippled by Gaara during the exams, and that stoked his resolve further that Tsunade wasn't going to get out of this bet with him. If anyone can help Lee get better, it's her. Just another reason to drag her back kicking and screaming if I have to. Naruto rubbed his hands together as he felt a familiar presence at the edge of the woods. Okay, kill two birds with one stone. Train this jutsu of mine and rattle her with my training. Serves her right for trying to spy. Naruto made a mass of hand signs and drew his hands apart as wind whipped around them. He turned to a boulder and thrusted out his fists, pushed together at the thumb and index finger. Futon Fujin Saiken, wind release divine fist of the wind god. A fierce wind pushed from his fists and impacted hard against the boulder, leaving the imprint of his two fists the size of his entire body. Naruto smirked as he felt Tsunade leave the area of her hiding. All right. Finally, 1 down, 8 more to go. I'm getting all of my jutsu back. Just wait till I bust out the big ones. Chapter 4 Reality Check. Naruto awoke with a groan. Ugh, okay, I guess I still can't use all of my jutsu yet. The previous night Naruto had exhausted himself trying one of his more upper-tier ninjutsu. Waking up in his own bed, he realized that Tsunade must have been spying on him again. Naruto chuckled, "Hey, I wonder if she saw that one." Naruto jumped out of bed and tripped over a black bundle at the foot of his bed. As it groaned, he realized who it was. "Shizune-san? What are you doing here?" Shizune's hazy eyes opened and widened as she jumped up, surprising the blonde Tsunade-sama. "Where is she?" Naruto grabbed Shizune to calm her down. "Hold on a second, just wait. You're saying she did this to you?" Shizune stopped stirring and rested in his arms, though he felt her breathing was still frantic. Naruto sighed and let her go. Shizune immediately made for the window. "We have to find Tsunade-sama. It might be too late to stop her." As Shizune left through the window, a kunai buried itself to the right of her head into a wall. They both turned to see Jiraiya standing on the ledge uneasily. "Where's Tsunade?" His voice held a threatening tone as he slinked along the wall up to Naruto and Shizune. Naruto took note of Jiraiya's condition. "Geez, Ero-sennin, what the hell happened to you?" Jiraiya sat on the ledge and experimentally flexed his arms. "Tsunade drugged me last night. I should have known better. She wasn't as pissy as she usually was when she drank with me." Naruto's attention was drawn up at an adjacent rooftop. But when he peered up, he saw nothing. Shizune had gone to fetch Jiraiya an antidote to whatever Jiraiya had ailing him. She ran back and handed Jiraiya a glass of water and some crushed-up pills. "Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, there isn't an antidote to the poison. This should even you out, though." Jiraiya took the pills and swallowed them with the water. "Thank you, Shizune." When Naruto's attention returned to the roof, he could no longer sense anyone's presence. Naruto looked at Shizune. "It's Orochimaru, isn't it?" Shizune looked surprised. Naruto looked over to Jiraiya. "How you feeling, Ero-sennin?" Jiraiya crushed the glass in his hands. "It's not much. My chakra is still fluctuating, but it'll have to do." Shizune looked down sadly. "Orochimaru came to us last week with an offer: restore his arms, and he'll return Tsunade-sama's most precious people to her from the dead." She looked at Jiraiya hopefully. "Today is the day they meet. We might still be able to keep her from doing it." Jiraiya stood. "So how are we going to find her?" Shizune grabbed Tuntun and jumped to the ground before placing the small pig onto the ground. "We need your help, Tuntun. Can you find Tsunade-sama for us?" The pig oinked as it sniffed at the ground. Jiraiya and Naruto dropped down around them just as Tuntun began oinking wildly at Shizune. Shizune turned to the other two with her Tuntun as her scent. "Come on, it's this way." They returned to the area of the ruined castle and found even more signs of destruction, though they were newer. Naruto smiled at the sight of the pulverized wall. "It looks like the old bat turned him down." Jiraiya nodded. "Yeah, that might not be so good for her, though. Come on. We still have to find her." As they ran into a field, they found Tsunade being beaten by Kabuto. Shizune shouted for her mistress as she ran over to her side. "Tsunade-sama." Naruto and Jiraiya waited close by as Shizune took out a handkerchief and wiped blood from Tsunade's face. Naruto looked at the scene in confusion. "Ero-sennin, what's going on here? Is it a genjutsu or something?" Jiraiya shook his head in the negative. "Tsunade has hemophobia. She's afraid of blood, kid. Even the sight of it messes her up and makes her like that. Right now she's utterly useless." Naruto looked out at Orochimaru, whose arms were wrapped up, but Naruto could see faint traces of blood coming through. Next to him was Kabuto, who was wearing a headband with a musical note on it. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sight. "Kabuto Yakushi, I can't say it's good to see you again. At least I know my information was right. I just wish I could have gotten your ass before the invasion. Damn seal." Jiraiya looked down at the now fuming blonde Kami kid. "I said I was sorry. Hindsight is 20/20, they always say." Orochimaru chuckled as he saw the arrival of his third teammate Jiraiya and Naruto-kun too. "What a warm reunion this is. Though I do wonder what you are doing here." Jiraiya held his arm out in front of Naruto, keeping him from beginning to engage the enemy. "Protect Tsunade Gaki. Orochimaru is too much for you, and that Kabuto kid is out of your league. Also, it would take an umbu." Jiraiya trailed off as he looked down at Naruto, who was giving him a deadpan look, trying to be funny. "Old man." Jiraiya sighed and waved. "Fine, Shizune can watch over Tsunade, I guess. Go ahead and fight Specs over there. I'll handle Orochimaru." Orochimaru heard this and chuckled. "You'll handle me, Jiraiya? You were always the weakest of the Sannin. Even handicapped, you can't beat me. And sending your little blonde against Kabuto here, you must not like him too much." Jiraiya looked back at Shizune. "Can you keep an eye on Tsunade? Me and the Gaki will handle the snake and his flunky." Shizune nodded and returned to trying to calm Tsunade down. "You ready, brat?" Jiraiya looked over at Naruto, who smiled up at him angrily. This one's for Sarutobi-sensei. Naruto snorted, you can make it for the old man if you want. This one's for the Hibi-douche sicking those 5 souped-up cursed seal assholes on me when he chased me out of Oto. That son of a bitch with the bones wasn't a joke. I've still got a gripe with him. Kabuto now. Kabuto pulled the bandages off of one of Orochimaru's arms and ran his own blood down the summoning tattoo on it. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. Kabuto and Orochimaru then stood atop 3 rampaging snakes heading towards Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya went to summon himself, and in a small puff of smoke Gamakichi was revealed. Oh hey. Good to see you again. Naruto's sweat dropped. Seriously? I could do better than that. Come on, this is serious. Gaki. Room. Naruto moved back as Jiraiya made a set of hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Doton Yomi Numa, earth release swamp of the underworld. The ground in front of him turned into a dark murky substance, trapping the snakes within, disabling their movement. Jiraiya audibly cursed, damn it. It isn't very deep at all. I must still be under the effects of Tsunade's drug. Naruto shook his head. Man, Erosin, and you sure do suck today. Come on, we don't need any help right now anyway. Naruto turned to Gamakichi. Go over to the lady in black and the blonde woman and stay put. This won't be a nice battle. Gamakichi hopped off as the battle stalemated. Jiraiya and Naruto both launched out at their chosen opponents, who broke off to confront them separately. Jiraiya began assaulting Orochimaru, who was noticeably unable to attack using his arms, instead lashing out with kicks and slipping away from Jiraiya's assault. Jiraiya decided to tease his former teammate. Man, it must be hard to use jutsu with no arms, eh? That must suck for a guy like you, huh, Orochimaru? Orochimaru gave a superior smirk. I don't even need my arms to destroy you, Jiraiya. I saw your weak jutsu, you're just as bad as me. Jiraiya barked out a laugh. I guess that's true as well. I guess we're just going to have to wait for our retainers to finish off their little speck of business before we can really get to the main event. Orochimaru laughed slowly. The QB child, Jiraiya? I've seen what he can do. Against Kabuto, he has no chance. The boy has absolutely no skill as a shinobi. Jiraiya gave a big grin, and that would be my fault. But don't worry, Rochi, I fixed him up before we even got to this town. I'm letting him fight Kabuto down there because I know he'll win. Consider this his coming out party, so to speak. Orochimaru looked befuddled. I fought him, Jiraiya. Even going as hard as he could QB's chakra and all, he didn't come close to impressing me. Now the Uchiha, what strength? A true genius. Jiraiya broke down in laughter. I guess the standards for a genius are seriously declining these days. If just being a genin at the regular age makes you a genius, then I don't know what the hell to call Naruto. Orochimaru gave a cruel grin. How about failure? Loser? Cannon fodder? Frontline trash? Take your pick or make a few more of your own. Jiraiya had a placid smile on his face as he just stared at Orochimaru. Ah, that's a good one. Orochimaru contorted his face in confusion. What is? What are you talking about? Jiraiya gave him a hard look. That face of yours just now. I want to remember it for later. Just so I can compare it to the look on your face after you see what the Gaki can really do. Naruto faced off with Kabuto a distance away from where Orochimaru and Jiraiya were currently in conflict. Kabuto crossed his arms, a decided superior smirk on his face. You might want to leave this place before things get messy. You're a little out of your element here. Orochimaru-sama, myself, Jiraiya, Tsunade, even the woman with Tsunade. All of us are high-level shinobi. I myself am on par with Kakashi Hatake. And you're just a cute little genin that's out of his place. Naruto started chuckling, but then chuckling gave way to full-blown laughter. Haha, man, I'm glad I didn't end up broken like everybody else in No, because hearing that little threatening rundown was too much. You? Comparable to Kakashi Hatake? I'll believe it when I feel it. Naruto pointed back in Tsunade's general direction. I already beat Tsunade the other day. I could have killed her if I wanted to. Knowing she's got hemophobia would have easier than it was. He pointed in the direction of the trapped snakes. Orochimaru is crippled. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch for me to beat him too, especially if he's underestimating me like you. Kabuto laughed loudly. To be naive genin, believing that you can fight and defeat anyone. Naruto scratched his head. How to get you to understand? Okay, you obviously remember 4 years ago when one of Otogekyu's bases got sacked and Orochimaru sent out his elite bodyguards to handle the intrusion. Kabuto nodded. Those fools were punished for allowing the intruder to escape. A spy like that could have been detrimental to our efforts. They haven't failed since. Kabuto's eyes snapped open wide. Wait, are you really saying? There's no way you would have had to have been 8 years old. Naruto grinned widely. Ding 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 ding. Got it in one Kabuteam. It was me. I'd have gotten away clean too if it wasn't for Erosenen's love for dramatic bullshit. Who blows up the information depot during a reconnaissance mission? Honestly, how is that stealth? Kabuto pointed at him accusingly. No way. From what I've seen and from the information on you, you're nothing. A low-level genin. Naruto chuckled. Well, that's what the Konoha records had on one Kabuto Yakushi also, if you'll recall. We all know how that turned out, right, Mr. Spy? If you were capable of it, then why wouldn't I be? I didn't even have to join any ranks and keep suspicion off like you did. All I had to do was not get caught. Naruto tapped his finger on his head. I had the plans for your invasion all up here way back then. Every move you had planned out over the long term was all up here. All of your bases, the info that was listed on your cursed seal, the true nature of Orochimaru's immortality jutsu, it's all here. The only reason your invasion had even half of a chance of even getting off of the ground was because of some unfortunate business that ended with me getting my memory and abilities sealed off before I could tell the necessary people. Kabuto tilted his glasses and scoffed. Well then, Naruto-kun, please show me these skills of yours that allowed you to breach our defenses. I'm in need of a new form of entertainment after all. Naruto nodded sagely. Ah, I see. I guess it would get boring being Orochimaru's ass muppet after a while. Playing hide the trouser snake would get dull even for a flaming fruit like you, I assume. Kabuto gritted his teeth in anger. Do not slander Orochimaru-sama like that. What could you possibly know about his power? Naruto grinned. Hey, being a pedophilic creep doesn't mean he's weak, and from the way you're defending him it sounds like a fucking lie to me, boy. And don't think I didn't notice how you refrained from defending yourself either. Kabuto rushed in at Naruto, who set himself in a defensive stance. Kabuto's hands glowed blue as he neared closer. Naruto dodged his first attacks and kicked him back to get some distance between them. Chakra scalpels, I see. You're medic ninja? Letting you in close wouldn't be too favorable as long as you're using that. Kabuto chuckled. Try to keep me away then, Naruto-kun. Kabuto rushed back in and engaged Naruto close-up once more. Naruto ducked out of the way of Kabuto's attack, choosing to slip under and around his punches rather than block, lest his muscle tendons and other internal things in his arms be cut. He also had to watch it when he threw a punch or kick of his own to make sure that Kabuto didn't cut anything by simply blocking or parrying his moves. Naruto dodged even more of Kabuto's potentially fatal strikes, grunting in effort. You're really annoying to fight. You're really fast even for a medic nin. Kabuto's confident smirk returned. Like I said, Naruto-kun, you're all talk. You're not on my level. Kabuto overextended on one of his attacks and allowed Naruto to spring out of close range. Naruto immediately began tossing out kunai at Kabuto, who dodged deftly and chuckled. Simple kunai, Naruto-kun? That honestly can't be your best. Naruto rolled his eyes. There you go again with that superiority thing of yours. Why are bad guys such douchebags? Naruto rolled through a series of hand signs. Raitun Denkai, lightning release electric field. Kabuto sat in place as he felt and saw nothing. Naruto simply stood in place staring at Kabuto with cold blue eyes that seemed to analyze his every movement. Kabuto simply strolled forward. You must not have that jutsu down quite yet, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, I mean you are still just a genin after all. Naruto's eyes showed no indication that he had even acknowledged Kabuto's words. Kabuto shrugged and strolled forward, reactivating his chakra scalpels once more until a sharp jolt of electricity thrusted him backwards. What is this? Didn't you hear me call out the jutsu? Naruto kept his gaze on Kabuto, only this time he had a smirk on his face. You didn't really think that I was that bad at using kunai, did you? Kabuto turned to see a small spark of electricity coming from one of the kunai. He then noticed that the weapons Naruto had thrown were strewn about in a rough circle around him. A barrier jutsu? I really have been underestimating you. Naruto made more hand signs. I'm not done yet. From here I can branch off into tons of stuff, just watch. Raitun Denki Mahimu, lightning release electric mayhem. Kabuto heard multiple snaps of electricity going off around him before a burning jolt hit his body. As he caught his breath from the sudden zap, he could actually see random pulses of lightning rushing from kunai to kunai. Another shot hit him and dropped him to the ground while he was analyzing the jutsu. Kabuto was breathing raggedly as he turned his head towards Naruto, whose hands were held out at the field surrounding Kabuto. Do you like it? This jutsu lets me just trap and torment you in there until you black out or just die. The more chakra I pump into it, the more frequent the bursts of electricity will come. The only thing is that I can't control the lightning coursing through the field, but it still has a great chance of hitting you as you felt. Naruto channeled more chakra into his attack, forcing the snapping sounds of electricity to sound off more frequently. Kabuto shakily rose to his feet once more, but was quickly struck back down. Before he could even try to rise again, he was hit one more time. Kabuto growled to himself and sunk into the ground before another bolt could hit him. Naruto simply stood in a position to move quickly and jumped aside as Kabuto's hands emerged from the ground to grab at his legs. Naruto landed and formed 3 Kage Bunshin who swarmed around Kabuto, launching attacks up close. Kabuto had somehow recovered enough from being electrocuted to fend off and dispel the Bunshin without too much trouble. Kabuto looked at Naruto, who was once more giving him a cold stare that was a pretty effective jutsu Naruto-kun. If I couldn't dig my way out, I don't know how I would have escaped it. Kabuto's hands glowed green as he ran them over his torso to heal himself. You're quite a troublesome opponent. Naruto tapped his foot impatiently while Kabuto healed well. While you're doing that, Naruto made more hand signs and thrusted his fists out at Kabuto. Futon Fujin Saiken, Wind Release Divine Fist of the Wind God. A visible ripple of air flew at Kabuto and hit him like a high-speed cart, sending him flying back, rolling head over heels bonelessly until he came to a stop. Naruto smirked as he saw Kabuto cease his backwards movement. You still alive over there? Kabuto stood up once more with blood trailing down his chin. That was a solid hit there, Naruto-kun. I was right, you are a troublesome opponent. Naruto scoffed at Kabuto's pseudo-praise. Oh really? I thought I was just a genin that was out of his element. If all it took to get your praise was an ass-kicking, then when I go back to Konoha, I guess I'll have to start dealing them out en masse. Shizune had cleaned the blood from Tsunade's face quickly, but found that she was still lacking response. She had taken to watching Naruto fight Kabuto, seeing as how Jiraiya and Orochimaru were too far away to find, and that she didn't know whether or not Naruto would require her backup. Much to her surprise and delight, however, Naruto was capable of handling Kabuto handily. Were it not for the fact that Kabuto was a medic ninja, she was sure that the accumulated damage of Naruto's attacks would have beaten him. Tsunade's eyes had been affixed straight ahead ever since Kabuto had splattered her with blood, so she actually had been watching Naruto fight Kabuto the entire time. Watching him fight off the silver-haired medic, she realized that she had been extremely wrong in her first impressions of him. He shot his mouth off when they first met, not because he was too confident in his own abilities, but because he found her pathetic. He truly did. Someone with such a famous name, such a famous lineage, and such talent and legend known around the elemental nations was so bitter and disenfranchised. So much so that she let her skills fade enough for someone like himself to get the better of her. That shouldn't have happened, no matter how dangerous he was. When she had seen him train for the entire week, she had been amazed. His attempt to use a range of high-level techniques was something she had never seen from a boy so young. After he was done with one, he would move right on to the next one. If he couldn't get one to work, he would attempt it until he could force it or until he dropped out of exhaustion. The spark she could see in his blue eyes while he trained was the antithesis of what could be found in them in battle. In training, he would laugh, chuckle, crack jokes at himself, and show his spirit and emotion. In battle, he kept things bottled, only choosing to take snide verbal shots at his opponents to get the upper hand. She had to rub her eyes a few times as she watched him train because his actions and training reminded her so much of her deceased younger brother Nawaki. Yamakichi hopped on her shoulder and looked out at the fight excitedly. Man, my bro is kicking ass out there. She unconsciously clenched her fist around her necklace as the battle carried on. Maybe just one more time she could believe in someone. Kabuto pulled out a hooked kunai. As enlightening as our little skirmish has been, Naruto-kun, it's time I put an end to this. Orochimaru-sama is a busy man. We all have work to do. Naruto nodded and pointed back at Tsunade. Yep, I agree. Right now I have to go drag Bachan back to Konoha. But I also have a bet to win. Luckily for me, you're going to help me with that. Naruto snapped his fingers as 2 pairs of arms shot up from the ground and grabbed Kabuto's legs and arms, holding him in place. Kabuto tried to shake them off, but the grip was iron. What is this? A familiar voice sounded off from behind where he was grabbed. He turned slightly to face the cold eyes of the boy that was also facing off against him across the field. You didn't think you were the only one who could use Doton Mogirigakura no Jutsu, Earth Release Hidden Mole Jutsu, did you? Kabuto looked ahead of him to see Naruto smirking. Now I've got this new jutsu I was taught, but I never got to use it on any real people before. I think you'll make the perfect guinea pig for me, don't you think? With your healing abilities, you should be fine, maybe. It's not like I really care anyway. Naruto charged up chakra into his hand. Kabuto's eyes widened and his struggling increased as he realized just what it was as a blue spinning orb took shape in Naruto's grasp. Naruto strode towards him slowly, the stride turned into a jog and the jog into a sprint as he rushed at Kabuto. He thrusted the attack out and into the exposed body of Kabuto Rasengan. Naruto ignored the blood flying as the attack tore into Kabuto's body and sent him flying off into a nearby boulder. Naruto turned towards Tsunade and walked with a purpose over to her and Shizune. When he got close, a goofy grin appeared on his face. "I do believe you owe me that necklace of yours, Bachan." Orochimaru's jaw dropped low as he had just seen Naruto handily dispatch his right-hand man. A clicking sound brought him back into awareness as he saw Jiraiya holding a camera. "Oh, that's a good one." Orochimaru gritted his teeth. "Such power. He's too dangerous to leave alive. I have to kill him here before he gets too strong." Orochimaru flew off of the snakes at Naruto. Jiraiya tried stopping him but was tossed aside. Tsunade's drug had yet to wear off. As he launched himself at Naruto, his sword Kusanagi emerged from his mouth. Naruto's back was turned to the murderous Sannin as he closed and soared out and about. As he was talking to Tsunade, his senses went off and he drew his sword, turning around in the nick of time just to block Orochimaru's strike. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized just who he was crossing blades with. "Orochimaru, team, nice to see you again." He noticed the arms of Orochimaru. "The old man really did a number on you back in Konoha, didn't he?" Orochimaru hissed at the boy as he pushed against him. "Just die, boy. You'll ruin my plans for the future." He pulled back and began slashing at Naruto, who held up his defenses, slowly backing up due to his surprising strength. Naruto tried to strike back, but Orochimaru showed traits reminiscent of his summons as he dodged Naruto's attacks. Naruto had to take great care as he slipped around Orochimaru's strikes. Even a scratch from the legendary weapon could poison him, a tactic that Naruto had to somewhat respect, a good way to ensure victory for sure. And Orochimaru knew how to use it even from his mouth. As the clang of steel on steel went on, Orochimaru landed a kick to his body, sending him flying back next to Tsunade. Naruto gave her a reassuring grin. "Don't worry, Bachan. I'll get rid of this guy and then I'll be dragging you back to Konoha, just sit tight." Tsunade gasped at the sight of the blonde's grinning face. "He looks just like Nawaki." She took notice of Orochimaru hovering over him. Orochimaru thrusted downwards with his sword. Naruto barely blocked the point of the sword with the flat of his own. Naruto struggled against Orochimaru as the murderous intent in Orochimaru's eyes blazed. Suddenly a fist was implanted into Orochimaru's face, sending him flying a few feet back. Naruto blinked as he was pulled to his feet by the woman who was just on the ground watching him. "Bachan?" Tsunade was staring out intently at Orochimaru. "Are you okay, brat?" Naruto nodded dumbly. "Yeah, Bachan, I'm just fine." She smirked at him in response. "Good, because I owe you a serious beatdown for all of this Bachan crap you're spouting." Realization then covered her face. "Oh yeah." She took off her necklace and placed it on Naruto. "You win, kid. You've beaten me fair and square, and I'm an honest woman." Orochimaru stood up and cracked his jaw back into place as he glared out at Tsunade. "Tsunade, what do you think you're doing? Why would you put your life at risk just to assist a brat like that?" Tsunade cracked her knuckles. "I would risk my life because I am Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage, grandniece of the Naidame Hokage, and as of today, I am the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato." Naruto and Shizune appeared at her side. "You tell him, Bachan. Now let's kick his ass and go home already." "Orochimaru-sama." Kabuto landed by his side and drew more blood down Orochimaru's summon tattoo to call upon another summon. Naruto blanched as he saw Kabuto still moving. "What? I ripped him apart. He should be dead." "Naruto." Naruto rushed off to Jiraiya's side to summon for him. "Bring out Gamabunta." Naruto nodded and summoned for him and Jiraiya. Tsunade followed suit and summoned her own boss creature. As 3 massive puffs of smoke went up across the landscape, the smoke cleared to reveal a massive snake slug and toad all looking at one another. Gamabunta let out a puff of smoke from his pipe. "Well, if it isn't Manda and Katsuyu. How long's it been since I've seen you two?" Jiraiya looked down from where he and Naruto were standing on his head. "Bunta, we need your help for this one." "So are you in?" Gamabunta let out another puff from his pipe. "Sure, why not? I guess now I can finally get that snakeskin wallet I've been wanting." Naruto smirked. "What would a giant toad want with a snakeskin wallet anyway?" Naruto looked over at Kabuto standing on Manda next to Orochimaru. "I swear that Rasengan should have killed him. I hit him dead on. I splattered his innards all over my face and everything." Jiraiya looked at Naruto momentarily. If he's anything like his master, then he's a bastard to kill. Don't worry, kid, we're settling up right now. Tsunade looked out at Orochimaru from atop Katsuyu. This is it, Orochimaru. After this there will be one less Sannin in the world. Orochimaru simply chuckled while Manda hissed under him, Orochimaru. What do you think you're doing summoning me out here? Kabuto tried to calm the massive snake down. Manda, we just dash. Silence, whelp. I won't bother speaking to a flunky like you. Manda turned angry eyes to the top of his head. When this is over, I'll be expecting over 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru smirked, of course. Nothing less for you, Manda. Kabuto let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, thank goodness. If Manda knew Orochimaru-sama couldn't use jutsu, he might just eat us. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the head. All right, kid, it's deadly serious now. Stay out of things unless I say otherwise. Even if you think you see an opening, it's probably a feint. Naruto snorted and slapped Jiraiya's hand from his head. I'm aware of the level of this fight, Ero Sennin. And I'm also not stupid enough to fall for any half-assed feints. As far as I'm concerned, I'm your trump card, if anything. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in a confused manner. How so, Gaki? Naruto smirked. Think about it. Orochimaru can't use his arms to use jutsu. Kabuto and Shizune don't really have any long-range jutsu. You and I are the only ones that can fire stuff from a distance, and I can make an ungodly amount of Kage Bunshin, making tons of cannon fodder / potential attackers. I'm your ace in the hole here. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, I guess that's one thing about you that didn't change. You always want to be in the fight. Naruto scratched his head. Yeah, I guess it's in my blood or something. Jiraiya patted Gamabunta on the head. Let's go, Bunta. Gamabunta drew his tanto and rushed at Manda, who slithered away rapidly, surprising Naruto. Damn. That big-ass snake is ridiculously fast. Manda moved to Gamabunta's blind spot and attempted to bite down on him, poisonous fangs glistening in the sunlight. Gamabunta jumped aside in time to dodge the strike and hopped away. Katsuyu moved in and launched acid from her mouth at Manda. Once again showing deceptive speed, Manda slipped away and rushed Gamabunta. The boss toad lifted his sword to block Manda's bite, but with a swing of his tail he knocked the sword out of Gamabunta's webbed hands. Katsuyu launched more acid out at Manda, but he dodged before it could hit. Manda rushed over to Katsuyu and began constricting her. Tsunade noticed her boss summon in dire straits. Katsuyu separate. The massive slug did as commanded and broke off into tons of smaller forms, disorienting Manda, who had been wrapped around her at the time. Jiraiya and Gamabunta decided to take advantage of the momentary advantage given to them. Gamabunta jumped back to gain some space, while Jiraiya on his head went through hand signs. Gamabunta, give me some oil. Gamabunta spat out a glob of oil as Jiraiya held his fingers to his mouth to make a fireball. Katan Gameu Enden, fire release toad oil flame bullet. The massive fire stream that followed engulfed Manda, seemingly melting his figure. However, it revealed to simply be a snakeskin. Manda then burst from the ground behind Gamabunta. Naruto, who had been sitting back the entire time, saw this and whipped through hand signs. Futon Fujin Saiken, wind release divine fist of the wind god. Naruto shot out a double-fisted punch at Manda, who recoiled with the markings of fists on his face. Manda hissed as he coiled himself up the stinging marks. Still evident, little fucking brat. Jiraiya grinned at the shot Naruto had taken at the powerful summon until he blinked. Wait. Where's Tsunade? Right on cue, Tsunade flew at Manda holding Gamabunta's tanto and slammed the blade through his mouth, pinning him to the ground. Naruto's eyes widened at the feat of strength. Ero Sennin, remind me to never pull the crap that I tried when I first met Bachan ever again. Jiraiya patted his head. Well, first of all, calling her Bachan is just asking for it. Naruto scoffed. That's pushing it. If I won't stop calling you Ero Sennin, then how can she stop me from calling her Bachan? Super strength beatdown be damned. Tsunade ran up Manda's body and began pummeling Orochimaru while Kabuto's attention was held by Shizune. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight of the snake. Sannin taking such a beating. Why, you think we should jump in or something? Jiraiya had his telescope out with a stupid grin on his face. Nah. Tsunade's got a kid. Naruto's eye twitched as the fight persisted. No, I mean for Orochimaru. His facial structure has to be liquidated by now. Kami, let it be known that the guy can take one hell of a punch. If nothing else, he can't even get up a guard to block. That sucks. Tsunade sent him flying with one last massive shot. Kabuto rushed to his side and picked him up. Orochimaru glared out at Tsunade. Damn you, Tsunade, my plans have failed for now. Do not think this is over. There is still another way to heal my arms, and the next time I'll kill you both. With that being said, he and Kabuto sunk into the earth to make their escape. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune appeared next to her as all of the summons had long since dispersed. Jiraiya slapped Naruto on the shoulder. Good job, brat. A high-level fight like this is over and you aren't an ugly red smudge on the landscape. Naruto sighed and rolled his shoulder. No respect? I don't get no respect at all. Shizune smiled and kissed him on the cheek. I respect you, Naruto-kun. Naruto chuckled in disbelief and shook his head with a slight smile on his face, and that somehow made this day of bullshit somewhat worth it. Thank you, Shizune-chan. Tsunade smirked as she walked over to Naruto. Well then, brat. You won the bet, got the necklace, and now we're going back to Konoha. What are we going to do now? Naruto stood still in thought for a moment before turning on his heel and heading back to town. He waved over his shoulder as he walked away. We just got through fighting Orochimaru and I've been training nonstop for about a week. I'm going to go sleep like the dead. You guys can go do whatever the hell you want. The amassed adults had a chuckle as they heard Naruto grumbling about Kabuto's blood being all in his clothes. Tsunade shook her head at his retreating figure. He's going to be a fine man one day. And perhaps a fine Hokage too. Jiraiya put a hand on her shoulder. You don't know the half of it. A lecherous grin came upon his face. Now that's all done. A woman like you can't be seen in clothes with blood all over them. That's a travesty. It should be a dress or nothing. Luckily for you, I happen to have no dress back in my room. Naruto could only shake his head as the sounds of a solid thwack followed by Jiraiya flying overhead towards town rang out. Jutsu list Raiten Denkai, lightning release electric field, C-rank ninjutsu. Mid to close range. Requires contact points that can conduct electricity. Metal obviously works best. A field of electric chakra surrounds the intended point, keeping an adversary trapped within. If the foe attempts to physically breach the field, a powerful force will push them back within, keeping them inside. Raiten Denki Mahimu, lightning release electric mayhem, C-rank ninjutsu. Mid to close range. A branching technique from Raiten Denkai. Sends random bolts of lightning between the conductor points. The more chakra used, the faster and more frequent the jolts will be. Futon Fujin Saiken, formerly Futon Kazunokamikin no Kami, wind release divine fist of the wind god, B-rank ninjutsu. Mid to close range. Forces the user to direct wind chakra around their hands in the blunt shape of their fist and thrust it out at their target. The impact is equal to the amount of chakra pumped into the attack. However, the control must be adequate in order to use the jutsu at such a high level. Violent backlash can occur if the control over the amount of chakra is not satisfactory. Theoretically, the attack can be used to crush an opponent into paste against a solid surface or can throw an enemy an unmeasurable distance with blunt force trauma. Chapter 5, Wrath of the Maelstrom. The walk back to Konoha had been entirely uneventful, and this is what terrified Jiraiya more than anything else. Naruto had said no more than 5 sentences to him over the course of the trip home. And whenever he did, it was simply business. He spoke to Tsunade and Shizune on a regular basis. He had gotten along quite well with Tsunade's dark-haired attendant, go figure. But whenever Jiraiya would try to jump into the conversations, Naruto would either end them or simply box him out. Apparently he had been telling the truth and no just shooting the shit when they started. He would be professional because they were on a mission, and now that it was all but over, Jiraiya was starting to see just how Naruto was feeling about him. Upon their arrival in Konoha, they all headed up to the Hokage Tower to get Tsunade introduced and situated, grilling by the Sandame's old advisors included. Konohamaru didn't really take kindly to someone replacing his grandfather's position, so he holed himself up inside the office, barring entry with traps and blocking the door. Somehow he ended up keeping people out all day long. Upon being informed by Konohamaru's friends Udon and Moegi, Naruto just walked up, Sparta-kicked the heavy oaken door off of the hinges, sending all of the stuff behind it flying, walked through the office using the door to block all of Konohamaru's traps, and dragged the kid out by his collar. He chose to do this himself because he knew Tsunade would have done roughly the same thing if she really wanted to get into the office, and she might not have been so nice about it. Naruto took Konohamaru to the top of the Hokage Tower and sat him down to talk. So what the hell is wrong with you, kid? Naruto got a tick mark on his head when Konohamaru clammed up and pulled his knees to his chest. Okay, you can either tell me and we can talk this out, or I'll just do like my trainer did for me when I was a kid and beat the crap out of you until you forget why you're all mopey in the first place. Konohamaru paled when a mild amount of killing intent began leaking out of Naruto. What happened to you, boss? You've been different since the Chunin exams. Naruto sighed. It's a long story, and because I know what's wrong with you, it might make you even more pissed off than you already are for one reason or another. Now don't change the subject. What's your malfunction today? Konohamaru snapped at him. I thought you already knew. Naruto answered back snippily, I do, I just want to hear it from you. Facing up to your own problems is the first step towards moving past them. Konohamaru looked up with tears in his eyes. What if I don't want to move past them? I don't want to move past my grandfather, boss. Naruto stayed silent and let Konohamaru speak. Everyone is moving on, going forward with everything. It's like he was never here. He was the Hokage boss. And everyone's going to forget about him. Naruto steeled himself. He really didn't feel like touching anything that involved Sarutobi with a 10-foot pole right then, but this kid needed him, and being a ninja means doing things that you don't want to for the greater good. Look, Konohamaru, he was the Hokage. For many years, longer than anybody else, he had a long reign, and he's done so much for this place. I'm sure everybody has a standout memory of him. Naruto then grumbled under his breath, Kami knows that I do. Naruto shook off that dark line of thinking. The point is that someone that has touched so many people can never truly just disappear. Trust me, brat, chances are that they'll be talking about him long after we're dead. You can go up to just about any of the ninja in this place and the majority of the civilians, and they can probably give you some stories. Konohamaru started drying his eyes. What about you, boss? What kind of stories do you have of Grandpa? Naruto held back a frown. I don't think you're old enough to hear about my story of the old man. Maybe one day I can tell you, but it's better that I don't right now. Naruto patted Konohamaru on the head. Do you feel better now? Konohamaru nodded. Are you going to cry a bitch around me again anytime soon? Konohamaru shook his head. Good. Naruto picked the kid up and sent him off on his way. He made his way back to Tsunade's office, where she had a massive chunin picking up the mess left by Naruto, going hard on the door. Seated behind what was soon to be her desk, she smirked upon seeing the young shinobi enter. Nice mess, Gaki. Why did you kick my door? Naruto raised an eyebrow. 2 reasons. You would have done it yourself eventually, and honestly I've wanted to do that for years. That just gave me an excuse. Naruto took a seat as the last of the mess was cleaned and the door was put back. Tsunade took on a business face when the door was shut. So what's going on with you and Jiraiya? You weren't speaking to him at all on the way back. Naruto locked eyes with the older blonde. Are you sure you want to hear this? It's not something really vital for you to know. And I'm also pretty sure it's a village secret, probably above me being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily before she smirked. Well, I'm going to be Hokage now, right? What's a village leader without a few dark little secrets? Naruto chuckled. Get comfortable, because you're going to be sitting there for a while asking me questions and stuff. Tsunade frowned and pulled a bottle of sake from the desk. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wow, you certainly stashed that quickly, didn't you? Tsunade scoffed as she pulled out a cup. It's not mine, smartass. Sarutobi-sensei left it there before I ever even got here. Naruto sharply inhaled breath. That's right, the old man did train you 3 twisted sannin, didn't he? That might make this an uncomfortable conversation. He snapped his head around. No Umbu guards? Tsunade shrugged. I'm not Hokage yet, kid. I still have to get through coronation first. It's just us for now. Naruto kept silent as he thoroughly checked the room before he looked to Tsunade once more. So did Erosenin tell you anything about me? Tsunade nodded. What do you know? Tsunade poured herself a cup. Other than the stuff that I already knew, he let me in on your base character and stuff. Apparently he left out the scary battle phase part. Naruto clenched his hands together as he set his chin on them. That's because he didn't know about it. I didn't used to be a goofy loud fuck-up until a few years ago. I was more like I am now, calm, collected, focused, and I had something of a mean streak too. Tsunade looked confused. So your personality changed? How is this a secret? Naruto shook his head. It's not that my personality evolved, it's how it evolved. Haven't you noticed that I'm too good for my own good at fighting? I shouldn't have been able to stop Orochimaru's surprise attack on me back in Tenzakagai if I was just a Jin, in hell even a Chunin. I was spamming jutsus that I shouldn't know how to do and fighting on par with a Jounin level ninja. Tsunade flashed back to all of the things he had done since she had met him, and then she realized. Flashback. Tsunade's eyes drifted over to him. So who's the brat, Jiraiya? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was wearing an unreadable expression minus the twitching. This is Naruto Uzumaki, my new apprentice. Naruto's eyebrows shot up. Apprentice? Since when? Jiraiya smirked at the boy. Since you signed the Toad contract before the invasion, kid. Congratulations. Naruto grumbled and placed his face on his hands. Great, the guy that locked away my strength and skill wants to make amends and teach me how to fight again. Kabuto pointed at him accusingly. No way. From what I've seen and from the information on you, you're nothing. A low-level genin. Naruto chuckled. Well, that's what the Konoha records had on one Kabuto Yakushi also, if you'll recall. We all know how that turned out, right, Mr. Spy? If you were capable of it, then why wouldn't I be? I didn't even have to join any ranks and keep suspicion off like you did. All I had to do was not get caught. Naruto tapped his finger on his head. I had the plans for your invasion all up here way back then. Every move you had planned out over the long term was all up here. All of your bases, the info that was listed on your cursed seal, the true nature of Orochimaru's immortality jutsu, it's all here. The only reason your invasion had even half of a chance of even getting off of the ground was because of some unfortunate business that ended with me getting my memory and abilities sealed off before I could tell the necessary people. End flashback. Tsunade looked at Naruto and locked eyes with him, taking note of the scar over his right eye and how he was patiently waiting for the point to hit her. There was something done to you back then, and Jiraiya was the one who did it. Naruto smiled faintly. Your half-right arrow Sennin was the one who sealed me, but it was ordered by another. Sarutobi Gigi really screwed me over back then. Tsunade's jaw was hanging. Sarutobi-sensei? Why? What happened to force him to seal you off? Naruto's eyes blazed over angrily. Nothing happened to force him to seal me. I was injured during a covert mission. Arrow Sennin said he found me and brought me to the old man, where they found out it was me. Apparently they thought I was some kind of threat too strong for my age to be left alone. They didn't even wait for me to regain consciousness before they took me and locked away my strength and speed, my skills, my jutsu, my knowledge, everything. Tsunade was enthralled with the story. So what happened then? Why did the seal break? Did one of them take it off? Naruto shook his head. I had my mind regressed back to the time when I was 4 years old. For all intents and purposes, I had to learn things like how to read all over again. I was mentally behind everybody else in the academy and everything. I broke the seal during the invasion, and since then it's been a matter of picking up the pieces and relearning everything. Those 3 jutsu that I used against Kabuto, I have tons of those. Those were just the ones that I had the time to relearn, not even master. Tsunade still had a question. Why did Sarutobi-sensei do it? Why did he think you were dangerous? Naruto leaned back in his chair. I can't tell you that. It would be a matter of total betrayal. It's not like it's that good of a secret, but let Arrow Sennin be the one to tell you. I'm technically not even supposed to exist, if you catch my drift. Tsunade nodded. One more thing. Where do you think you rank in the overall roster of my active shinobi? Naruto shrugged. How should I know? It's not like I've fought any of them to find out or anything. Naruto pointed out at her suddenly. But fuck being a genin though. You know damn well I'm better than that. Anything other than that will do right now. Tsunade smiled at him. Noted. Now get out of my office. You're the only real ninja from this village that I've actually gotten to meet yet. She put away the sake and shooed him off. When he was out of sight, she called out loudly, Shizune, call a meeting for me for all ninja the rank of Chunin and over after the coronation. We have so business to sort out. Naruto sat on his bed back in his apartment. He had decided to stop looking for Danzo. If Danzo wanted to see him, he could easily find him. It's not like it was hard anymore. He didn't need anyone to sort the whole mess out anymore, meaning that honestly there was no reason to look for Danzo. His original goal was to be a ninja for Konoha. Sarutobi had proverbially blocked one path with a boulder, but instead of complaining that the way had been blocked, Naruto had followed the path the boulder had taken to find a completely new destination, to find his own way towards becoming one. Danzo had never made it a secret that he thought of Naruto as a tool and expendable soldier. While Naruto had more value than most, if not all, of his other operatives, when your house burns down, you don't grab the stuff inside, you just run, and when Naruto was caught on the job and exposed, Danzo had to wash his hands of him. It was all he could have done. Give them Naruto and cut your losses. The only thing a man like Danzo doing the things he was doing had as an option. He knew Jiraiya would be confronted by Tsunade about sealing him. He knew he'd tell her what he and Sarutobi had learned about Na and try to color her opinion. But honestly, loyalty only went so far as Naruto was concerned, and being blacklisted by Na pretty much got rid of his loyalty. If you don't want me, I don't need you was the way he saw it. The best Danzo would get from him at this point was him keeping his mouth shut about Na, which was all he was going to do in the first place. Jiraiya's arrogance and his own ability to gather information kept him from ever asking Naruto what he knew about Na, thinking that Naruto had been a young flunky and didn't have much information. It's always fun to have preconceived notions, isn't it? Not really smart though. Naruto knew quite a bit. He had been trained by Danzo almost personally and had information given to him by the man himself. No misdirection necessary. Naruto would never have broken to torture. It had been made sure of and tested thoroughly because Danzo never placed the seal, ensuring he would be quiet about Na on him. Therefore Danzo told him things. Everybody needs at least one confidant. But that was not important either. He was now a Konoha ninja, no longer an NE. He answered to another higher-up and belonged to their forces now. Naruto groaned as he sat up in a meditative position. The last thought he had before slipping into his own mind was that he was still a weapon he had just been lost and collected by another. Naruto opened his eyes to reveal himself standing at the door of his own apartment. Naruto sighed. Well, it's better than a sewer, I guess. He opened the door and walked through his mindscape/apartment to find a dog-sized fox with 9 tails and a collar asleep on what was supposed to be his bed, obviously the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi's ears twitched as he drew closer, and it sat its head up to let out a vulpine yawn. Hello, Kit. I have to say it's a major improvement over the sewer. Naruto sat on the bed next to the fox and looked over at the awakening Biju. I can see you're enjoying it. It's still not as cool as it used to be, though. If I want to see my own apartment, then I sure as hell wouldn't come in here. The fox growled in comfort as Naruto shook his head with a faint smirk. So, is my mind good enough to broker out the old deal again, or what? Kyuubi cracked open an eye and stood to walk over to Naruto. Well, since I can make physical contact with you again, we can do this right now. Anything you want to add? Anything you didn't like? You want to get rid of the trigger? Naruto raised his eyebrow. No, I like the trigger. Hell no, we're keeping that. That was always cool. Keep that also. You can still see and feel everything I do. You can talk to me, but I can still mute you. Spoilsport. Kyuubi butted Naruto with its muzzle. Naruto kept reeling off deals. I get to retrain using your chakra, and I have to get ridiculously strong again per the first agreement. I still have to kick the guy that helped the Yondaime come up with the seal that imprisoned you and me in the balls, and I think I'll enjoy doing that more than you will. Am I forgetting anything? Kyuubi scratched behind its ears. No, not really. If you want to make another deal or something, I'm always open to negotiations. Remember that, Kit. And don't wait too long to use the trigger. You know I always liked that move. Naruto stood up and let the Kyuubi lay back down on the bed. All right, I'm gone. Later, you lazy-ass fox. Kyuubi batted one of its tails in acknowledgement as Naruto left the apartment/mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up to reveal the hazy outline of the sun outside. Damn it, did I black out until morning? Naruto shakily stood up and went into his bathroom to help wake himself up. As he was brushing his teeth, a knock came at his window. Spitting and rinsing his mouth, he then walked over to the window in his bedroom, revealing an Umbu in a bare-masked Kuma-san. I must have slept through Tsunade-bachan's coronation, right? The Umbu nodded. Tsunade-sama wishes for you to meet her at the tower immediately. Naruto nodded. Sure thing, just let me change clothes and then I'll go. The Umbu used Shunshin to disappear from sight as Naruto shut his window. Upon changing and leaving his house, Naruto was once again subjected to the usual looks of disdain and scorn from the villagers. Naruto went through a mental checklist as he walked towards the tower. I'm gonna get that guy, that bitch is screwed. Oh. That guy is getting fucked when I get free time. Naruto had not lost his luster for pranks, and seeing as how he needed to vent on someone anyway, why not take it out on the people that dislike you regardless? As he arrived in the tower, he found the same Umbu from his house standing in front of the door of Tsunade's office. Hokage-sama is waiting inside. Uzumaki-san. Naruto nodded and entered. Naruto found the office filled wall to wall with many of Konoha's high-level ninja. Naruto sauntered, pushed, slid, and mashed his way through until he reached Tsunade's desk. You wanted to see me, Bachan? Tsunade glared at Naruto as she heard snickering coming from the back. Yes, brat. I asked for you to come today so that I could get a general idea of your promotion. I've asked these jounin here because they must know more of what you're capable of than I do. Naruto snorted. Yeah, right. Tsunade opened the floor for the others to voice their opinion on Naruto. Needless to say, most had nothing too flattering to say about the blonde. The only thing most said that was actually good was that he had high reserves, and then the compliments dropped off sharply. Naruto could only stand silently and pondering. That guy's getting it. Oh hell no. He called me what? That guy's getting fucked. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi was doing some musing of its own. You could kill that guy, what the hell? That guy wouldn't last more than 5 seconds against you. How is he getting a say in this? Kurenai then stepped forward to take her turn. Naruto has high chakra reserves and stamina which lend themselves to him well when he uses Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Other than that and an ability to think on his feet, however, I cannot give him a good grade in the other facets of being a shinobi. He is usually reckless and quick to act before thinking. He has poor chakra control due to such high reserves. His taijutsu has almost no true form. He has no aptitude for genjutsu, and other than his aforementioned Kage Bunshin, he has no true ninjutsu to speak of. In the back, Irika had to grit his teeth hearing all of these people speak about Naruto as if he was a burden on the program. Asuma pretty much agreed to the same thing, leaving Naruto looking around. Where the hell is Kakashi? Shouldn't someone have my back in here? Asuma looked at Naruto. Good luck with that, kid. Kakashi isn't going to show for this until we're 3 hours in. Naruto felt like slamming his head into something, a person or inanimate object. It didn't really matter to him. Tsunade noticed that everyone was done with their opinions and looked to Naruto. Well, we've heard from everyone else, Naruto, so what about you? Do you have anything to say about what you've been told today? You have the floor. Tsunade shivered as a dark grin came upon Naruto's face. He turned to face all of his superiors. Well, speaking personally, fuck you all. As the jaws dropped of everyone in the room, Naruto began walking around the room. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, not you, Irika-sensei, you didn't say a thing. But yeah, basically fuck everyone with no real input or a true perspective based on real knowledge. He continued walking around the room. You say my jutsu list is pitiful. Did you ever know if anyone tried to teach me any? Have you ever seen me fight other than the one time against Niji? You say my control is shoddy. Well, if you have enough chakra to make upwards of 1,000 Kage Bunshin, then I'd love to see you try and keep it up to snuff. You say my taijutsu sucks. Come and fight me and find out just how bad at it I am. Having an aptitude at Genjutsu is kind of hard without someone teaching it to you, isn't it? All of you love to talk about how much you've heard that I suck to make you feel better about your own teams, but none of you have even the slightest idea of what I'm capable of, and while I kind of like that sometimes, right now it's really starting to piss me off. Naruto finished and sat on Tsunade's desk calmly. I can see you all have something to say. So go ahead and say it. The room exploded with Jounin and Chunin yelling at Naruto for his disrespect and begging Tsunade to discipline him. Naruto turned to look at Tsunade and shrugged when he saw her massaging her temple. Well, you said I had the floor. That means I can say whatever I want. Tsunade sighed in resignment. I suppose I dug my own grave on that one. Asuma calmly stared Naruto down. Do you really think you're ready for a promotion, kid? You didn't come off as a world beater during the Chunin exams. Naruto scoffed. Whatever, and I suppose you'd rather have someone like Shikamaru be promoted then instead of me. Asuma blinked. Actually, yes, he showed great strategic thinking and combat savvy. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, and what will he do when he ends up going against someone that can flat out overpower him and disrupt his plans? He's just lucky Temari got caught up in playing his game. If she really wanted to kill him, she could have just ripped the tree he was hiding in up by the roots with her wind jutsu and crushed him. Hell, I could beat Shikamaru. As a matter of fact, I could beat your entire team if I had to. He looked at Kurenai. I could beat everyone on your team. Hell, I beat Kibo with my chakra and reflexes disrupted an hour after finishing the second stage of the exams with no downtime. Naruto shrugged. You know what, as a matter of fact, I could probably beat Guy's team too. I already beat Niji. Rock Lee's hurt, and if he ever recovers will need rehab before he could step to me, and 10-10, I'll beat her the way Temari did if she hasn't learned anything new. And don't even get me started on my team. Those teams are apparently the best, which means that there isn't a single goddamn genin in this entire village that can beat me. Tsunade spoke up before they all broke into another uproar. That's quite a statement, Brett. Care to back that up with action? Naruto smirked at Tsunade. Do you really want me to put 10 of your genin in the hospital? You sure you can spare that kind of manpower? Tsunade couldn't help but return the smirk Naruto was giving her. Fine then. In 1 week you will fight Asuma's Kurenai's and Guy's genin in addition to the ones on your own team. If you can adequately impress, then you'll be promoted to Chunin. She spoke again as Naruto opened his mouth. We'll handle anything further if you can get a promotion from this test. Kurenai spoke up. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious. I don't know of any genin that can take on 3 other genin teams, let alone a rookie and the dead last of this year's graduates. Asuma nodded in agreement. The kid has never shown anything special. What makes you think that something like this is necessary? Ibiki stepped forward, having kept silent the entire time. This dead last, as you so eloquently put it, captured the Kazekage's children and took out an entire squad of Odo shinobi that had our own forces pinned down during the Tsunodo invasion. He at least deserves the chance to prove something to all of you that can't see past the titles that you all gave him in the first place. Naruto smiled. Note to self: do not bombscare Ibiki with horrible guerrilla warfare-ass pranks. Tsunade nodded. Thank you, Ibiki. She looked out at the other amassed ninja. I have personally seen this boy face down Orochimaru's spy Kabuto Yakushi and come out on top. He even went head-to-head with Orochimaru himself and helped me and Jiraiya fight him off. If he is what you call a dead last, then I'm glad that you didn't determine the skill levels back when I was a genin, or else I would probably still be one. Naruto looked at Tsunade. So, are we done? Because I would love to go and vent my frustrations right now. This entire meeting has pissed me right the fuck off. Tsunade sighed, language brat. And yes, that was all I needed. Be at the Chunin exam stadium at 10 a.m. next Monday for your fights. Naruto nodded and bowed to her before moving to open and jump out the window to begin racing along the rooftops. As soon as he left, the office broke into a smattering of talk, mostly centered around the audacity of Naruto and how that demon brat was going to get slaughtered next week. Tsunade finally got fed up with it all. Silence. What does this look like? The Jounin lounge. Get out. As they began to leave, she called Asuma Kurinai guy, you three stay. They did as was told. The rules for the test will be roughly that he will fight each genin one by one. The other rules will be given on the day of the test. You can all get together to determine the order in which you want them to fight. You all need to inform your teams of my decision for next week. Prepare them well, trust me, they'll need every bit of training they can get. Asuma looked skeptical. It's just one genin, Tsunade-sama. Even if we don't train them, he couldn't possibly beat more than 2 in a row. Tsunade gave up and shrugged. It's your team, Asuma. You can do whatever you feel you should with them. They're your responsibility. You're all dismissed. Naruto ran along the rooftops back to his home when a familiar presence landed behind him. Sasuke, team, you're out of the hospital, I see. Sasuke glared at Naruto's back. Fight me, Dobe. Dobe, huh? Naruto didn't turn to face him. You can fight me in a week like everybody else. Sasuke looked at him in confusion. Like everybody else? What are you talking about? Naruto shook his head. Go find Kakashi and ask him. And while you're at it, tell him I'm not going on any missions with you all until the week is up, maybe. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Sasuke alone on the roof. He knows Shunshin? What have I been missing while I was in the hospital? How strong are you, Dobe? Naruto once again sat in his apartment meditating silently when his eyes snapped open and he flung a kunai just in time for a poof to go off in his house. Ma, Naruto, you should really be more careful with these things. Kakashi appeared holding the kunai as the smoke faded. You do know that we need to talk, right? Naruto motioned for Kakashi to have a seat as the white-haired man did as directed. Naruto had moved to a more comfortable position on the ground to sit. So what do you need, Kakashi? Kakashi-sensei, Naruto. Kakashi finished with an eye smile. Naruto snorted. The last person I called sensei actually taught me stuff. Go ahead and ask your question. Did Sasuke-team talk to you yet? Kakashi sighed. Yes, and I've also heard from Hokage-sama about your test. Naruto, do you really think this is a good idea? Do you truly believe that you're ready for such a promotion? I mean, I can see that you finally dropped the orange and that scar on you is a new touch, but it takes more than that to be a Chunin. Naruto smirked. Then it's a good thing that I'll end up being more than a Chunin when this is all over then, huh? Kakashi's eye widened. You can't be serious. Naruto gazed at Kakashi. Seriously, I'm dead serious. I'm no genin-level ninja. I wouldn't even call myself Chunin. Doing all of this kitty crap has dulled my edge. When you're systematically fed garbage, that's what you eventually become, garbage. Kakashi was confused by the whole turn of events here. He expected to simply admonish Naruto for such a brazen act of disrespect, get him to cancel his test and be done with it, but the trend with Naruto these days seemed to be getting more questions and problems than answers and solutions. Naruto, what are you saying? All genin have to go through missions like the ones you take? We've been over this. Naruto chuckled. Go and talk to Bachan or even Ero Sennin about my skill level and listen to what they say. They've both got the closest inkling to what I can really do more than anyone, and the truth is I'm not even as good as I should be. At first I thought it was just a work in progress, that if I just trained like I used to that it would come back to me, but I recently realized something. Naruto clenched his fists. I realized just how fucked up I am when I fought Kabuto. When we went to go get Bachan, I was talking to the guy talking instead of just running through him and moving on to more important matters. I was casually engaging him like it was a game, like we weren't both there to kill each other, instead of me running through him like a buzzsaw, which was what I should have done. I should have been killed first, asked questions later. I realized this when I noted that he had gotten back up from the Rasengan. Naruto pointed out the window at Konoha. It's this place. When I was little, that never would have happened. I would have just killed him and moved along. This place's arrogance rubs off on you. The academy stresses stealth, but apparently stealth isn't good enough for a Konoha ninja once they graduate, seeing as how I've yet to actually meet one that actively uses it in fights. Kakashi took offense to that. Naruto, Konoha's will of fire stresses protecting your fellow villagers and comrades above all else. The way you speak of combat, someone would be left out and could get injured. Do you not remember my first lesson to you? Naruto scoffed. More like your only lesson, but who's counting? Yes, Kakashi, but sometimes a weapon can protect better from the shadows than out in the light. You all specialize in open area fighting. You all are just glorified samurai with special techniques for the most part. Naruto sighed and stood when he felt Kakashi's glare on him. Fine, nothing I say is going to make you change the way you think, so I'll just use the week off that I told you I was going to take. Naruto grabbed the weapons and items he sealed in his scrolls, his sword, and headed towards the door. Kakashi noted that he looked like he was going on a mission. Naruto, where are you going? Naruto looked back at him, a smile faintly playing on his lips. I'm going to get something very important to me back. Don't even bother to try and look for me either. If you want to talk to me, leave a message here or wait until I get back in on Monday to try to speak to me. Naruto stopped at the door before shutting it. You can try to find me, but you'll just be wasting your time, because if you can actually find me, then this week was a waste. Naruto shut his door, leaving one confused scarecrow inside. 1 week later, every single solitary soul in Konohagakure no Sato was on edge and watching around every corner for their own safety. It seemed like the prankster of hell had returned with a fiery vengeance, only no one could prove it was him this time. The pranks over the course of 5 days were reminiscent of the days of yore, but only cranked up substantially for a select few others. Day 1, it was quiet. Nothing really happened to anyone on this day, with the exception of one lone pervert at the hot springs who was stripped, tied up, and had pervert spray painted on him before being thrown inside of the woman's baths. Oddly enough, he was already crying about his testicles before the women even laid a finger on him in retribution. Day 2 was noted by a coded message sent out to the Hokage stating intent to pester and disorient the village into oblivion. It stated that she was not a victim and to handle this like she would anything else, so she simply pulled out a bottle of sake and went about her day. The first true shots were fired early that morning, however, when the owners of stores and restaurants in the villages inexplicably found their stock and inventory switched out with each other, everything, even the stuff in storage and lockup. Restaurants found food switched with clothing, leather, and other goods needed to make clothes. Shinobi outfitters found their weaponry and armor replaced with flowers or canned goods. The entire day for them was spent figuring out who had what from whose store. Needless to say, the Merchants Guild had more work to do on this day than any other. The walls of the hot springs separating the men's and women's sides were blown down randomly during the day, much to one side's delight and the other's chagrin. The academy had their targets' bullseyes packed to the brim with mass amounts of kunai and shuriken stuck to them. Inside each classroom had the definition of stealth written on each chalkboard, and each student's seat had a handwritten and copied pamphlet on how to develop true sneaking skills. No teacher at the school's desk was free of nasty trappage ranging from silly string to stink bombs to paint and glitter mini cannons, with the exception of one Irika Umino who had a sealed steaming bowl of ramen within his chopsticks helpfully included. Day 3 at 5 p.m. in the evening, the Jounin Lounge had been riddled with pranks. At the lounge, the common area refrigerator was filled with urine samples swiped from the hospital, replacing all of the things that had been stored within. Starch was injected into the couch cushions, making them hard, lumpy, and uncomfortable. A space heater had been hidden in all 4 corners of the room, eventually making the room stiflingly hot, and unfortunately for all who were within at the time, the tops of the ceiling fan blades had been coated in itching powder. Day 4, apparently the prankster had a wild hair up his ass on this day because he was getting ballsy enough to make attempts on the clans of the village. The Inazuka clan kennels were a miserable place to be, as the prankster had swiped a vial of pheromones from the vet's office and let it go within the kennels of the Ninkin. The poor genin squads that were hired that day to walk the dogs were subjected to a sight better left to a twisted nature documentary of some sort. Entire teams were mentally scarred from the scenes. The Aburame clan was heckled repeatedly for hours by their Kakachu, repeatedly reacting to a delicious source of chakra being flared on their grounds in different areas randomly and blatantly. When they arrived on the scene to check it out, they couldn't even find the faintest of signatures. The final massive flare-up, however, scared the shit out of them, being something reminiscent of the night the Kyuubi attacked 12 years ago. The Nara clan's deer had all been removed from their grounds and spread out all over Konoha. Now, while the deer were just as easygoing as the clansmen and wouldn't move too far from where they were placed, it was still damn troublesome for the one sent out to retrieve them. The Hyuga clan grounds ended up having flash bomb traps set up over random areas of mass traffic. Doorways, hallways, the waiting room outside of the clan head's office, all of them and more. Every Hyuga ended up being flashed at least once during the day. Those that thought that activating their Byakugan while roaming the halls to find the bombs before they went off would be a good idea not only failed miserably, they ended up getting it worse that way. The most unnecessary and shining example of overkill that could be provided took place at the Uchiha clan main building, where one Sasuke Uchiha resided. From the second his foot hit the floor that day, he instantly tripped a wire that activated a mass of smoke bombs that filled the house room by room. As he went to brush his teeth, he ended up heaving in the toilet due to the fact that his toothpaste had been switched with a tube of raw ground beef. All of Sasuke's shirts had an iron-on emblem of a heart on the front of them, even the undershirts. Seeing this, he scoffed and decided since he was staying at home that day to train, he didn't need a shirt. As he walked into the kitchen, he was blasted with a hidden glitter cannon. Glitter is mother effer, so you just have to imagine this. When he opened his refrigerator door, cologne was dumped on him from above. Now getting pissed off that his attempts to start the day kept ending with some kind of shenanigans, he decided to head outdoors to practice with his kunai. Upon opening his door, he was greeted with a sight that until this moment was something saved for his academy day nightmares. Standing out in front of his house was a sea of fangirls, and much to his horror, a few fanboys gathered from around the village. The day before this occurrence, flyers were put up all over Konoha advertising Sasuke Uchiha hosting a mystery contest of sorts at his home, with the prize of course being one day with him alone to do whatever. Now the sight of Sasuke Uchiha stumbling out of his house, smoke billowing behind him, without a shirt, glinting in the sunlight like some sort of new age vampire, coupled with the overwhelming smell of the cologne drenching his frame, was simply put overkill for the young women there for their Uchiha-sama. Now Sasuke, not being slow on the uptake by any stretch of the imagination, had his Bishinen senses tingling the second he opened the door. And with good reason, he took the staring, hungry looks of the females in attendance as his cue to get the hell out of there, taking off in a dead sprint towards town to find a place to hide and lose the raving fangirls. And this is where the cologne came in, because he could run, but smelling like an entire bottle of cheap-ass body spray, he damn sure couldn't hide. And so Konoha was subjected to the sight of Rookie of the Year, the last loyal Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha, running around town frantically ducking and dodging attempts from other girls to make him theirs and win his love. Day 5, at the limits of their own sanity. Nothing really happened on this day, it didn't have to. By now the citizens of the village were so frazzled by their week in hell that they ended up screwing with themselves. Prices in the general stores were dropped to all-time lows in a collaborative effort to lure out the prankster in question, who they figured had to restock. They were wrong and simply ended up getting mobbed all at once by artisans ordering raw materials in bulk after having everything ruined by the prankster young kids rolling through with pockets full of cash and a sweet tooth, and pretty much everybody in Konoha that liked to take advantage of a good deal. They lost more money than they really made, the prices were so low. The ninja sent to patrol and watch out for suspicious activities were at the end of their rope, so much so that in addition to turning on each other and hatching crackpot theories about whodunit, they had taken to harassing the general public. The bags under their eyes showing that they hadn't gotten any good sleep over this in days. By the end of the Reign of Terror, the only people not touched by the spree of pranking in some way were Tsunade herself, Shizune Konohamaru, and his 3 friends, the ninja outfitting shop owned by Tenten's family Tuchi and Ayame Ichiraku and Irika Yumino. The final prank was harmless compared to the rest of the week's activities. It consisted of every face on the Hokage monument with wide eyes painted on looking out towards the Chunin exam stadium with stupid grins on their faces, with sundry sweets and refreshments being painted around their faces. Over their heads hung a massive banner stating simply 10 a.m. Chunin exam stadium. Chapter 6, running the gauntlet. The people that wandered into the Chunin exam stadium for the test they were informed was going to happen were surprised to see one Naruto Uzumaki already sitting down in the center of the arena, decked out in a dark red muscle shirt and pants Heidi 8 as a belt, seemingly in a meditative state. As more and more people filed in, a smattering of comments regarding why the demon brat was here and what the test was exactly. Naruto was seated under the tree in the arena, currently resting. The 5 days of pranks prior to this were him actually training himself. He had been neglecting the basics of his ninja arts in exchange for power and jutsu, something he blamed on his other side. After fighting Kabuto and remembering how he used to be, he remembered the words told to him in his formulative years: the ninja with stealth and surprise on his side should be able to win without ever using a single jutsu. He had spent the days progressively stepping up the difficulty of his pranks, and much to his delight he had never been caught once, even when deliberately provoking a response that alerted others of his direct location. Except for the pranks on Sasuke, no test was intended that was purely for him, it was just sheer fun. Around 9 o'clock, the familiar bare-masked Umbu of Tsunade's arrived next to him. Naruto stood up to properly greet the man. "Hello, Kuma-san. Bachan send you to get me again?" The Umbu nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama would like to know if you would like her to tell you the rules of engagement prior to the beginning of your test." Naruto shook his head. "No, she'll just end up explaining it to everyone after they all arrive anyway. There's no need to make her do it twice, so I'll just wait." Kuma nodded and sunshined out of Naruto's space, leaving him to continue meditating until he would inevitably end up being interrupted again. The next interruption occurred at around 930 when Kurenai led her team into the arena. Naruto's focus was broken by Kiba loudly bragging, "Oh man, we're all fighting Naruto?" What did he do to piss the Hokage off like that to get this to happen to him? Kurenai looked over to Naruto, who waved back at her in indifference before returning to his meditation. She looked down at Kiba. "Kiba, do not underestimate him here. He already defeated you once already, you shouldn't do the same thing twice in this instance." Kiba smirked in confidence. "He got in a few lucky shots last time. This one won't last nearly as long. Me and Akamaru will knock him out before he can start playing his games." The Kyuubi scoffed in Naruto's mind. "What a loud mutt. I hope you fight him first so you can shut him up and I don't have to hear him bark anymore." Naruto smirked slightly. "Calm down, Kyuubi. They'll all get my point in a few minutes." Shino looked over at Naruto, who was still seated under his tree. "Kurenai-sensei, I don't understand why we're all fighting Uzumaki-san in the first place. You said all of the teams would be participating. That is illogical. Why would all of the teams be needed to fight just him?" Kurenai looked at her sunglasses. "Sporting Jin and the Hokage gave him this option last week during a meeting and he took it. I don't understand just why it's happening in the first place, but all you can do is fight him at your best." Shino nodded. "I wasn't planning on doing anything other than that." Kurenai looked at Hinata, who was trying her best to look anywhere but at the blonde sitting under the tree. "Hinata, you will probably have to fight him too. Don't let anything cloud your mind on this. If you don't fight him seriously, then there's a good chance that he will defeat you." Hinata nodded, but her mind was a wreck. "I have to fight Naruto-kun. I can't possibly bring myself to do anything to hurt him. What would I do if I injured him? Would I ever have a chance with him then?" Soon after, the entrance of Team Ada Sumo brought his own Genin team into the fold with Shikamaru leading the pack. "This is so troublesome. Why are we here? You got all gung-ho today about dragging us to the arena." Asuma took a drag of his cigarette as he brought his Genin over near Kurenai. "You're here to fight Naruto. He'll be taking you all on one at a time, so it shouldn't be too much trouble if the order works out the way it should." Ino looked over to her fellow blonde sitting under the tree. "Naruto? Why would we all be fighting Naruto? What's the point? He might be able to beat one of us, maybe two, but that's pushing it. There's no way he can beat our entire team." Kurenai chimed in. "He's not really fighting your entire team. He's really supposed to be fighting everyone. Your team, my team, Guy's team, and Kakashi's other kids." Seeing the stunned looks on the faces of Team 10, she glared at Asuma. "You didn't tell them this was happening?" Asuma shrugged like Ino said. "There's no way he could beat any more than two of them at the most." Shikamaru muttered out another troublesome while Choji stood next to him eating chips. Naruto was now analyzing his upcoming opponents. He noticed that Shikamaru and Shino were subtly doing the same of him, and he mentally groaned, "Man, I hope the dumb stupid ones fight me first so I can get them out of the way. No matter when I fight Shino or Shikamaru, it's going to suck because they're already thinking on how to beat me. I hope I get someone like Kiba or Niji first. They might still underestimate me and I can just run right through them." Kyuubi was seemingly getting excited as the time for the fights drew nearer. "Hey kid, are you going to use the trigger?" Naruto paled. "Hell no, I'm not using the trigger. Not here in front of all of these people and not on Genin. Are you insane? That would kill them." Naruto could feel the grin on the Kyuubi's face. "I know." Naruto shook his head free of thoughts just as an unmistakable shade of green entered the scene. Guy glistening smile included ambled into the stadium with Rock Lee on crutches and uncaring-looking Niji and Tintin, who actually waved at Naruto. Eyes widening as he didn't really expect that he gave her a small smile and waved back to her. Kurenai was still mad at Asuma for taking this so casually. "Guy, I hope you informed your students about what was going on today." Guy gave her a thumbs up. "Of course I did. It would have been a crime not to let my adorable students know that they would have an opportunity to fight today. My only regret is that Lee-kun here could not have a chance to test his flames of youth against Naruto-kun." Niji ignored the continued ramblings of Guy and Lee and looked over to the placid blonde under the tree. Taking note of his new look and the sword strapped to his back, Niji narrowed his eyes. "Why are we all here just to fight Naruto?" At 10:24 on the dot, guess who managed to find his way into the arena? Being dragged by Sasuke. Kakashi let out a nervous I smile. "Sorry, we were almost late. I accidentally covered both my eyes with my headband this morning, and by the time I thought about it, I was on top of the Hokage monument." Sasuke growled at the excuse, while Sakura shook her head. "Then you should have seen the massive banner up there telling everyone about this." Kakashi smiled at her. "But I did. That's why I found you two, remember?" Tsunade with Shizune behind her arrived with a deadpan expression on her face. "This isn't the kind of thing that I'm going to have to get used to with you, Kakashi, is it?" Kakashi smiled at her. No, I'm usually much later. After a round of face faults all around, Tsunade straightened up and faced the audience, projecting her voice to be easily heard. Ladies and gentlemen of Konohagakure no Sato, today we have a special attraction for all of you. You will get to see some of the most prominent genin in this village pitted against one lone genin in today's battles. She pointed out to the tree where Naruto had long since stood up and begun loosening up. The sole genin in question is Naruto Uzumaki. A chorus of boos rang out among the audience until Naruto used the technique Tsunade had used to project her voice off. Shut the hell up. You miserable bastards. Tsunade sweat dropped at Naruto's dismissal of the crowd. Right, well then the rules will be as follows. A one-on-one bout between Naruto and one of the genin to be selected by their sensei. If Naruto can defeat the opponent he is matched with, he will be matched up with the next, and so on and so forth until he is either defeated or runs through them all. She finished with a smirk. She motioned for someone to walk over. The proctor for the bouts will be Anko Midarashi. Anko came from the back smirking at the genin whose fight she would be refereeing. She turned to look out at Naruto, who was still stretching. All right, Gaki, you've talked a big game and Ibiki seems convinced. Let's see what you've got. Tsunade turned to the jounin who were conferencing amongst themselves. So have you decided who is first? They all nodded as Asuma stepped and whispered their decision in her ear. Tsunade nodded and reprojected her voice. The first bout will be Naruto Uzumaki versus Sakura Haruno. All others clear the arena immediately. All of the other genin and their senseis made their way to the waiting area to watch the proceedings along with Tsunade. As they cleared out, it left Naruto standing out with Sakura and Anko. Naruto sighed and looked at Sakura. Do you really want to do this? You can always just quit now. Sakura glared at him. Are you saying that I'm too weak to fight you? I'm the same ranking as you and I graduated at the top of the class. You were dead last. Naruto's eyes didn't leave her. I didn't say you were weak, you did. You're just weaker than me. And about the academy, I guess I could say that everything I ever needed to know I learned in kindergarten. Anko looked between them. First match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sakura Haruno. Hajime. Tsunade looked at the jounin as Naruto and Sakura moved close to Anko to begin. Why did you choose Sakura to lead off? Kakashi looked at her lazily. Well, we figured that while Naruto probably would more than likely win against her, we were banking on him taking it somewhat easy on her due to her being on his team and all. Asuma nodded. It's common knowledge that he had a massive crush on her in the academy and even when they were assigned teams. We thought that this would force him to take some damage before kicking it in high gear to actively finish her. FWAP. Shouts Naruto Uzumaki. What? Naruto looked down at the unconscious Sakura at his feet and then at Anko, who was poking her with a stick. Anko looked up at Naruto and grinned widely. Damn, Gaki, what was that for? Naruto shrugged. What? That was a love tap. She just came rushing in with that academy cookie-cutter style of taijutsu and she had her guard so wide open. It was a jab. Who knew she had the chin of a 5-year-old narcolepsy patient? Anko burst out in laughter at the casual way he handled that. Medics came out and carried her off, quickly clearing the arena once more. Naruto shook his head at the results of his first match. He looked up to the jounin with a deadpan expression. What the hell was that? I really hope you've got more for me than that, or you can just mark me down as winning this whole thing right now. Anko tried to calm herself down from her laughing fit. Kakashi, that was pathetic. Was she supposed to actually do something out here against him? I don't think she could beat an academy student fighting like that. Tsunade had to laugh at how easily Naruto dealt with his crush as she saw the jounin looking on in surprise. Kakashi rubbed his visible eye. I didn't think it would be that fast. Asuma chuckled at Kakashi's expression. Why, what happened? I blinked and I missed it. Kurenai looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi, that looked like a strictly academy attack. Have you taught her anything since she was on your team? Kakashi thought about it. Define anything. Tsunade sighed. All right, that was a waste of an introduction. Who's next? Shizune handed Tsunade the order that the jounin had written out. Okay, Ino Yamanaka. Get down there. Naruto squinted to see Ino coming out to face him next. Naruto grumbled under his breath. So I'm getting all of the weak ones first? Okay, let's deal with that. Naruto hadn't moved an inch from his first fight, so he simply stood and waited for Ino to take her position. Ino looked at Naruto, smirking at him. I'm not as pathetic as forehead Naruto. Just give up, you won't beat me. At a glance, Ino realized that Naruto's blue eyes were boring into her own without a hint of response. On the inside, however, one could find Naruto rolling with laughter alongside the Kyuubi. She really thinks she can beat me. Are you kidding me? Hey Kyuubi, are you ready? Kyuubi stopped laughing at the behest of its container anytime kit. Go for it. Anko raised her hand up. Second match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Ino Yamanaka. Hajime. Ino tensed and waited for Naruto to move, but it never came. Aren't you going to fight me, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. There's no point for me to attack you. It would be overkill, seeing as how no matter what you did I could beat you in one move. Ino gritted her teeth. Oh yeah? She brought her hands up in the famous sign of her family. Inoichi Yamanaka, who had come to watch the fights alongside his teammates, felt his heart stop when she made that sign. Ino no. Shintenshin no Jetsu, mind-body switch Jetsu. Naruto didn't move as Ino let her spirit fly into his own. Upon contact, Naruto slumped over. Kiba shook his head and laughed as he saw Naruto go limp. He actually stood still and let Ino hit him with that move? He was watching during the Chunin exam like the rest of us. He should know what it does. Shikamaru nodded. I was worried at first. I didn't know how Ino was going to get him to hold still to hit him with it, but he did most of the work for her. Asuma, however, wasn't so confident. Oh, Ino, that was not a good idea. Anko walked over to Naruto's slumped-over body and poked him in the head. Hello? Which one of you brats is in there? Naruto stood up straight. It's me. Ino is in there being entertained in the confines of my mind. Anko shook her head. That's mean, Gaki. You know why that isn't safe, don't you? Naruto scoffed as he took out some ninja wire and walked towards Ino's body. Well, it was her own damn fault. No one told her to try and mind rape me, but she did anyway. It's not my problem that the only jutsu she knows isn't a battle jutsu. He began tying her up casually. Call it. Anko nodded. Shousa Naruto Uzumaki. After hearing that, Ino broke out in a scream as she returned to her own body, babbling about massacres and torture and all kinds of things. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the medic team escorted her off. Kyuubi, what the hell did you do to her? Kyuubi was batting its tails in a pleased fashion. Well, kid, you told me not to kill her or maim her, so I simply directed her to some of your older memories. You know, tried to show her just what a real shinobi is. Naruto felt like rubbing his temple. What older memories? Naruto knew the Kyuubi was having fun with this, just all of the fun ones. Like that time at Kuminari no Kuni, for example. Naruto blanched. Kuminari no Kuni. Do you know how many of those motherfuckers I killed back there? You showed her ones like that? I think you might have given her PTSD or something. You know they'll blame us for that, right? Kyuubi chuckled. Well, you did let me do it, so I think technically it is our fault anyway. Naruto ambled back over to Anko. I hate you, love you too, kid. The jounin in the waiting area all had grimaces on their faces. Naruto intentionally allowed Ino to use Shintenshin no Jutsu on him, knowing that he had something of a natural defense for it. Kakashi looked at Ino being carried away. Well, that's two down, and he didn't even have to do anything to win. Kurenai was a bit more upbeat about the whole situation. Well, at least next match I know he'll have to fight. Asuma looked at the fight order and nodded. There's no way he gets out of this one without some damage on him. Tsunade glanced at them briefly. Send whoever it is down then. Kurenai walked off to fetch the next genin to fight. Naruto was once again standing by Anko, who was looking at him. You know, Gaki, if you actually want to get promoted from this, then you're eventually going to have to, I don't know, fight. Naruto smirked at her. You're just bored. Anko waved her arms childishly. You're damn right I'm bored. You haven't moved 12 steps since this whole thing started. I expected some action. You've just ended up fighting two little girls that I could beat while I was hogtied. Naruto frowned. Well, yeah, they suck. That's why I didn't try fighting them. Why waste energy beating them when I could let them beat themselves? Anko pouted. I wish someone would come out here to kick your ass so I can enjoy myself. Naruto chuckled. Keep on dreaming, Snake Lady. I'm doing this to prove a point if you didn't know. I'm proving that they can't beat me. That kind of implies that none of them are going to get a good fight out of me. Naruto noticed someone coming from the tunnel for his next fight. Choji and Shikamaru watched Ino being carried off after Naruto was declared the winner. Choji was watching in shock as Naruto had shrugged off her family technique like it was nothing. Shikamaru, what just happened? Ino hit him with Shintenshin, didn't she? Shikamaru nodded. Yes, she hit him head on. She was in there good. He must have a strong will, like Sakura had to break out of it or something. Choji nodded. But what about all of that stuff she was screaming? Slaughters, tortures, beatings? What does all of that stuff mean? Shikamaru watched Naruto retake his spot. I don't know, but we have a real concern right now. We don't know who's fighting him after this. Look at him, he hasn't had to do anything at all and he's already won 2 fights. Asuma walked up behind them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Don't worry guys, he's fighting Kiba next. Even if he doesn't lose, Kiba will wear him down enough for the next fight. Kiba was smirking as he set Akamaru down beside him. Finally, time for my rematch, Naruto. You won last time, but you can't do it twice. I'm getting my win back. Naruto said nothing and looked to Anko to start the fight. Match 3, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Hajime. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. Kiba crouched down on all fours as his features became even more feral. This was all well and good for about 3 seconds until a blue shinobi sandal implanted itself under his chin and sent him flying backwards. Akamaru ran to his master, barking frantically as Kiba slowly pulled himself to his feet. Kiba shakily stood up. Yeah, I'm alright boy, he just caught me off guard. He looked up to reveal that Naruto was nowhere in sight. Kiba chuckled before jumping out of the way as a pair of hands broke through the ground he was standing on. Kiba laughed as he dodged the hands. I thought I told you last time. I can smell you, dope. You can't sneak up on me. His gloating was cut short as a sharp pain in his back sent him flying forward. Looking up from the ground, he saw Naruto standing with his leg extended in a kick. He turned towards the underground figure to see the hands explode into smoke. Kiba stood up and glared at him. I had your scent. Where were you? There was no way you could get the drop on me. Naruto lowered his leg and gazed out coolly at Kiba. You should quit out of principle. If this was a real fight, then I would have killed you just now. Kiba growled at Naruto while he just looked at him. Just because you can identify that I'm in the area means jack shit if I'm too fast for you to pinpoint my location. Kiba hurriedly grabbed a pill from his pocket and threw it at Akamaru, remembering his opening troubles when it came to moving too slow. The little dog turned red after swallowing the pill while Kiba provided him some of his chakra Jujin Bunshin, man-beast clone. Kiba pulled out his smoke bombs and threw them at Naruto, engulfing him in smoke. Remember this, Naruto? Well, here we go again. Kiba and the transformed Akamaru ran at the smoke and jumped towards a Getsuga, dual-piercing Fang. After the twin drills tore through the smoke until it dissipated, Kiba and Akamaru stood in the smoke sands, Naruto dumbfounded and surrounded by kunai. Naruto came from his spot in the tree over to them. Kiba saw him walking up with his hands in a hand sign and tried to charge and attack him before running into an invisible barrier that threw him back and numbed his body. What the hell is this? Naruto made some more hand signs before stopping halfway through the last one. You should surrender. This is going to suck for you. Kiba bared his teeth at him. Answer me. What did you do? Naruto shook his head. It's not what I did, it's what I'm going to do. Last chance. I'm not supposed to really be trying to kill you guys, and this jutsu has the potential to do it. Kiba and Akamaru just kept trying to break through his barrier. Naruto shrugged and made the last hand sign. Your funeral Raiton Denki Hokai, lightning release electric implosion. The electric prison glowed white within until it was blindingly bright before the sounds of sharp crackling rang out. Naruto held the final hand sign for 10 seconds before he finally released it, revealing Kiba and Akamaru both unconscious and suffering from electric burns. Naruto walked over and picked up his kunai as Anko checked Kiba and Akamaru's vitals. She sighed in relief upon finding they were still alive and looked at Naruto, who was pocketing his kunai. Naruto shrugged. What? I asked him if he wanted to surrender. Did he think that anything I did from that point wouldn't mess him up? Anko gave him a dry look. You know you kids aren't supposed to kill each other out here. Naruto gave her one in response. He's still breathing, isn't he? If I wanted to kill him, you could have replaced those kicks I landed at the start with my sword. Anko shook her head and smirked. Shousa Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto glanced at Kiba being placed on a stretcher and returned to the center of the arena, and that's roughly 1/3 of them down. Naruto turned up towards the Jounin and gestured towards Kiba, who was being carried off. Get the point yet? Because before I could swear that you all missed it. Kurenai was stunned. The first time Naruto beat Kiba, it was surprising. She had thought it impossible then, but now more than realized that he was capable of it. It was how easily he beat Kiba this time around. Kiba didn't lay a finger on him the entire time. Kurenai clutched the order sheet as she marked off Kiba's name. Tsunade noticed that the crowd was perplexed. They had all been told that Naruto had no talent as a ninja, and here he was decimating the best ninja in his class, all of whom except one belonged to prominent clans. Kakashi moved closer to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, it seems like you expected this to happen. Is there something that you know that we all don't? Tsunade grinned smugly at Kakashi. Why Kakashi? Isn't he on your team? Shouldn't his Jounin-sensei have an idea of what goes on with his students? Kakashi was not in the mood for games. Tsunade-sama, seriously. This Naruto is nothing like the one I was conditioned for when he was assigned to my squad. Something has happened, and I can tell you know what is going on. Tsunade turned to Kakashi and gave him a serious look. Listen, Ataki, all I am at liberty to really say about the matter is that Naruto has rediscovered his potential. This is the real Naruto. If you want to find out about him, then go and ask him yourself. If this keeps up, he won't be yours to command for much longer anyway. Naruto immediately put his game face on when he realized who he was to fight next. Okay, Pop Warner, time is over. Time to get serious. Shino walked out calmly from the back with his hands in his pockets as he moved up to Anko in a calculated manner. Anko elbowed Naruto in a teasing fashion. Well now, Wonder Gaki. How are you going to handle this one? No clue. With those bugs on him, I won't be able to hide. I wouldn't be surprised if he had one on me already. Naruto spoke under his breath as Shino drew close. I'll let you know when I figure it out myself. Shino stopped in front of Naruto as Anko looked between them. Fourth match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Shino Aburame. Hajime. Shino snapped his arms out in his taijutsu stance, as did Naruto out of obligation. Naruto stared him down intently as he could feel Shino doing the same from behind his sunglasses. Both boys simply waited for the other to move in order to prepare a counter. After a few minutes of no movement, Naruto moved back quickly as Shino released his swarms of insects at him. Beginning his retreat from Shino, Naruto's mind was running a mile a minute trying to come up with a good plan to beat Shino. He won't move. All he has to do is get those damnable bugs on me, and he can beat me. He might not even be standing there anymore. It could just be a mushy bunshin bug clone. This is one of those situations where I wish someone was underestimating me. Naruto kept on his heels as Shino kept sending his Kakeichu out at him. What can I do? I can't get close or I'll get swarmed. There's no way I can surround him with kunai to trap him after he's already seen it. Come on, what else do I have up my sleeve? Naruto tossed out shuriken in a probing move. Shino simply raised a wall of insects to block easily until Naruto clapped his hands together. Futon Rapushu, wind release, violent wind palm. The gust coming from Naruto sped up the spinning shuriken and cut right through the wall of bugs. Shino took the hit and turned partly into bugs. The real Shino then appeared from the tree nearby and sicked more of his bugs on Naruto. Naruto's eye gleamed as he judged the distance between him and Shino and simply rushed him. Naruto had closed the distance by simply bullying his way through Shino's wall of insects and continued storming towards Shino. Shino attempted to latch the remaining bugs he had on his person onto Naruto, but the drain from the few amount of insects was similar to taking a bucket to scoop out a lake. Naruto viciously rocketed his fist into Shino's face. Naruto's punch dropped Shino cleanly as his Kakeichu retreated into his body to help run damage control. Anko wandered over with a grin on her face. Shouted the miracle Gaki Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sighed as he picked himself up and walked over to Anko, who was still grinning. That was an ugly win, Gaki. Your right hand is pretty nasty. Naruto settled himself in his usual waiting position. A win is a win. Shino was my worst possible matchup, and I'm just lucky that he was just a rookie, or else I would have been screwed and had to step it up. He needs to learn more techniques. Anko was getting interested in this kid. So you're saying the rest of the fights will be easy? Naruto smirked. They'll all be easy. That one was just tough by comparison to what the majority of them will be. Shikamaru watched the medics carrying off Shino and had to let out a groan. How troublesome. He fought 4 of us, and he still isn't tired yet. Niji, who had been silently appraising Naruto's fighting since the start of the test, looked out at the boy in a thinking fashion. I lost to him last time, and now it seems as if he has only grown in leaps and bounds since then, and he has yet to even draw the sword on his back yet. Tintin, who had been next to her teammate throughout the proceedings, was amazed by how well he was fighting. Where did all of this come from? No one has even touched him yet. I wonder who could be next. Rock Lee had fire in his eyes. Oh, were it not for my injuries, I could test my own youth against Naruto-kun's considerable flames. I will seek him out for a spar once I recover, and I will do 500 fingertip push-ups, and if I cannot do that, then I will dash. Lee, enough. Niji stopped that train before it got rolling. We've seen 4 fights, and I still can't pinpoint a viable said label for him. If I had to call him anything, I would say he is a mid-to-close range specialist. Tintin smirked at Niji. Wow, Niji, I don't seem to recall you trying to analyze Naruto's fighting style the first time you two fought. Niji gave her a small smirk back. That's why I lost the first time. Sasuke was standing alone, gnashing his teeth as he watched Naruto basically sleepwalking through his matches. When is it my turn? I want my opportunity to fight the dope. Itachi wanted something with Naruto. All of that emotion in his face, it was all directed at him. He barely considered me at all. If I can beat Naruto, then it will prove that I deserve Itachi's notice more. The genin all had their attention drawn as Shizune arrived to summon the next one for their turn against Naruto. Naruto and Anko were in the midst of a short conversation as they waited for Naruto's next opponent. So your style consists mostly of you slowing your enemy down and picking them apart by striking at the throat, groin, and other soft areas? Anko nodded with a gleeful look on her face. Yep, it's really unpleasant. Want to see? Naruto unconsciously grabbed his groin. Nope, I'm good. Who's next? Anko pointed at the tunnel to get him to look. Naruto followed her line of vision to see Tintin entering from the tunnel. Okay, number 5, let's do this. Tintin walked up to Naruto and faced him down. I'm pretty nervous about this. You aren't a pushover, Naruto. I might not win this, but I'll give it my best shot. Naruto slid into his stance, and that's all you can really do in the end. Don't sell yourself short. Anyone can beat anyone. Anko raised her hand. The 5th match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Tintin. Hajime. Tintin immediately brandished kunai and began tossing them out at Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto drew his blade and blocked the projectiles before rushing into attack. Upon seeing him draw his blade, Tintin pulled out a scroll and summoned her own sword to engage Naruto with up close. As Naruto and Tintin clashed swords, he had to chuckle. A katana? You just wanted that spar you asked me for, didn't you? Tintin smirked. I have to see if you're any good at swinging that thing around. Naruto returned the smirk as he began pressing her back. Tintin planted her feet but ended up being pushed through the dirt. God, this strength, it's ridiculous. He might be stronger than Lee. Tintin lashed out with a kick as she chose to break off their contact that Naruto slapped aside with the flat of his blade. That's your leg, Tintin. Don't be so quick to attack. It pays to be somewhat patient. Tintin growled and ran back in to trade steel with Naruto again. Every stroke of her blade was blocked or parried, and Naruto refused to take advantage of the openings that followed. Tintin disengaged and stomped on the ground in frustration. Why are you so good at this? You just got that thing last month. Naruto stood straight up and looked at her. I told you I was an old hand at this. You use a lot of weapons, but have you mastered any? I'm no master, but I was pretty good at this, plus I'm faster and stronger than you, so I can do stuff like dash. Naruto vanished and slipped behind her quickly to knock her out with the handle of his blade. He caught her before she hit the ground and set her down gently. You should have stuck with the long-range stuff. You would have lost anyway, but up close is almost tantamount to suicide against a guy like me. Unless your name is Rock Lee or Niji, they're the only ones that can hang with me up close. Anko pointed to Naruto. Shouts Naruto Uzumaki. Man, I am getting sick of saying that. Naruto smirked at Anko. Well, then convince the other 5 genin to quit. Anko shook her head. You took your sweet time with that one gaki. Why not just do that from the start? Naruto shrugged. Hey, I get bored too, you know. She had a sword, I did too. It clicked or clanged. Who's left anyway? Asuma was dumbfounded as he watched yet another genin fall by his hand. What is he? How could he possibly be so good? He was just playing with her the entire time. No genin could possibly fight like that. Kurenai checked Tintin off of the list. 5 down, 5 to go. This is absurd. He's running right through them all. He hasn't had a single fight that lasted more than 5 minutes. Kakashi had gotten used to Naruto whooping ass on the genin and was still trying to sort out just what made him this way. Did Jiraiya do this during the month he was with him? What am I missing here? Asuma threw his hands in the air. Send out the next one. There has to be someone who can beat him. Naruto was mulling his potential opponents around in his head when his next one entered. Naruto saw the unmistakable expression of one Shikamaru Nara coming his way. Shikamaru took a lax stance in front of Naruto as Anko looked at his expression. Geez, kid, could you look any more excited to be here? The 7th match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Shikamaru Nara. Hajime. Shikamaru scratched his head and made his rat seal. That's because I don't want to be here. There's no reason to fight here. At least during the Chunin exams, I had to fight to avoid getting hurt to get my team to the next stages, and if I had been motivated, fight to get promoted. There's no reason to fight you. There's nothing to gain or lose. This whole thing is so troublesome. Naruto put his hand on his neck and rolled it around. So quit. Shikamaru shrugged. All right, later. Shikamaru turned and headed back up the tunnel, waving over his shoulder. Anko blinked a few times. Wow, kid. Just wow. Naruto blinked at Shikamaru's retreating form. Holy crap, I just took a freaking shot in the dark. I had no idea that would actually work. I'm awesome. Anko snapped out of her stupor. Right, well, shouts Naruto Uzumaki. In the stands, Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka sweat dropped at the results of the fight. Choza looked over to his longtime partner Shikaku. Your boy is more like you than you care to mention, Shikaku. Shikaku shrugged. Hey, have you been watching this crap like I have? He didn't have a chance to win and he knew it. Naruto gave him a way out. The kid must be getting tired of this. Inoichi nodded. We've already determined that he can wipe the floor with all of our kids, so why are we still here? Choza chuckled. Speak for yourselves. He still hasn't fought Choji yet. There are still kids that can fight. This isn't over by a long shot. Tenten, who had woken up shortly after her fight with Naruto, looked at Shikamaru with a twitching eyebrow. You quit? Shikamaru yawned as he made his way to the railing. I didn't see any reason to fight. Niji frowned at his attitude. To prove yourself to all of the ninja and people in attendance. For your clan's honor. Shikamaru looked over at Niji lazily. There's no point. You might think all of that clan honor stuff is a big deal, but me not so much. I didn't want to do this in the first place, and seeing how he's handled everyone else so far just solidified the fact that I really don't want to fight that kid. Sasuke scoffed. You're just too lazy to fight. Shikamaru glared at Sasuke. I did fight. I trapped him in Kage Main no Jutsu, Shadow Position Jutsu, the second the fight started. When he rolled his neck, he didn't show any resistance at all. My control over the technique isn't enough for me to keep a hold over a certain amount of brute force. The light out here was too much for me to use it effectively. It's around noon, and he didn't even blink. That jutsu is all I had on him. I couldn't have one. Asuma was hitting his head on the wall. Damn Shikamaru. I should have known he would do that shit. Why didn't I put him on sooner? Tsunade was hanging on the railing laughing. Well, at least he knows when he's outmatched. Maybe he should be a Chunin Asuma? Kurenai checked his name off. 6 down, 4 to go. Her eyes widened when she saw who was next on the list. Oh no. I didn't think it would get this far. Jan Dash. Ken Dash. Pawn. Anko pouted at the results. You brat. Naruto slapped Anko's closed fist. It's not my fault you always choose rock. Anko. Anko kissed her fist. Ah, good old rock. Nothing beats that. Naruto sweat dropped. Yes, sure, why not? Naruto growled in frustration. Kami. When's the next fight? I want to finish kicking everybody's ass so I can get my promotion and go home. Anko looked behind Naruto and turned him around. Oh, Hinata's next, I guess. Naruto jumped backwards and set himself in his stance. Hinata shakily set herself in her Jiken stance and looked out at him in Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes hardened. Talk later, fight now. Come on, Hinata, bring it on. Naruto's eyes bored into hers. Analyzing everything he could find, stripping her bare. This isn't Naruto-kun. His eyes have never been so cold before. There's none of the warmth there was before, just strength that I can't match. Anko noticed the fidgeting of the girl. This girl is going to get destroyed if she doesn't shape up. This Gaki will be ruthless once the fight starts. She lifted her hand. 7th match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Hinata Hyuga. Hajime. Naruto wasted no time and dashed in to deliver a hook to Hinata's body and a sidekick to her head, sending her to the ground quickly. Hinata laid on the ground with her eyes welling with tears. Naruto-kun. Could you really hurt me like this? What happened to you? Get up. Her eyes turned onto the boy in question, who was patiently standing and waiting for her to get up to continue. There is no way that was enough to put you down, so get up and fight me. Don't lay down and quit. I can accept that from Shikamaru, but not you. I thought you had more in you than that. He began pacing as she remained on the ground. I remember watching you fight Niji, and I remember how you fought him. Yes, he was more skilled than you, but you showed fire. You showed that you have drive, and you showed that you have the courage to fight. He stopped and looked at her. Not now, I have to say. She locked eyes with him again and tried to find the Naruto she had come to love during the days in the academy, and again found nothing. None of the upbeat, positive, bright Naruto she had known back then. This one was serious, professional, with the eyes of someone who knew just what kind of world he was living in. The scar simply added on to that. She began to stir from the ground and looked at him defiantly. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto jerked an eyebrow. Excuse me? Hinata's eyes sharpened as she raised her voice. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun never acted like this, never spoke down to people. He would never use techniques like he used on Kiba-kun. Who are you? Naruto's eyes narrowed at her insinuation. Oh, I get it. I don't have my head in the clouds and can see things around me for what they are, so I'm not Naruto. I can find people's flaws and will actually comment on them openly, so I'm not Naruto. I'm actually skilled enough to use more techniques than Kage Bunshin, and they don't put me in direct danger, so I'm not Naruto. Naruto saw her falter with every word he made. I know why you're so upset about it. Her eyes widened. Does he really know? How did he find out? Naruto nodded to himself. You probably saw me as I was in the academy, and like my never say die attitude, how I always got back up and shrugged off what everyone did and said to me. You figured there's no way anyone can take all of that and still smile and keep on trying. So you thought I was strong. Naruto saw her react as if solidifying his thoughts. Well, that statement would be accurate. No one can keep on going through all of that and keep smiling unless you're brain dead or something. Her reaction was priceless. His jaw dropped before she began speaking rapidly, trying to rescind the previous thought. Naruto raised a hand for her to stop. This is me. I'm still strong like I was back then, I'm just not willing to take bullshit like I was back then. Taking people's shit and coming back for more with a grin doesn't make you strong, it makes you stupid and weak. The reason people like you and people like me tend to want to get strong is to prove others wrong, to spite them, or to get strong enough that no one ever tries to fuck with you again. Naruto pointed at her. That's what you want. You want strength for the second reason. You do, even if it's subtle. You never want anyone to treat you the way Niji treated you during the preliminaries again, which by the way you act and the way you almost took it laying down must happen regularly. You want to be left to do things your own way, for those in stations above you to just let you be, to live your life, but you quit. You saw me taking all my lumps in the academy and getting back up, and you didn't want to put the work in anymore. You wanted to settle for the strength to just deal with what life handed you. You didn't know that it's impossible for a human being to take that the way I did, and I became an ideal to you, an unreachable paragon. Hinata looked up with tear-filled eyes. No, that's not true. It isn't. I looked up to you as someone to be like, someone to strive after. Naruto rolled his eyes. Like a paragon. Hinata shook her head. No, not like that. It's because I admire you. Naruto caught on and spoke lowly. You don't admire me, Hinata. You admire the idea of me, or the old me, I should say. If you had me, then you thought that it wouldn't matter if you could never get the desire you had of just being able to deal, that if you had me, that I could lend you enough of my own to get you by. Don't do that. I'm not your golden ticket, I'm not the answer to your problems, I'm just a guy with a sword and a whole can of whoop-ass. He spoke up now. If you want me to teach you how to fight or how to get stronger, I can't do that, and I can't take your problems away from you. Do you know why? Hinata shook her head. Tears were just about to fall. Naruto smiled sadly. Because you can't respect someone that kisses your ass. Hinata, you didn't even try to fight my reasoning for why you thought you saw something in me. You were too afraid to go against me. What if that manifests again in something else later on, and I'm not there for you to get a boost from? If you won't defend yourself to me, the person you admire, then how can you defend yourself against others when I'm not even there? Naruto sighed and ran his fingers through his spiky hair. Enough of this. This really isn't the time or the place for this kind of thing. This is the time for a fight. Now come, give me your best. Hinata let tears fall from her eyes. Naruto had yet to slip into his uncaring phase before he saw them hit the ground. Hinata. Her eyes floated up to him once more. Prove me wrong then. Show me I'm full of shit. Take an actual step towards changing yourself and fight me, damn it. Don't just go with the flow. Your life won't let you do that. The things you need and want to accomplish in this world won't just come to you. No one's going to hand you the answers. Everything you want, it's there. So take it. Despite the harshness of his words, she looked into his eyes and saw something concerned, something that she had overlooked earlier. The fox in Naruto's head chuckled. Nice monologue, Ninjin. You should write movie scripts. Naruto inwardly sneered. Fuck you, Kyuubi, that was serious. She needs to get it together. Life is way harder than this. Hinata looked shocked for a moment before she wiped her eyes and fell into her stance, activating her Byakugan to begin. Naruto motioned for her to come, and she ran in quickly and began to furiously engage him with Juken strikes. He's right. I need to show that I'm willing to change for good, not just when the situation calls for it. I'll show you, Naruto-kun. Despite the potential damage the strikes could deal with just a touch, Naruto was still faster. He was blocking the strikes with the palms of his hands rather than letting her close off his tenaketsu otherwise. Eventually, Naruto tired of blocking strikes and shot an axe kick to her hand in the middle of a strike. The kick ended up breaking her hand. She drew it back and tried a second attack with her other hand. This time Naruto latched on and elbowed her in the wrist, breaking it. Naruto jumped back as she cried out in pain. He simply stared her down. Okay, what are you going to do now? Will you walk away? Hinata hissed in pain of her now useless hands, but soon set a defiant gaze on Naruto and charged back in to lash out with kicks. Naruto was pleasantly surprised with her last-ditch attacks and marveled at the fact that she was flexible enough to launch certain kicks that he knew shouldn't have been possible for the angles he was moving to. Naruto nodded to himself and slapped one of her kicks down to the ground and ducked down before delivering a rising palm strike under her chin, sending her flying and slipping her into unconsciousness. That's better. Now let's see if you can keep that spirit this time around. As her body hit the ground, Naruto sighed and walked towards Anko, who simply nodded. Shousa Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto retook his position by Anko, who was frowning at him. Naichan is going to kill you when this is all over, you know that, right? She loves that little girl like a daughter. Naruto looked up at Kurenai, who was glaring heavily at him. He could have sworn she was trying to cast a genjutsu on him via eye contact, but he shook it off. Well then, I should never have had to do that. She should have gotten her on track way before she fought me here. Except for Tenten, all of these girls need a reality check if my ass-kickings didn't already do it. Naruto looked up to the box. All of you guys suck. I hope the last three can show something here. I haven't even taken a punch yet. I guess I'm not the only genin that got shafted by their sensei here, huh? Anko looked Naruto over. Getting tired yet, Gaki? Naruto shook his head. Nope, just getting warmed up, Anko-san. Anko grinned at him. None of that sand stuff, Gaki. It's Anko-chan to you. You're one interesting kid. Naruto kept himself limber, waiting for his next fight. Whatever you say, Anko-san. Chapter 7 Genin? Kurenai was gnashing her teeth after watching Naruto's fight with Hinata. He tore her down, goaded her into a fight, and then dissected her and kept a straight face about it the whole time. I'm going to kill that brat when this is over. Tsunade glared back at her. Be quiet, Kurenai, and be professional. It was a fight. Mind games are supposed to be just another tool that shinobi use. This isn't a primary school where everyone is everyone's friend and you can hold her hand the entire time. You were the ones that were so sure he wouldn't get this far. Not bad for a dead last, huh? Asuma looked at Tsunade. You sure must like that kid, huh, Hokage-sama? Tsunade smirked at him. Why wouldn't I? That's one tough brat down there. Unlike the majority of your kids, he has the right idea on what a shinobi is supposed to do. He's loyal, and he's actually pretty pleasant if you didn't piss him off at you. Oh wait, none of you know anyone that ever tried talking to him seriously before. Tsunade laughed slightly. I have half a mind to promote him to Jounin after this. He's already got Chunin. Gar walked up. Tsunade-sama, I admit Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn brighter than previously advertised, but are you sure? Jounin is a whole other league, especially for a child. Tsunade looked at Gar with a smirk. Well, he's still got 3 fights left. He'll show you just what league he's in. I think I'll give him some time as a Chunin first. He won't get anything less than that, though. I don't think any of the remaining genin can even touch him. Kakashi chimed in. He still hasn't fought Sasuke yet, Tsunade-sama. Things can change in the blink of an eye, you know. Tsunade got a predatory look in her eyes. So Kakashi, sounds like you still don't think much about our little blonde Gaki out there. How about a little wager? Kakashi, I smiled. Name your terms. Tsunade's grin got wider. Oh, this one might entertain you quite a bit, and I wouldn't really call it a wager, more of a request of sorts. In the crowd, the recently released Sand siblings were in attendance, stopping off to watch the event going on in the stadium before returning to their home. Their time as P.O.W.S now over. Taking their seats, they were curious as to what was going on. Kankuro noticed Gaara watching down on the field intently. Looking down there himself, he saw Naruto standing alone with Anko down in the center. Isn't that the kid that caught us? Temari squinted before widening her eyes in surprise. It is. What is he doing here? Is this all about him? A disgruntled fan snorted. That demon brat is taking on a bunch of the prominent genin in this village. The poor kids, that demon is slaughtering them out there. Gaara blinked and locked eyes with the man. So Uzumaki is killing his genin opponents in the ring? The man flinched at Gaara's gaze and monotone speaking voice. No, not really. But he's running right through them all. I knew he was hiding something for all these years. Temari and Kankuro looked confused. Temari voiced their question. Why does this place despise the kid so much? Gaara simply looked at her and back out into the arena. He is like me. Both Temari and Kankuro was shocked. Like Gaara? He has a demon in him too? Why hasn't he ended up the same way that Gaara did then? These people hate him, not fear him, so he couldn't be killing them. Naruto yawned loudly back in the stadium. He had been here for over 4 hours and had not been even close to pushed yet. This was more of a light spar to him than anything else. All things considered, hell, it wasn't even a spar. During a spar you actually get hit. Naruto shut his mouth from his massive yawn and smacked his lips. I'm bored, Anko-san. This is boring. I'm tired of beating up on these kids already. Do you think I got my point across yet? Anko smirked at him. Now Gaki, you still have 3 fights left, so make them entertaining, okay? And what did I tell you to call me again? Naruto rolled his eyes and spoke in monotone Anko-chan. Or? Naruto sighed tiredly Anko-sama. Anko smiled sweetly at him. Good boy, I knew you could do it. Look alive kid, next victim up. At Anko's behest Naruto found Neji making his way into the arena with his usual gait. Naruto and Neji faced each other down and stared at each other intensely. Neji smirked at the blonde one more time. Naruto chuckled one more time. Anko licked her lips in anticipation of the coming battle, the 8th match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. Hajime. Neji activated his Byakugan and sprung at him, suddenly beginning striking at Naruto rapidly. Naruto didn't feel like risking his chakra by blocking this time, so he opted to simply dodge and put some distance between himself and the Hyuga prodigy. This was easier said than done, however, as Neji was dogged in his pursuit, and any attempts to move without properly breaking Neji's chain of combinations could result in some painful Hyuga jabs in his near future. Naruto shot out a punch at the same time Neji went for a finger jab. Neji diverted his strike over Naruto's fist and dipped it in time to hit him in the wrist. Naruto saw this as his opportunity to move and jumped back, shaking his wrist out to get the feeling back into it. Neji kept his focus solely on Naruto and, easily realizing the threat that any time Naruto could have to think and plan was bad, rushed back in. Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin and Kawaramid with it in time for Neji to hit a palm strike to the Bunshin's chest, destroying it and allowing Naruto ample breathing room to back away. Neji set himself in his ready stance and let out a breath. I will defeat you this time, Naruto. I am not taking you lightly this time around. You have my full attention. Naruto pulled the sword from his back. That's nice, but you can pay me all the attention that you want. You still won't beat me. I'm not the same one-dimensional guy that I was at the Chunin exams. He set himself down and ran at Neji. Neji began ducking and dodging Naruto's slashes. Naruto sheathed his sword, suddenly following one of his slashes, and grabbed Neji by his ponytail that was flailing about in the melee. With a malicious smirk on his face, he jerked around and tossed Neji over his shoulder, slamming him hard to the ground by his hair. Neji held his scalp on the ground while Anko cackled in the background. That ripped a few out by the roots, didn't it? Neji rubbed his head as he stood up. That wasn't very honorable, Naruto. Naruto shrugged. Ninja honor is for samurai and dead men. I'd rather be an ignoble winner than an honorable loser. Neji slipped back into his stance. That may be, but you are in range of my field of divination. A sigh came from Naruto's mouth. Fuck. Neji dashed in and began his assault. Hack 2 palms. Naruto dodged the first 2 strikes. Neji kept going 4 palms. Naruto kept dodging as Neji picked up the pace. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Naruto kept narrowly keeping out of reach of the rapid-fire strike. 64 palms. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw that Neji wasn't stopping his assault. The blistering speed of his hands had Naruto actually worrying about getting hit. Finally, Neji clipped him and began tagging him with shots. Hack Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Naruto was knocked to the ground as Neji stood straight up looking down on him. Asuma let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Finally, someone beat the kid. It took long enough, though. I kind of thought he was going to finish there for a minute. Kurenai shook her head. You forgot, didn't you? Kakashi and Asuma looked at her curiously, and she groaned. People really don't pay attention to him, do they? This already happened last time. And last time Neji hit him more than he did this time. Asuma dropped his cigarette while Kakashi still looked puzzled. Neji did something like this the first time they fought? Well, how did he get up to win? Neji turned to speak to Anko. Neji stopped, however, upon hearing a bored sigh coming from Naruto. Whoopee, more palms. Yay man, you Hyugas are seriously a bunch of one-trick ponies. Neji turned to see a dry expression on Naruto's face. What are you saying, Naruto? You should be beaten after that. Naruto smirked at him. Deja vu, isn't it? Neji's eyes widened as the same malicious feeling from last time as Naruto kicked back up to his feet. Just as quickly the feeling faded. And let out a vulpine smirk. You barely hit me. I'd say out of 128 strikes you hit me maybe 20 or so times. Last time you hit all 64 of your other technique and I shook it off. I'm immune to your jikin unless you strike for organs or something, and even then it had better be a kill shot or I'll just keep coming. Neji tensed up. Well then, why did you dodge my earlier strikes if you can just take them? When I hit, I still had to have disrupted your tenketsu. Naruto nodded. Yes, but you forget I can just open them back up. I already did. Hurts like hell though, that's why I dodged. Those things hurt. Neji was on immediate alert as Naruto charged back in. Luckily, Neji performed his Kaiten prior to Naruto reaching him. Naruto was thrown back and scoffed, "You want to try that again?" As he drew the sword from his bag, Neji prepared for another rotation. Naruto dashed in as Neji began to spin. Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blade of his sword and split right through Neji's shell of chakra, bursting out the other side. Neji stood still for a moment before dropping to the ground as blood shot from the wounds that appeared on his chest and back. Naruto ignored the outraged cries of the people. "Ultimate defense, my ass!" Naruto walked over to Neji and placed the blade by his throat. Neji looked up at him with difficulty. "How?" Naruto looked down at him. "Don't worry about it. Sleep." Naruto cracked Neji with the blunt side of his ninjato, knocking him out to end the fight. Anko walked over and called for the medics while Naruto walked over to a grassy area to wipe off his sword. "Shousa Naruto Uzumaki." Asuma was clutching the guardrail tightly. That was wind chakra. How could a genin possibly know elemental manipulation to that kind of extent? That's an elite level skill. Naruto turned to see Choji making his way out onto the field. Choji unwarily stood across from him and got his first eyeful of Naruto's combat stare. He felt like he was drowning in the ocean as he looked into Naruto's eyes that resembled the coldness of an iceberg. Choji bit his lip and steeled himself. He was no fool. He had seen what had gone on in all of the other matches. He knew he had no chance against Naruto if he was strong enough to fight off Shikamaru's Kage Main no Jutsu. He knew he couldn't match up against him because his strength was really all that he had over most genin. Naruto was faster, stronger, and had too many ways to beat him. But he wasn't going to walk away from the fight just because he knew he would lose. Worst case scenario, Naruto knocks him out and he spends a few hours looking up at a hospital ceiling until his parents come and get him. He knew Naruto wouldn't hurt him unnecessarily, so he could more or less place this in a category similar to sparring with his father. He knew he wouldn't win, but that was no reason not to try his best. Choji gulped and motioned to Anko that he was ready. Anko took her spot between them. The ninth match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Choji Akimichi. Hajime. Baika no Jutsu, multi-size Jutsu. Anko had to jump out of the way as Choji immediately went straight into his clan Jutsu list. As quickly as he could, he tucked his head, arms, and legs into his body. Nikuden Sunsha, human bullet tank. His massive form began its rollout towards Naruto, who was swiftly on the defensive to avoid being squashed by the chubby ninja. Despite being in the shape of a massive ball, Choji was quite mobile in that form and was far faster than he was outside of it. Naruto found that the longer Choji rolled, the more momentum he picked up. Naruto pumped chakra into his legs to gain the necessary distance to warrant turning around to face Choji. Naruto channeled wind chakra to his fists and thrusted them out, linked together. Futon Fujin Saiken, wind release, divine fist of the wind god. The force of the wind jutsu hitting the meat tank sent the rotund ninja flying backwards until he bounced off of one of the stone walls lining the arena. Choji came rolling right back at Naruto, who simply stood right in his path and waited for him. When he got close enough, Naruto cocked his leg back and gave Choji a chakra-enhanced kick that sent him flying once more, only into the stands this time. Choji released the jutsu to avoid crushing the spectators and ended up crashing into the stairs and rolling down them until he finally came to a stop at the bottom. After a few minutes of him trying to regain his senses, Choji shakily stood up and faced Naruto, wincing with some blood coming from his lips. "You're strong, Naruto. I know I can't win here." Naruto nodded, "But the important thing is that you tried. Do you want to continue?" Choji looked up in the stands to his father. Choza knew what Choji was asking him and sat in contemplation before silently shaking his head. Choji turned back to Naruto and sighed, "I wish I could. But there's only one way that I can even hope to hang with you, and my dad really doesn't want me trying it. It's really dangerous. I surrender." Anko nodded and pointed to Naruto. "Shousa Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto sighed, "I kind of wanted to see what you could do, Choji. You have some serious potential. I can only imagine what you had up your sleeve, but I understand. Maybe I'll get to see it one day." Choji held his ribs and smiled at Naruto before heading back to the waiting area. Naruto grinned and looked up at the waiting area where the others were watching from. Looking at all of the jounin, he held up all 10 of his fingers and slowly ticked them all down until one thumb was left up before he slowly dragged it across his throat. Guy was marveling at the sheer raw power that Naruto had just shown against Choji. He stopped him with a kick. Just a kick, nothing more. That's incredible. I wouldn't even attempt something like that. Tsunade smiled at Naruto and looked back at her subordinate's last chance. Sasuke has to win or you all know what will happen. Asuma shrugged. Yeah, we do, but I still don't see how that could be a punishment for losing a bet. Tsunade chuckled. Okay, just keep with that line of thought. Anko noticed the crowd beginning to buzz mostly over how the last Uchiha would wipe the floor with the demon. Naruto simply stood calmly and waited for the fight to come. Anko really had taken a liking to the kid over the course of the day. He was entertaining to her whether intentional or not, and he didn't act much like his age. She also realized that he fought like a professional. She definitely had to seek him out for a spar or two after this was all over. Anko nudged him to get his attention. Last one, Gaki. How are you going to handle this one? Naruto shifted his eyes to her. The same way I handled the rest of them. I'm going to kick his ass. Anko smirked. What? You don't think the Uchiha will pose a challenge to you? She spoke in a sarcastic tone. You think the almighty Sharingan isn't enough for him to win? Naruto chuckled. Nope. Hell, I don't think it'll even help at all here. He can't copy anything I can do. I don't need hand seals to make Kage Bunshin. Even if he had the hand seals for my Raiten Denkai branch moves, he still doesn't have the ones for Raiten Denkai in the first place, so they're useless, and my Futon Jutsu don't need hand seals neither. He can't copy anything I'm actually willing to show here. Finally, Dobe. Naruto noticed Sasuke walking up to him. This Sasuke didn't just have his air of superiority over him, he had a tinge of excitement rolling off of him. He was spoiling for this fight. I can finally prove once and for all that I'm better than you. Get ready to lose. Naruto had his arms crossed. If you were really strong, then you wouldn't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm just doing this for my career. If I don't show all of these idiots that I'm talented, I'll never get a promotion. Naruto looked to Anko, who moved between them. She turned towards the crowd. The 10th and final match. Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared for Sasuke as a smug smirk came onto his face. Looking at Naruto, he flashed the famous eyes of the Sharingan, making the crowd roar even louder. Anko rolled her eyes. Show off, Hajime. Sasuke dashed in, remembering how poor Naruto had been at taijutsu all the times that Kakashi had them spar in the past. Apparently, he hadn't been paying much attention to the happenings of the day too much. Naruto slapped his initial punch aside and grabbed onto his ankle to pull him forward roughly before hitting him with a vicious clothesline to the throat. Sasuke hit the ground hard, holding his throat and coughing. Naruto walked around him slowly and let him get his breath. You know, Uchiha, part of me is telling me to just knock you flat on your ass, get my promotion, go home, and sleep until later disturbed. A feral grin spread over his face, however, but it's a whisper compared to the part of me that's screaming to flat out humiliate your ass in front of all these people. So get up, because this is a long-ass trail you're taking, Uchiha, and this is just the first turn, bitch. The Sand siblings were getting pretty fed up with how the crowd was treating Naruto. The demon just hit the Uchiha. There's no way Uchiha-sama can lose to something like that. It was luck. This entire thing has all been luck. Temari asked a man nearby, how many fights have there been so far? The man kept his eyes on the current battle. There have been 9 so far. The brat beat everyone that was put in front of him. None of them have even been able to touch him. Temari watched Sasuke shakily pick himself up off of the ground. That isn't the same kid screaming all the time from the exams. Kankuro nodded. What happened? I wouldn't have even considered him a threat until he ended up beating us in the woods. Sasuke, just now getting his breathing back to normal, stood and glared at Naruto. How did you hit me so easily? You were never this good before. Naruto set back into a ready stance. Well, this isn't before, is it? You can't hit me fighting the way you do. Trying to beat me with taijutsu would be like you trying to fight Kakashi with taijutsu, except I won't be so nice about it. No gimme shots for you to boost your ego. If you try that again, I will be breaking something. Sasuke growled at Naruto. What do you mean, gimme shots? Sasuke rushed right back in as Naruto sighed in response and began defending. Face it, Dobe. Those other losers couldn't match up to me. Naruto narrowed his eyes and caught Sasuke's fist in his grip before slamming a fist deep into his body. Sasuke dropped to his knees, spitting out blood and coughing once more. Naruto punted him in the ribs and sent him rolling for a few feet. I meant what I said. When Kakashi trained you during the month before the finals, he said he worked on your taijutsu and speed. How hard did he hit you? What was the hardest that Kakashi hit you? Naruto picked up Sasuke by his collar and smashed him in the face once more. Did he ever hit you so hard that he hurt himself? Did he ever hit you so hard you actually lost consciousness for more than a day? If your answer is no, then you're way more under me than I thought. Naruto held him by his collar as Sasuke struggled to get out. Sasuke managed to reel off a shot that hit Naruto in the face, but all it did was force Naruto to turn his head. Naruto quirked his mouth before headbutting Sasuke in the face, sending him falling to the ground holding his now broken nose. Sasuke looked up to Naruto, blood coming through his finger and tears forming in his eyes. Naruto shot a cold gaze downward. You think you're strong, but you're not as good as you think. You've been led to believe that you're Kami's gift to Konoha, but you're not. You're just another genin with a bloodline, and that doesn't make you special at all. All you had over everyone else was a leg up and an entire village at your back. Sasuke stood back up, glaring with death in his eyes at Naruto, who scoffed at his attempt at killing intent. I'm done talking to you. Let me show you what I mean the hard way. As Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke jumped away, not really wanting to get in close with Naruto again. Sasuke flipped through hand signs and put his fingers to his mouth. Katan Gakaki no Jutsu, fire released Grand Fireball Jutsu. The fireball launched at Naruto, who didn't move. The fireball collided with Naruto, much to the approval of the crowd, who up until that point were sitting on their hands. Sasuke smirked at the ruin he had created until the fire cleared and a charred log was left behind, remnants of a kawarimi. Sasuke scanned the immediate area, swiftly preparing his body for any response that it could take. He turned his head as he saw Naruto emerge from the tree in the arena, rushing at him. As he turned to react, he took a sharp blow in one of his blind spots, revealing another Naruto that was currently pummeling him. The first Naruto who had gotten his notice had dispelled while the other Naruto attacked. Sasuke was reeling from the pummeling that was taking place. The Sharingan was once again proving useless against an opponent that was far faster than he was. It actually made it worse seeing a punch coming and not being able to defend it chipped away at Sasuke's confidence, but in this case he was seeing entire combinations coming and still ended up taking them. The dull thump of Sasuke hitting the ground again rang out as Naruto burst into smoke. Another Naruto revealed itself standing on top of the wall, shaking his right hand out with amusement on his face. Good job, Sasuke team. You technically beat my Kage Bunshin, though he dispelled because he broke his hand on your face, but hey. Who's keeping score here? The Jounin were at the end of their rope. This was just too much. Guy was hunched over the rail, his head arched out towards the battle. A Kage Bunshin, he was doing that kind of damage with just one Kage Bunshin. Tsunade had a stone face on as she watched her genin fight. Now do you see? Did him running through all of your teams get the point across, or do you need more evidence to support his promotion? She faced the Jounin seriously. The next time I personally endorse the promotion of one particular ninja, you damn sure better believe without question that there is a damn good reason for it. Kakashi was frozen in place before something ticked in his brain. I need to stop this before this goes too far. Kurenai shook her head at Kakashi. It's a little late for that, isn't it? Kakashi made a move to leave but was blocked by Asuma and Guy. What are you two doing? This can't go on any longer. Asuma sighed in a disinterested fashion. We all watched our own kids get their asses kicked, so you're staying to watch one of yours beat the crap out of the other one. Guy nodded. We all knew the stakes coming into this test, my eternal rival. Take solace in the fact that this isn't a deathmatch. Tsunade raised her voice. Kakashi, stand down. Do not interfere with this fight. Kakashi turned to her. Tsunade-sama, if this doesn't end soon it will escalate. They'll try to kill each other. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. If Naruto tries to kill Sasuke, then Sasuke is dead. If Sasuke tries to kill Naruto, then Sasuke will end up in the hospital. Naruto won't kill him and Sasuke isn't capable of killing him in return. Kakashi made to speak again, but Tsunade held up her hand, stalling him. Just watch. What did I miss? They all turned to see Jiraiya standing in the corner. Tsunade frowned at him. How about the whole thing? This is the last fight. Naruto's been tearing through all of these kids. Jiraiya looked out to see Naruto walking slowly down the wall back into the arena. All right, well, at least I got here in time to catch one. Sasuke stood once more as Naruto strode towards him purposefully. Sasuke glared as blood dripped down his face. You aren't better than me. Sasuke launched a set of kunai at Naruto, who just shifted his body out of the way and kept walking. Sasuke smirked as he placed ninja wire into his mouth and pulled back on it. The wire surrounded and bound Naruto. Sasuke grinned maniacally. Katan Ryuka no jet dash. Before he could finish, Naruto let out an audible sigh and coated his body in wind chakra to sever the wire before continuing his walk towards Sasuke. The Uchiha in question was utterly shocked as his wire dropped limply from his mouth, his opponent still striding over casually. A faint burning on the back of his shoulder was the least of his concerns right now. He had a juggernaut that he couldn't stop coming right for him. Naruto was whistling a jaunty tune with no expression on his face, further unnerving his dark-haired adversary. He was utterly ignoring the look of fear on Sasuke's face on the outside, but on the inside he and the Kyuubi were freaking out in laughter. Keep going, kid. Just a little bit more, I swear he's about to piss his pants. Naruto kept his poker face on. I know, but what else can I do to fuck with him? I already made 2 of his best jutsu look worthless and beat the piss out of him. Unless he's stupid enough to try Chidori, I don't think there's any more to do to him. Oh well, time to knock him out. Naruto's footsteps might as well have been thudding off of the ground for all the good it was doing Sasuke to see him coming. His fight-or-flight mechanism kicked in with a vengeance. What is he? This can't be the same Naruto. Fight him, Sasuke. What? He's been overwhelming me from the start. He's stronger. You have more power than him. Let it out. Show them all your strength. I will give me more power. Let your rage take over. He is an obstacle to you. Remove him. Who does he think he is? I'm Sasuke Uchiha. He's a nobody. He's still the same dope he's always been. Naruto stopped his walk as he saw black marks spread across the right half of Sasuke's body. Naruto snorted. That damn seal again. I'm really starting to hate seals. Naruto saw Tsunade signal her umbu out of the corner of his eye. Bachan, no. Let me finish this. It's still my fight. Tsunade nodded and gave the signal to her umbu to back off. Kakashi ran up to her. Tsunade-sama. Stop the fight. Sasuke is giving in to the seal. We have to stop him. Jiraiya put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and shook his head. Kakashi, that kid has more experience with that seal than anyone else in Konoha except Anko. He knows what he's doing. Just watch and wait. Kakashi looked out nervously at the battle down below. Sensei, what would you have done in this situation? Anko-chan, stop. Naruto noticed Anko moving to restrain Sasuke until he spoke up. Let him get up and fight. Anko looked at Naruto as if he had 2 heads. Kid, that's Orochimaru's seal. That tainted thing feeds off of his darkness and amplifies his powers. This isn't a regular fight anymore. Naruto nodded. I know, but just stay out of this for me. I can still run circles around this guy, trust me. Anko frowned and looked at Sasuke, who was rising with a sick grin on his face. All right, Gaki, but if it gets out of hand, I'm stopping this. Naruto nodded as Anko got out of the way once more. Sasuke laughed in a crazed manner. I'm feeling pretty good right now, Dobe. Let's see you match me now with my new power. Naruto scratched his head. Well, for me to match you new power, I'd have to hold back even more than I already am. Naruto let a vicious smirk come onto his face. You know, I really hate that SEAL team. I have ever since I first saw it. Sasuke cackled. So you were jealous of my power in the forest when you first saw it? I should have figured so. Naruto chuckled. No, I saw it before that. You see, I was jumped by these 4 assholes from Otogekure a long time ago. I was beating them pretty easily at first, and then this other guy showed up and they all had your little demon tattoo too. Anyway, they use it and then they all start taking it to my ass. It was 5-on-1, mind you, and I barely end up getting away. The last guy to show up, I'll never forget his face. He gave me this scar. Naruto pointed to his right eye. Naruto's eyes turned cold. I can't seem to get my chance to get square with those guys, but you're here and you have it too, so you'll be a decent substitute for me to vent on. Sasuke snarled and ran at Naruto's speed jacked up to the next level. Naruto had been holding back a bunch because the second Sasuke turned that seal on and came at him, it was like the start of the fight only cranked up to level 11. Every time Sasuke missed a punch, Naruto made him pay with shots to the body, shots to the face, and thrusts to the throat. Every time Sasuke threw a kick, Naruto battered his legs with elbow blocks or would parry with his fists to Sasuke's shins. Sasuke simply couldn't move fast enough to hit him, and Naruto's counters were so sharp that the Sharingan couldn't even help him. Every single one of Naruto's counters came with the intent to end the fight, and if Sasuke wasn't fighting like something reminiscent of a berserker, he probably would have dropped 10 times over by then. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and began swinging at Naruto with intent to kill. The mostly civilian crowd knew nothing about the seal or about Sasuke's lunacy and were screaming for Naruto's blood. Naruto simply kept out of reach and stung him repeatedly with counter hooks and blazing kicks to back him off. Naruto finally grabbed him by the wrist holding the kunai and began wearing his ass out. With one hand occupied, he still had one hand free to wail on Sasuke barehanded and ruthlessly. Naruto's fist bounced off of Sasuke's face with every word he spoke, grunting in effort. You want my life? Naruto, content with turning Sasuke's face into hamburger, pulled him forward and punched him in the face as hard as he could, sending him rolling backwards awkwardly. You aren't enough of a shinobi to lick my boots, you spoiled power-borrowing jutsu-thieving piece of shit. Naruto roared at him. Get up. Get up so I can make you suffer. I hope Orochimaru can feel every second of this ass-whooping I'm giving you, because we aren't done yet. Naruto fingered his sword in a manic fashion. You want to use that seal? You want to make your bed with the traitor? I'm extracting my pound of flesh for it, you stupid bastard. Sasuke stood with an insane gleam in his eye. Who do you think you are? I'm an Uchiha, you pissant. You will succumb to my power. Sasuke had electricity surging around his hand with the famous chirping noise in full effect. Sasuke began a full-on rush straight at Naruto. Die damn you. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Naruto gave a grin that chilled the heart of even the most hardened shinobi in attendance as he set his sword in a waiting stance. Come on down, Uchiha, I've got a little friend that wants to meet you. No jutsu necessary. My friend Sasuke rushed Naruto down and thrusted his arm, a bursting flash of sparks indicating that he made contact before coming to a stop on the other side of the whiskered blonde, a smirk on his lips. A short wind rolled through the arena as everyone was standing at attention. Naruto stood straight up and swung his sword to the side as he walked away. Sasuke stood still until blood bursted from his right arm like a sprinkler. He fell to the ground clutching the arm that had been turned into cold cuts seemingly by Naruto's sword. Anko blocked out his wails of anguish and agony as he writhed on the ground. Anko pointed to Naruto for the final time. Shousa Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd remained silent as the only sounds going through the stadium were the billowing wind and Sasuke's cries. The medics hustled out double time to stanch the bleeding from what was remaining of Sasuke's arm and carry him to get emergency treatment. Anko caught up to him and saw an uncaring look on his face as he went to sit under the tree. Hey Anko-chan. Anko jerked her thumb in Sasuke's direction. A little much, wouldn't you say, Gaki? Naruto looked at Sasuke being carried off, not Build's character. He's lucky he still even got that arm. Anko shook her head. What the hell was that anyway? You beat that jutsu with a sword. Naruto grinned up at her and showed her the bloody sword wind manipulation. I love my element so much, it's so efficient. Wind trumps lightning, and his control over Chidori was shit in the first place, so he never had a chance. As all of the genin that had not required hospitalization, the Jounin-sensei Jiraiya and Tsunade made their way over to him. Naruto was currently sitting in the shade while wiping the blade on the grass. Asuma walked up to him first. How do you know about elemental manipulation? That isn't something that a genin should know. When did you learn it? Naruto quirked an eyebrow. If I told you, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't believe me. I can do it, I can control it, end of story. He sheathed the sword back onto his back and sat patiently. Kurenai frowned at him. You were unnecessarily brutal against your opponents. She crossed her arms under her bosom. You seriously damaged more than a few of your fellow genin. Naruto glared at her. It's called efficiency. What kind of jounin are you calling that brutal? I was going easy on them. I could have killed all of them, Sasuke included. As a matter of fact, with the exception of Sasuke and maybe Kiba, I didn't even hurt any of them that badly, so what are you on about? She glared at him and he gave her one right back, unflinching. He stood up and tried to get around them. If you're all just going to bitch about how I fought today, then save it. I won, they lost, I owned them all. He turned to the kids close by. No offense, but come on, you've got to admit it. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto, what you did to Sasuke. Naruto was about to open his mouth to bitch Kakashi out until he finished his sentence. I completely understand. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as Kakashi put his hand on his head. Chidori is a killing technique. I'm sorry. I made him promise to never use it against a comrade, and he tried it against you. You did what you had to in order to defend and win. The fact that you left him alive in the first place shows me you value comrades. Naruto shrugged. I don't really consider Sasuke a friend or anything, but as long as we have the same headband, I have a duty to keep him alive. What about the cursed seal? Kakashi's eye widened. This time you know what it is? Naruto nodded. I've had a run-in or two with Orochimaru too, remember? He didn't need Kakashi knowing he stole information directly from Odo's base in his years prior. Jiraiya walked up. I need to do some more research on it. I still don't know how to remove it yet. Maybe if I study Sasuke's, I can get some new information. Sorry, Anko. Anko nodded sadly as Kurenai rubbed her shoulder. By now the crowd was filing out, grumbling disappointedly about how the demon brat destroyed the competition. Naruto snorted. Bastards, they could have at least stayed to hear the results. Tsunade walked over and ruffled Naruto's hair, much to his chagrin. Good job, Gaki, you've earned your promotion. I'm sorry, but you can't make the jump straight to Jounin right from Genin. You need experience as a Chunin doing higher grade missions first. Naruto would have complained, but he needed to keep his cover. No one needed to know he had experience with elite missions, and he couldn't just use that as a bargaining chip for an unnecessary promotion. He was a Chunin now, and that was good enough for now, I understand. So I guess I'll get my vest later. Tsunade smiled at him. Good work, Gaki. I knew sticking my neck out like that for you was a good bet. Naruto grinned and began walking away from everyone to leave. If you'll excuse me, I haven't been home in a week and I need to get reacquainted with my lumpy-ass mattress. If you need me, you know where I'll be. Later. All of the genin that were still conscious shouted words of congratulations to Naruto, who simply waved over his shoulder and shunshined away. Asuma shook his head. Okay, I'm a believer that kid is scary good. He turned to Tsunade. Okay, Tsunade-sama, what are the terms of this agreement you wanted Kakashi for? Tsunade smirked. Follow me to the Hokage Tower and we'll discuss the terms. You can all come. You might find it interesting to say the least. Chapter 8 Getting Experience. It had been roughly 3 days since Naruto's performance at the stadium against all of the genin. Tsunade let him be for the time being because he deserved the rest. That was one reason. The other reason was that she wouldn't have him doing any more D-rank missions with Team 7 and they couldn't go on them anyway, seeing as how Naruto had put Sasuke Uchiha on the shelf with the butchering job he had done on Sasuke's arm. This was part of the arrangement made between Tsunade and Kakashi. Naruto was no longer considered a member of Team 7. It was a good idea with Naruto having just destroyed Sasuke and Sakura in combat almost effortlessly. The team dynamics, what little there were in the first place, would have been screwed. She proposed to have him go solo and float between teams, either more experienced teams of Chunin and Jounin to get field experience or the younger Genin teams to give him some experience in leading teams. This actually kind of worked out in Naruto's favor. For all of his want to get promoted, the fact was that while he was in Neth, he was used primarily for solo missions, things that only had him worrying about his own back and what he had to do to survive. This would allow him to learn how to fight in conjunction with others. He needed to learn how to work in a team and how to keep his comrades alive when they were with him. He couldn't argue that he wasn't ready to lead a squad of ninja as a Jounin, yet he knew that. So on the morning that our story picks up from, Naruto ambled his way through the streets of Konoha on his way to the Hokage Tower to get himself a mission. The looks he ended up getting from the civilians on his usual path were the usual looks of apathy and sneers that he usually got, but when Naruto turned his own eyes onto them, they turned away from him. Naruto sighed as he drew closer to the tower. Upon entering, he made his way to the office of Tsunade, which was filled with the other Konoha genin he had fought minus Sasuke, all of their Jounin sensei, and the genin team from Sunagakure. Naruto raised an eyebrow at all of the people in the room. He looked at Tsunade. So what do you got for me today, Bachan? Tsunade threw the paperweight on her desk at Naruto, who just ducked it with a smirk. She narrowed her eyes at him. Disrespectful brat, I called you here so that you could begin getting to work helping out with the surplus of missions that we have. She looked at all of the genin in the room. Things are still kind of shaky after the invasion, but we can't turn away any of the work that comes into us. Not only is the money necessary, but we need to keep up with the view that we are strong, so genin like all of you will be getting higher rank missions more often. Tsunade motioned for Naruto to come forward. You will start off with your Chunin duties today. You will be leading one of these teams on a C-rank mission today. Seeing as you will be the highest ranked member on whatever squad you end up taking, you will be the leader. Naruto pointed at the Suna genin. So why are they here? And can I pick them? Tsunade nodded. You can pick them if that's what you want. Though they aren't really a team for a mission, more like they are the mission. Naruto thought to himself for a moment. Okay, I'll go with the Suna kids. I don't really feel like fighting bandits or something right now anyway, so whatever I'm doing with them, I'll take that one. He turned to face them and motioned for them to follow him closer to the desk before he stopped in front of Tsunade. So what's the mission? Tsunade handed them a scroll from the C-ranked pile. The main reason that the Kazekage's children have been in Konoha for so long has been mostly as some sort of collateral while we begin talks for the treaty between our villages. Negotiations are firmly underway, so we are returning them to their village. You will escort them there and wait for Suna to finalize the treaty on their own side before you return with a scroll from them. He looked at her in confusion. This is C-ranked? Are you serious? It should at least be B. Oh well, whatever. Naruto scratched his head. So do I get a team for this, or what? Tsunade shook her head. Naruto, they are a team. You plus them should be a match for pretty much anything that could attack you between here and there. Tsunade tossed Naruto a scroll that he caught wordlessly. Flying solo, okay, I guess. Naruto pocketed the scroll and turned to his selected team. All right, do you guys have everything you need for the mission, or do we need to square away some time to get you restocked before we leave? The siblings traded looks as Temari spoke up. We're ready to go whenever you are. When do we go, Naruto-san? Naruto cringed when she said his name. Just Naruto is fine, Temari. I'm not much for the honorifics. He scratched his head nervously. All right, if you guys are all ready to go, then let's head on out. No sense in wasting time. I'm sure you're all sick of staying here. As the other teams lined up to get their own assignments, Naruto lead the Suna contingent out of the office and out towards the street. On their way out of the village, Naruto found that while the civilians didn't particularly like him due to his thorough dissection of the entire slew of genin the other day, the ninja higher in rank gave him some respect for it. As he walked towards the target gate, he got nods of acknowledgement from the Chunin he found out on patrol, the jounin out with their genin teams, or just some of the ninja out in general. As he made his way to the western gate, the perennial gatekeepers Izumo and Kotetsu got grins on their faces upon seeing Naruto and company make their way to the gate. Naruto walked up and revealed the mission scroll given to him by Tsunade Chunin Naruto Uzumaki with a mission to Sunagekure alongside the Kazekage's children. Kotetsu nodded and marked it down on the traffic ledger. The bandage-nosed shinobi chidingly elbowed Naruto, "Hey kid, good stuff the other day at the stadium. You pretty much sleepwalked through all of those kids." Naruto shrugged as he wrote down his own signature on the page. "Well, we couldn't use killing force on each other. I guess they were all holding back too, but they shouldn't have. Kami knows Sasuke didn't for all of the good it did him." Naruto handed the papers back to the two Chunin and called for the Suna genin to leave with him. As the two Chunin watched him walk away from the village, Izumo chuckled, "That kid's going to get promoted before us at this rate." Kotetsu yawned as he went back inside their booth. "I don't really mind too much. Let a kid with some ambition move up in rank, I'll be fine right here." Izumo's sweat dropped in response to his partner's comment. "So does that mean that you want to watch a gate for the rest of your career? You are one lazy bastard." Kotetsu gave a small smirk. "Hey, it beats actually working for a living, doesn't it?" Due to the fact that everyone here was an active ninja, they took to jumping through the trees as their method of travel. Naruto, being bored as all get out, decided to make some small talk as they made their way out of the country. "So how'd Konoha treat you guys?" "You all look fine if you ask me." Kankuro grumbled somewhat. "We wouldn't have had to stay at all if someone didn't jump us after the fight with Gaara." Naruto let a smirk play on his lips. "Well, I told you all exactly what I was going to do. You weren't going to just leave, so I had to knock you all out. It's not my fault that you didn't watch your backs." Kankuro still kept his eyes narrowed at him. "I still can't believe we lost so easily. You just clubbed us over the back of the head without us even noticing." Grinning back at the paint-wearing ninja, Naruto responded, "I am very sneaky, sir." He dropped the grin from his face. "How far is it to Suna?" "I've never been before." This was a lie. He had been to Suna before, but he really wanted to cover up the stuff he did in and around the people that didn't need to know about it unless the knowledge was necessary. Temari moved closer in their formation to speak to him from Konoha. "Suna is about 3 days away if we keep at this speed." Naruto nodded and turned to face them. "All right, we'll go for as long as you can all stand to travel. Don't worry about me, just yourselves. I might be capable of getting all the way to Suna without sleep myself." Kankuro and Temari blinked blankly at that. Gaara didn't have energy to burn like that. Though this kid did beat Gaara in his full transformation, after all, it couldn't really be that far-fetched. Kankuro glanced back at Gaara and whispered to Naruto, "Hey. Gaara says that you're like him. What exactly does that mean?" Naruto looked back at him in a nonchalant manner. "Oh, that? I have a biju sealed inside of me like him." Naruto took note of the looks of shock on their faces minus Gaara. "What? Did he not elaborate on what he meant when he said that?" The two stunned siblings shook their heads. Temari looked back at Gaara, who nodded in affirmation. She looked up at Naruto in confusion. "Wait. Why don't you have any powers or transformations like Gaara? We probably wouldn't have even known if you two hadn't said anything." The blonde boy shrugged. "I don't know. I can do some stuff with its chakra, but I don't really have any transformations or anything really scary like Gaara does to my knowledge." He then added under his breath, "Unless you count the trigger." Kankuro put his nerves behind him. "This kid isn't like Gaara. He won't flat out kill us for no reason. Stop being so scared of him. He's just like me or Temari." "So which one do you have, if I could ask?" "You know that Gaara has the Ichibi no Shikaku. Oh, I have the Kyubi no Yoko in me." Naruto grinned at them all cheekily. "But you shouldn't go around spreading that. It's an S-class secret in my village. No one my age knows about it. If you do, I might just have to pop up and kill you. No big deal." The mirth in his voice couldn't indicate if he was joking about that or not. The silence brought on by Naruto's proclamation was broken by Gaara of all people. "How did you not end up like me?" Naruto looked at Gaara dead in his eyes and saw that he was genuinely curious about it. "Well, first of all, I ended up making contact with the Kyubi personally and hammering out a contract of sorts between us. It can't possess me. I can use its chakra when I need to. I let it see, hear, and feel what I do. There's other stuff too, but that is some of the big stuff." Gaara blinked. "I've never tried that before." Shikaku kind of just runs rampant in my mind. Even now it wants me to kill you to get even. Naruto grinned at him. I'm so glad you've thought better of trying that. Yeah, the contract wasn't my idea though, it was someone else's. And you say you can't even get into your head safely to make contact without Shikaku fighting for control? Your seal must suck. The siblings all looked at each other before Temari spoke up. You know about seals? No. Naruto shook his head in the negative, but I was sealed by the Yandame Hokage who was the best. If I haven't heard of who did yours, then they must not be nearly as good. He then scratched his chin. That might be something to learn though. He got a serious look on his face, but in all seriousness, don't go around telling people that I contain the QB. I have enough crap to deal with at home with just the adults knowing. If the kids my age are going to know, I'm going to tell them my damn self so that no one can warp their opinions. I was supposed to be a weapon like Gaara, but I ended up getting out of it somehow. Gaara's curiosity was piqued further by Naruto's words. You got out of it? What do you mean? Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Well, I was used for serious stuff, a lot of cloak and dagger operations, until 4 years ago when I ended up getting caught. The ones that discovered me ended up doing something to make me into that daft loud orange-wearing kid that you met at first. Fighting Gaara pulled my old killer instinct out. I thank you for that, and here we are now. Kankuro raised an eyebrow. You don't seem too much like a weapon to me. His sister nodded in response. You just seem like a really strong ninja, a kid. Naruto wagged his eyebrows at her. I'm a sentient weapon, you could say. I don't like being all dreary when I don't have to be. When we're like this no real fighting going on, I can be normal as a ninja like me can be anyway. When the fighting starts, I can just turn on the side of me that's a killer. It's kind of weird to explain. Gaara looked at Naruto. Your teammate, the way you fought him in the stadium, I thought he was precious to you. You said you got strength from defending others, and yet you had no problems hurting him. Chuckles came from Naruto as he contemplated Gaara's comment. Well, maybe, but I don't really like him, so it doesn't really count that much. What I told you was true, but it was more like for the whole village than just my team. I don't even like my team. You don't like your team? Temari looked at him as if he was crazy. Then why are you on it? Why not get switched out? Naruto smiled. Well, seeing as how I'm currently doing this, it works out for me. Honestly, working with you guys so far has been more pleasant than my entire time on Team 7. No brooding spoiled pretty boy breathing down my neck, no sensei that would rather read than pay attention to what's going on, and no pink-haired fangirl with bipolar syndrome and a hair-trigger right hand. Yep, Temari-chan here is way more pleasant to be around as far as female company goes. Temari blushed while Kankuro snorted. Yes sure kid. Just trade the hair color and the fist for a giant metal fan and you've got Temari. The girl in question looked back at her younger brother while clutching the fan on her back tightly. What was that, Kankuro? Could you repeat that for me? Kankuro rapidly shook his head while Naruto barked out a laugh. See, at least she gave you a warning. I usually didn't get those before Sakura tried to wail on me. Naruto noticed that Gaara had been staring at him for quite a while. What's wrong, Gaara? Do you need something? Gaara kept his eyes on Naruto. You are a very strange person, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned foxily at him. Well, I don't think you can talk calling me strange. You look like you want to say something, though. Gaara's eyes turned back ahead as he broke eye contact with Naruto. It is nothing, Uzumaki. Naruto didn't believe him, but let it slide as he kept his group jumping through the trees. If nothing else, we should reach near the border before it gets too dark to proceed any further. A group of nods, and his focus was on their direction. As the day wended to a close and Konohagakure Tsunade was still at her desk going through the most unnecessary necessity the every Kage was stuck doing, of course I'm talking about paperwork. A knock at her door soon revealed Shizune. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi is here to see you. Tsunade sighed. Send him in. She flexed her wrist and hissed, damn brat dragging me back here. I bet he just wanted to punish me with all of this writing on so many of these useless forms to cramp my wrist so I can't hit him anymore. Honestly, shouldn't I have an entire team of secretaries to handle all of the mundane crap? I am the Hokage after all. Shizune blinked. Note to self, find out if I actually should be looking for secretaries for things like that. A yell of her name from Tsunade brought the black-haired girl back to earth. Oh, I'm sending Kakashi in now, okay? Tsunade motioned with her hand and Shizune disappeared from the door, Kakashi appearing in her stead with Sakura in tow. As they entered the room, Kakashi stood in front of Tsunade's desk. Hokage-sama, you wanted to speak to me personally about Team 7? Tsunade nodded yes, due to Naruto's promotion and as a part of the arrangement made in case he won the entire series of bouts against the Genin, I'm taking him off of Team 7 effective immediately. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. Hokage-sama, I'm aware that Naruto needs to work with others because of his new rank and everything, but why take him off of Team 7 completely? Tsunade shook her head. It's nothing that you've done, Kakashi. It's more along the lines of the team itself. She placed her chin on her hands. Do you really think that after the little show that Naruto and the Uchiha put on in the stadium things will ever be civil again? The look on Kakashi's face showed his faith in the matter. Naruto has shown growth and maturity in leaps and bounds ever since the Chunin exam. I honestly believe that he can coexist with Sasuke and Sakura. A smirk appeared on the face of the buxom Hokage. Kakashi, you worded that like it was Naruto who got smacked around the stadium. Just as quickly as it appeared, her smirk vanished. Sasuke was soundly beaten by Naruto, driven to the point that he felt the activation of Orochimaru's cursed seal was tolerable. You did warn him not to do so, did you not? Kakashi nodded. Yes, I have, along with using the Chidori against comrades, but it seems he disregarded both. Sakura felt very small all of a sudden as she saw Tsunade speaking with her sensei as if she was out of place, and indeed she was. She wasn't even leaping to Sasuke's defense or anything until the Chidori was brought up, but sensei, I saw Sasuke-kun's arm. Sasuke may have tried to use Chidori, but what about Naruto? He did something to mangle Sasuke-kun's arm. Kakashi spoke up quickly before Tsunade could. Sakura, the Chidori is an assassination technique used for only one thing: to kill. Sasuke, by using that, was saying that he had no qualms against killing Naruto. Naruto simply channeled elemental wind chakra to his blade and cut through the Chidori. With that kind of attack, if he really wanted to, Naruto could have cleaved Sasuke in two whenever he wanted if Sasuke was using Chidori. He fought to simply subdue Sasuke, was going for Naruto's life. Chiming in at that point was Tsunade. Sasuke will heal within the next few weeks. Naruto didn't do anything permanent, but with him activating the cursed seal, I have to ask that you remain on simply D-rank missions for the time being until I can get Jiraiya to look at it himself again. He left right after Naruto's matches, and it will take some time to contact him again. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. What about Team 7? Tsunade sighed and turned towards the window. Well, with what has happened, I can't in good mind allow Naruto back onto your squad, at least not so soon. I'll find you a replacement in the meantime, and by the time Jiraiya gets here you should have someone for your team. Kakashi nodded. Of course. That was all I wished to speak about, Tsunade-sama. Come on, Sakura. The masked Jounin led his female student out of the office. As they walked out of the tower, Sakura spoke up. What about Naruto, Kakashi-sensei? He isn't on the team anymore? Kakashi looked at the setting sun. No, I'm afraid he isn't. If he was, then he would be the superior officer to you and Sasuke would never accept that. His superiority complex would force him to fight any decision that Naruto would make in the field and hamper team effectiveness, and that's not even adding on to the fact that he would probably try to fight Naruto himself if he got the opportunity. No, this is for the best in this instance. Back on the trail to Suna, it was nightfall and Naruto halted progress for the evening to allow the others to rest. While sending out a clone to gather fish, Naruto had started a fire and had boiled some water for a few instant ramen cups. Hey, why not? While everyone ate, they all sat around the fire until finishing the meal. He looked at the siblings and tried talking to them again. So what happened to your sensei, the guy with the veil on his face? We didn't kill him, did we? Temari shook her head. Baki-sensei returned to Suna after the invasion failed. He was the one that found that our fifth Kazekage was killed before the invasion ever even happened. Naruto looked at the others and found that neither Kankuro nor Gaara had much emotion about the matter. So what happened, if you don't mind me asking? Kankuro answered him. Orochimaru had infiltrated our village and had been masquerading as the Kazekage for quite a while before the invasion. Naruto threw his ramen cup to the side. I knew about the invasion. I knew about the plan for Gaara and everything. Orochimaru had his shit planned for years. Kankuro scoffed at that. Well, if you knew, then why didn't you stop it or something? The grinning Chunin unnerved him. That's another secret that's even deeper than the whole Kyuubi thing. I will say that it's half of the reason that I ended up a loudmouth when the Chunin exam started again. I can't say thank you enough to Gaara for snapping me out of it. This confused Gaara as to why he was being thanked. Why thank me, Uzumaki? I tried to kill you and destroy your village. I don't understand. Naruto shook his chopsticks at Gaara chidingly before throwing them into the fire. But you didn't kill me or destroy anything, did you? All you ended up doing was giving me my fighter IQ back. That's why I'm grateful, because if you didn't do that, who knows how I might have ended up. I mean, did you see me beforehand? Naruto shivered. It gives me the creeps just thinking about it sometimes. That brought a round of laughs from the siblings minus Gaara. Temari was still curious about some things though. Naruto, You say you're a host like Gaara? Well, how were you treated? Gaara had assassins after him since he was 6 years old. Naruto thought to himself for a moment before speaking. Well, it was kind of like him minus the assassinations for the most part. It was mostly people treating me like crap until I up and disappeared for a while. I just stopped caring for a while and stayed out of public. When I got older, nothing really changed. Even now, I'm just now starting to get some respect in Konoha. Gaara looked at him. How did you take it? His blonde fellow container shrugged. I had a few ways. First of all, like I said, I just stayed out of public. Another reason is because I was always busy. When I was a kid, I always had something to do to occupy my time. The last reason is because eventually some people actually started treating me like a real person. That was probably a big reason why. Naruto looked up at the moon. Being acknowledged positively for being you is a powerful thing. When the people around you are just glad that you're alive, there's just something about that just doesn't compare to most other things. Guys like me and Gaara can relate to that. He lowered his head and noticed that all 3 siblings were giving him their undivided attention. Sweat dropping because he really had nothing else to say, Naruto stood up. Well, you can all get some sleep. I'll stay up and keep watch first. Gaara blocked Naruto's way with his Sandu Uzumaki. I will keep watch for the night. I cannot sleep anyway, so it isn't inconvenient to me. Naruto looked at Gaara and smiled at him. Sure thing, Gaara, thanks a lot then. All right, I'm going to go drain the lizard before I go to sleep. I'll be back in a flash. As Naruto walked away and Gaara left to find an area suitable for watching over the campsite for the night, Kankuro and Temari were stunned. Kankuro looked at Gaara walking away. Did Gaara just volunteer for night watch? He never did that before. Temari watched the direction Naruto went off, and I think it has to do with that Naruto guy. Gaara's been like this ever since he fought him, remember? He hasn't tried to or talked about killing anyone since then. As she watched him return to camp and pull out his sleeping things, she was more curious about the blonde Konoha ninja that had somehow calmed Gaara. The next couple of days found the group traveling from the woods to the desert with almost alarming transfer of landscape. The trip was pretty uneventful with the exception of some dumb bandits that thought it would be a good idea to attack a group of ninjas. They took this opportunity to let Gaara let off some steam in the form of eradicating the lot of them in a wave of sand. Poor bastards never had a chance. As they traveled, they kept up the same routine as usual, with Naruto trying to engage them in conversations to get to know them better. With Kankuro, he pretty much let slide their introduction back before the Chunin exams and started off fresh. It didn't really take long for them to start hitting it off. Kankuro had a strange sense of humor, and when coupled with Naruto's dry wit and penchant for picking with people like Gaara, usually ending up with him getting thrown by an arm of sand by Gaara, much to Kankuro and strangely Gaara's amusement. Naruto took the time traveling with them to also flirt shamelessly with Temari. At first he simply took to answering her questions about how he lived and what he was used to doing as a ninja and asking her the same in turn, but that soon turned to him sidling up to her during breaks and randomly commenting on her good looks, and how he'd like to take her to some place called Ichiraku whenever she came back to Konoha during their travels. She didn't use her fan to brain him for 2 reasons: because he did beat Gaara and then still had enough energy to capture them and jump into the fray of the invasion, so she didn't really feel like trying to incur his wrath. The other reason was because on the occasion she did try to swing at him, he dodged and then made comments on how he liked strong girls. Kankuro got a few laughs off of that right until Temari realized that hitting Kankuro with her fan was no trouble at all. Naruto even got Gaara to talk sometimes, not very often, but he still got him to speak, and that was something. He usually compared Biju with Gaara and inwardly bitched to Kyuubi about why the hell he couldn't get a cool defense like Gaara had. He was sick of getting his ass kicked anyway. The point is Naruto was quickly getting close to the Sunnojin, and the fact that he didn't rub the fact that he beat them in their faces helped exponentially. And now they were traveling through the desert, edging ever closer to Sunagakure. The setting sun was actually doing very little to soothe the heat on one blonde-haired ninja. Naruto wiped his brow once again under the hot sun. Kami, this desert, why the fuck would people live somewhere so hot? This is ridiculous. Naruto looked back at the Suna kids who were smirking at his discomfort. I'll bet you're all loving this right now, aren't you? Kankuro snorted as he stifled his laughter. Yeah, definitely. You can run through 3 teams of genin like a hot knife through butter, but a little heat and humidity and you can't take it. Naruto gave him a half-hearted glare. Watch it, make up, boy. I'm really irritable out in this stupid heat. Kankuro growled at him. It's not makeup, damn it. It's war paint, that. Naruto rolled his eyes. That you steal from your super hot sister. Kankuro finished his sentence. That I steal from my super hot sister. Kankuro blinked and retracted his statement. No. Wait. Take all of that back. A grinning Naruto looked at the puppeteer. What? The you steal makeup part or the your sister is super hot part? Both. My sister isn't hot. Kankuro felt a glare from behind him from Temari and deadpanned a look at Naruto. Damn you kid. Naruto chuckled and decided to save Kankuro from his fate. Yo Temari-chan, how close to Suna are we? I'm kind of on blind autopilot up here. Temari lowered her ill intent towards Kankuro and looked over at the leader of the makeshift squad. We should be right on top of the village any minute now. Right on cue, as they reached the top of a dune, a massive dome-esque structure came into view, and here we are. Naruto let the others take the lead from this point on, as fighting a slew of pissed-off foreign ninja due to a misunderstanding didn't really appeal to him at the moment. As they arrived at the opening, he noticed the faint glares from the guards and rolled his eyes. Woohoo, trading one village's glares for another, and I can't even kick anyone's ass here, or I'll start a war. They made their way into the city, leading Naruto along. Kankuro turned to get his attention. Hey, the first thing we should do is let Baki-sensei know we made it back. I'll go find him. You can go with Temari and Gaara to our house until I get sensei. Naruto shrugged, as the fact that there currently was no Kazekage meant that he couldn't really go straight to his office and give him the information on the treaty, and the council wasn't just going to be called at the drop of a hat for something that wasn't an emergency. He decided that waiting was cool. The blonde foreigner nodded and followed Gaara and Temari as they made their way through Sunagekure to their home. Naruto eventually ignored the reaction that the citizens of Suna were having towards a Konoha shinobi in their village and took to a pastime that could draw his attention for the remainder of the trip: the watch Temari walk and not get caught game. He had to admit Jiraiya did teach him something useful besides Rasengan on their search for Tsunade. The ever-useful advice from the super pervert was, when caught peeking at a girl in the street, do not look away as if you weren't looking at her, make eye contact instead. Usually guys like Naruto and himself would end up staring at girls that were kunoichi, a side effect of living in a ninja village, and they could sense when they were being watched. Lying like you weren't looking makes it worse, but letting her know you were looking, just not letting her know what exactly you were looking at, is a very good way to get your looks in, and Naruto, being an old hand in espionage under Danzo, had a killer poker face. Temari could tell he was looking at her, but the fact that whenever she looked back at him to call him a pervert he was already looking into her eyes ended up silencing her and making her quite flustered at his serious gaze. Naruto wasn't a pervert. He just had a healthy respect for the female condition. He was a growing young man just like anyone else, so what? Eventually that had to come to an end as they all arrived at the house of their family, and by house I mean big-ass mansion. Naruto whistled as he walked through the gates and looked at the massive structure. It was the same color as all of the other desert buildings in Suna. It was just the biggest damn house out of all of them by far. This is your house? You guys have got a big-ass house. Temari smirked as they made their way inside. We are the children of the Yondan Kazekage. Where did you think we lived? Come on and let's find you a room. As they traveled to the upper level of the mansion, Naruto was confused. Wait, I thought I would end up getting a hotel or something when I got here. I don't want to impose on you guys like this. It isn't really fair. Temari rolled her eyes while Gaara just stared at him. Uzumaki, I insist that you stay here. I won't accept anything else. Gaara then left Naruto and Temari in the hall alone. Naruto turned to his fellow blonde and pointed off in the direction that Gaara went. Did he just try to be nice and tell me he was cool with me staying here? Temari nodded as she kept leading him down the hall, even when Naruto asked why. It's because of what you did. I think he likes talking with you. It didn't really happen much before he met you. I think he's spoken to you more than anyone else in this village. I'm okay with it too, I guess. Why? Naruto was looking around and realized this place was too rich for his blood. I did kind of get you all captured and all of that other stuff, you know? Temari waved off his excuse. It was your job. I'm just glad you didn't kill us or anything. It was an invasion after all. Naruto grinned at her. I would never. Killing such a beautiful thing like you would have been madness for me to get over after the deed was done. Naruto once again ducked a swing of her fan that surprisingly didn't break anything in the hallway when she missed. Temari placed the fan on her back again with the faint traces of a blush on her face. She honestly wasn't used to being flirted with at all. The entire time before this, everyone had been too afraid of Gaara to even attempt to get close to her. And out of the blue here comes this kid that not only has the gall to try it, but who doesn't fear Gaara because he'd already beaten Gaara cleanly once before. She had to admit it was kind of nice for a boy to talk about her like that, and it wasn't like he was bad looking. After ditching the orange jumpsuit, he was far better looking than before, and the mysterious scar on his face didn't detract from said looks at all. They came to a stop in front of a door that Temari opened for him. This will be your room for your stay. Naruto went inside and had to do a complete spin to fully take in the aesthetics of the room. This is my room? This is probably as big as my entire damn apartment. Does this room have its own bathroom? What the hell do you guys do with all of this space? Temari had a humored smile on her lips. We're rich, so anything we want would be the correct answer to your question. Naruto chuckled and began setting his things by the bed. The rest of us are down the hall. If you need something, our rooms aren't that hard to find. Naruto nodded. Okay, I guess I'll just go to sleep tonight and worry about other stuff in the morning like the scroll and all of that. No one will probably even get into gear about this until then anyway. Okay, Kankuro, or I will help you with that tomorrow. She watched as he walked into the bathroom and began splashing his face with water from the sink. Good night, then, Naruto. He heard her and yelled out from the bathroom, good night, Temari-chan. As the sounds of her shutting the door rang out through the room, Naruto sighed and shut off the water before returning to flop on the bed. As Temari walked through the hall to reach her own room, she had to giggle when a familiar voice rang out shortly after she shut his door. Okami, even their beds crap all over mine. This mission is awesome. The next day, Naruto met up with the Suna Council that surprisingly showed him more respect than he had received anywhere prior to this. However, he chalked it up more to the fact that he was something of an ambassador in this case. After that meeting, which mostly consisted of him sitting and listening to the old men bicker over how this should be taken, Baki assured him he wouldn't have to sit through something like that for the rest of his time in Suna, which brought a laugh from the boy. He and Baki eventually met up with Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara at a training ground and found Temari obliterating the desertscape. It was then that he was blindsided with a request from the fan-wielding girl. Naruto blinked incredulously. You want me to what? Temari leaned against her fan, staring Naruto down. I want to fight you, so come on. Naruto kept blinking at her. You against me? Really? Why would you want to fight me? She huffed at him and began to walk up on him to poke him in the chest. I saw you using Wind Chakra and Futon Jutsu back in Konoha. I used them too, and I want to see who is better, me or you. Naruto looked to the others for help but only saw Baki and Kankuro looking anywhere but at them. Temari-chan, I'm not much for the casual sparring. When I spar, people get hurt and my jutsu aren't really the probing type. I only have 2 jutsu right now that don't have the potential to kill you. Temari glared at him. So you think I can't take it? All right, now we're definitely fighting. Get ready, Naruto. Naruto sighed and backed up to sit down in a stance. Someone called this. Baki walked forward. The fight will end when I say, or when one of you surrenders. Ready? He got nods from both Naruto and Temari Hajime. Temari wasted no time and whipped her fan out to send a massive gust at Naruto. Naruto immediately went on the move and tried closing the distance, but was forced to go serpentine in his movements so that he wasn't lifted clear off of the ground. Naruto drew closer and saw Temari swing her fan at him in an effort to end the fight. Naruto brandished his sword and blocked, sliding slightly through the sand until he gained some footing. As she pushed against his sword, she realized that he wasn't budging. Why are you so strong? Naruto grinned at her. Because it's more useful than being weak. Naruto pulled his sword away and caught her fan in one hand while sheathing his sword in the other. Temari was marveling at the raw strength it took to hold her back. This moment of awe came back to bite her as Naruto swiftly disarmed her by grabbing onto her fan with both hands and swinging away with it to throw her off. As she slid through the sand and regained a standing position, she saw Naruto holding onto her fan, looking at her blankly. You want to give up? I'm really not in a fighting mood right now. Temari gritted her teeth in anger. Stop underestimating me. She then charged in and tried her hand up close against him. Naruto sighed and threw the fan aside as the sandy blonde girl got ever closer. Temari threw a series of punches that Naruto swiftly swatted aside. However, he didn't want to counter and injure her, so he stayed on the strictly defensive. Temari was getting progressively angrier at her inability to injure Naruto. Apparently, the guy that had been hitting on her for 3 days and the guy that she was currently in conflict with actually did exist in the same body at the same time. Seeing that during their short skirmish she had gotten her back to her fan, she broke off and picked it up, unfurling it with a smirk. Now what are you going to do? Naruto pointed at her fan. You're going to be dead in like 5 seconds, just so you know. She looked at her fan to see a slow-burning explosive note attached to it and hurriedly threw it away just in time to see a small puff go off on her fan. As she turned back to Naruto, she had no time to react before she was on her back looking up at the sky with a kunai at her throat. She blinked and realized Naruto was pinning her down with a kunai at her throat. But what? Naruto looked at Baki, who announced his victory, and he helped her up. She dusted herself off and went to retrieve her fan. It was a dud? Naruto nodded. Well, yeah, did you really think I was going to blow you and your fan up just for a spar? He took her fan and dusted off the soot from his note before handing it back. Temari snatched it back heatedly and placed it on her back. You completely destroyed me. I never had a chance. She clenched her fists. I'm weaker than I thought I was. Naruto shook his head as they met back up with the others. It's not that you're weak, it's that I'm not a Genin. Hell, I shouldn't even be a Chunin. You're Chunin level from what I saw during the exams, but I'm a hard guy to fight. Kankuro patted Temari on the shoulder. I told you it wouldn't have been a good idea to fight him. Why do you think I didn't? Temari glared at him. Because you're a lazy bastard, maybe? Kankuro frowned. No. This guy beat Gaara. We didn't have a chance against him, not yet anyway. I want to try, but I know that I'll lose if I do, so there's no need. Naruto scratched his head and tried to walk away. This is why I didn't want to spar. No matter how I handled it, I was going to hurt your feelings, and I didn't want to do that. He turned back momentarily. I like hanging out with you guys. The idea of me doing nothing but spending time with Jounin and other adults just because I can fight doesn't really work for me, so I don't want to squash everyone in my age group and make them feel inferior, but it's the only way I know how to train or fight full blast. He gestured to the training ground. Even when I hold back, it ends up like that. Turning back towards town, he waved back. I'll get my stuff out tonight and get a room somewhere. My business here should be done within the week. He shunshined away, leaving Team Baki out on the training grounds in his wake. Roughly 30 minutes later, Naruto shut the door to the mansion to leave just in time for Temari to grab him and drag him back inside by the back of his shirt. Kankuro and Baki sweat dropped at her display and went about their business. Temari dragged Naruto up the stairs and back into his guest room before finally dropping him. Naruto stood up and shook himself off. Any particular reason? You just dragged me through your house like I was your battle fan. Temari crossed her arms and sat on his bed. You're not leaving like that. Not because of a simple spar. A quirked eyebrow from Naruto let her know his mindset on it. You were just pissed off at me about the fight and you still want me here? Temari rolled her eyes to Naruto. I was mad, yes, but I had just lost decisively. What? Was I supposed to be happy that you kicked my ass? That's not a reason to want to kick you out. That would be petty, especially since I was the one that made you fight. Her eyes narrowed, however. But you did humiliate me out there, and you owe me for that. Naruto gripped his hair. Humiliated you? Who else saw it but your team and me? Her eyes softened after that as she looked at him with a smile. You owe me, and you're taking me out tonight. She stood and walked over to him, looking him in the eyes. Nothing big, just to get something to eat, but you will be paying. She walked out of his room but reappeared at the doorway. But it's not a date. With that, she left him alone in the room. Naruto chuckled to himself. Now that's my kind of girl. I kick her ass and then she wants to date me because of it. That night, Naruto had asked her where she wanted to go and she ended up choosing a simple diner, nothing expensive or anything. It was kind or spur of the moment. The meal was spent with the two of them continuing to talk about their ninja lives. Temari had a good time learning about the strange blonde, and he simply had a blast enjoying the company of a girl that seemingly wanted to spend some time with him. Temari folded her hands and set her chin on them. I watched the last couple of fights that you had. For some reason you really had it out for the Uchiha boy. What was that all about, by the way? Naruto had set down the money for their meal on the check. I hate Odo shinobi so much. Long story short, they were the ones that gave me the scar on my face, among other things. I dislike them immensely, and Orochimaru's cronies with those damn seals on their bodies are the ones I hate the most. He paused to calm himself down. I didn't really like Sasuke that much anyway. There was always some kind of underlying animosity, but seeing him actually using that damn thing pissed me off so much I couldn't take it. Naruto looked at her with a smirk on his face. Who uses something that an infamous S-rank noob nin with crimes against humanity on them gives him anyway? That really isn't the smartest thing you could do. Temari laughed slightly. True. I thought he was a genius, wasn't he? Naruto laughed in return. Yeah, I guess, but they throw that term around a lot in Konoha, I swear. Every year another genius ends up rolling out of the academy and gets pegged as the second coming of the Yandame Hokage or something. It's ridiculous. Temari had a smile on her face as their check and cash were taken by the waitress. Well, what about you? What does that make you? You're way better than anyone our age that I've ever met. Naruto shrugged in his seat. I wouldn't call myself a genius, that's for sure. I actually had to train my ass off to get what I've got, and I'm still nowhere where I should be. There are some dangerous people out in the world, and I've made some powerful enemies that I still need to prepare for. Temari put her hand on his and smiled at him. Well, I know you'll be ready when the time comes to fight. You're a strong person, Naruto. Naruto smiled back at her. Thank you, Temari-chan. That means a lot to me. After a short walk around the nightlit village, Naruto escorted the girl to her bedroom door and bid her goodnight, even getting a kiss on the cheek for his chivalry. Naruto smirked all the way back to his room where he sensed someone's presence. Flipping his lights on, he saw the youngest member of the household standing in the corner of the room waiting Uzumaki. Naruto got over his surprise and returned the greeting, "Hello, Gaara. What are you doing in here? What's up?" Gaara stayed in his place as his eyes stuck on Naruto. "How was your evening with my sister?" Naruto felt the sweat roll down his back at the intent of Gaara's tone. He may have beaten him once before, but last time they weren't fighting in a desert either, so he didn't really feel like scrapping with him again. It was great. Temari-chan is awesome. We had a good time." Gaara nodded and made his way out of the room. "Very good. And Uzumaki, if you hurt my sister, I will kill you." "Not Shikakumi." Naruto blinked as Gaara's presence left before a door down the hall shut. "Did Gaara just pull the protective brother card on me?" Naruto shook his head and started getting ready for bed. This mission is weird. The next day, Naruto received the scroll from the council with their offers to Konoha for a treaty. With the bulk of his mission completed, Naruto bid each of the siblings goodbye at the gate. He shook Gaara's hand, bumped fists with Kankuro, and got a hug and a kiss from Temari. That last one spurred him to a blush as he sputtered out a goodbye and turned to return to Konoha through the desert. Temari smirked at his reaction while Kankuro laughed heartily at the super-strong kid getting so flustered. Naruto took off through the dunes to return to Konoha for his next assignment. Little did he know how important this next one would be to him personally. Chapter 9. Oh no, you didn't. Naruto had cut a hellacious pace through the desert and was out of Kaze no Kuni in one day. The trip through the forests of High no Kuni were much easier for him, thus his pace picked up and he stopped for the night only a few hours away from Konohagakure. The next morning he barreled into the village dodging civilians and took to the rooftops to arrive at the Hokage Tower swiftly so he could rest or get another mission before it got to be the afternoon. As he got close to the door, he saw Shizume running all about the tower with a frantic look on her face. Raising an eyebrow at her behavior, he tried to get her attention. Shizume-chan. You're moving kind of fast this morning, aren't you? He noticed that she looked somewhat fatigued. Is there something wrong? You look like you barely slept, if you even did at all last night. Shizume stopped and looked at him, eyes widening when she saw it was him, Naruto-kun. Thank goodness you're here. You got done fast. Whatever, Tsunade-sama needs you now. Shizume grabbed and shoved Naruto into her office and shut the door before he could even speak. He rubbed his arm. Damn, Shizume-chan grip. Naruto looked at Tsunade's desk to see her drinking sake and looking down at some kind of papers. Naruto fished in his pocket and walked up to her desk to place the scroll from Suna down. Tsunade's head snapped up as she had just noticed Naruto right then, and her eyes lit up. Naruto. This once again confused him. Yes, me. Are you and Shizume feeling okay, Bachan? You never call me Naruto to my face and you're both freaking out about something. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by his cheeks and pulled him halfway over the desk, scaring the crap out of him. Tsunade shook him. I need you to go back up a team. Naruto looked confused now. Damn, I just got back. What is it? And who am I going to meet up with? Tsunade let go of him and sat down. I know it's sudden, but I sent out a team of genin to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from a group of Oto ninjas sent to take him to Orochimaru. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Did he leave with them or did they kidnap him? Tsunade shrugged. We don't know, but either way we can't let Orochimaru have the Sharingan. That would be catastrophic for Konohagakure. She sighed and looked at him seriously. Naruto, I'm sorry to send you out so soon after you got back, but your next mission will be to give assistance to the retrieval team of Chunin Shikamaru Nara and his squad consisting of Genin Niji Hyuga Inuzuka, Choji Akimichi, and Rock Lee. Naruto took on a stone-like visage and nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Tsunade blinked in surprise. Pretty professional brat. Naruto didn't flinch. There's a time for being goofy, now isn't the time. I'll leave on your call. Tsunade nodded. Go and hurry and catch up with them. Orochimaru wouldn't have sent anyone weak to bring Sasuke to him. I would send a team with you, but we don't have anyone on reserve right now. I'm sure you can tell due to such a high-profile retrieval team being made of genin and a newly promoted chunin. She remembered something before he could exit. Naruto, wait. He turned in time to catch a bag with a few soldier pills in it. Take care of yourself, brat. Don't go overboard out there and help those kids get out alive. I'll send backup as soon as I can. Naruto saluted Tsunade with a smile and left the office and building in a hurry to rush to his former classmate's aid. Naruto tore through the town at a breakneck pace, completely bypassing the gate altogether in a yellow and red blur. Sakura, who had been sitting under a tree nearby the gate ever since the retrieval team had left early that morning, had gotten a glimpse of the figure in red and yellow causing all of the ruckus throughout town in Naruto. As he took to leaping through the trees, Naruto went off in the general direction of Ta no Kuni, hoping to quickly pick up a trail from either the retrieval team or the squad of Oto ninja they were in pursuit of. Eventually, he came upon a clearing that looked as if it had been the site of a small battle. He surmised that he had to be heading in the right direction, so he simply went on autopilot and prepared for battle as he raced to catch up. Choji was at the end of his rope. Taking 2 of his family's secret pills wasn't enough to finish this guy off, as even when he attempted to squash him with a full-on body press after he used Chobaika no Jutsu, super multi-size jutsu, the guy just let the strange marks on his body transform him into some kind of red demonic-looking creature with wild orange hair. Choji watched as the powerful ninja edged ever closer with a smirk on his face to end his life. Choji looked at the case of food pills he had brought, seeing the 2 empty slots and the one that had just 1 red pill inside the red chili pill. When I take this, it should be enough to finish him off, but afterwards Choji steeled himself and lifted the case close to his mouth to pop the pill. Jirobo's eyes widened as he saw that Choji had 1 more of those twice-damned pills still on him, and as he prepared to rush him to kill him before he could take it, a sharp slicing feeling across his body sent him flying back as he watched his own blood fly through the air. Choji held back on taking the pill as he heard a massive body hit the ground hard. Sitting up after much effort on his part, he saw a familiar face holding a bloody sword in Naruto. Naruto looked up at him with his eyes full of fury, softening them upon seeing the state Choji was in. Choji, how are you feeling? Choji snapped out of his thoughts of how he was just saved. I'm fine, Naruto. But this guy is strong. I'm really glad you're here. I almost ended up taking the last of my pills to beat him, but now we can both take him out. Choji then slowly stood up. Naruto walked over to Choji. Do you have any soldier pills on you? Choji felt around on his person before he remembered, no, this guy caught us and drained our chakra at first. Before I broke off to fight him, I gave everyone else my pills, sorry. Naruto reached into a bag tied to his hip and tossed Choji a pill. Tsunade-bachan gave me a bag in case of something like this. Choji nodded and took the pill, noticeably perking up afterwards. Good, you're better. Now go and catch up to the others in case they need help. Choji widened his mouth in shock. Naruto, this guy is tough. We can take him out together and move on. It would be way easier. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but he broke off from his squad to fight you first. That means that the others with him are stronger. The others might need your help. I'll finish up here and catch up to the rest of you. I'm your backup after all. Now go, trust me. Naruto had a reassuring smile on his face. Choji looked apprehensive for a moment before turning to head off in the direction of Shikamaru's squad. Naruto turned back to Jirobo, smile utterly vanishing from his face as he was hit with a wave of deja vu. Jirobo angrily stood up and wiped the blood dripping from the wound on his chest, glaring murder at Naruto. You pathetic trash. You think just because you replaced the fat one that you can make a difference? You're all going to die. Naruto stayed staring at Jirobo. There was something that just wasn't hitting him at the moment. I wouldn't be calling anyone fat if I were you, Chubs. But there's something about you that is picking at my brain. Jirobo began slowly stalking Naruto down. All of you brats are going to die. The moment I activated Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal, your life was forfeit. Naruto's eyes slowly widened. Cursed seal, cursed seal, cursed seal kit. It's one of them. Kyuubi was buzzing with bloodlust at one of the orchestrators of Naruto's lost years. Naruto's eyes blazed with anger at Jirobo. Cursed seal. You're one of those 5 sons of bitches that cut me all up in Ta no Kuni 4 years ago. Jirobo looked at Naruto as if trying to remember a blonde kid with a scar on his face until finally realization hit. Jirobo laughed raucously as his memory was piqued. You're almost as much of a pipsqueak now as you were back then. Jirobo mocked Naruto's scar that didn't heal too well, did it? He laughed loudly at his own little joke. I only saw you without your mask after it was mostly cut through, but that shock bright blonde hair and your short little ass brought the memory right back to me. Naruto smiled grimly. I'm glad you find it so funny. I'm glad your last thought can be one that you find pleasant, because I'm going to fuck you up right now. Jirobo broke out in laughter. And how are you going to do that? You do remember what happened last time, don't you? There are quite a few differences between this time and last time. Naruto held up one finger. Last time you all had the drop on me and I was under mass pursuit. He held up a second finger, and last time it was 5-on-1. Naruto vanished from sight and slashes began appearing all over Jirobo's body, sending blood all over the place. Jirobo tried to make use of his massive strength to make contact with Naruto to put him away with one clean shot, but in this case it was more like a person trying to focus on the squiggly line of light at the corner of their field of vision, as Naruto was far too fast to be caught by one of the lumbering heavyweight strikes. After getting kicked in the ribs and feeling what was left of his wind leave his body, Jirobo was huffing and puffing hard. This guy Orochimaru-sama said, with this seal I would be unbeatable against ninja like this leaf trash. Naruto had a mental smirk going as he drew closer to Jirobo. I'm glad Choji softened this guy up so well. At this rate, I won't even need to use any jutsu to win. How embarrassing. Oh well, payback is a motherfucker. Jirobo had a fire relit under him as Naruto strode closer and put everything he had in one punch that Naruto ended up cutting straight through with his wind-enhanced sword right up to the elbow, splitting the arm like a peeled banana. Jirobo howled in agony as Naruto continued to dice him up, cutting both of his Achilles tendons, sending the large boy to the ground in a bloody mess. Jirobo willed his one good limb to move before Naruto drove a sword through it, pinning it to the ground as he stomped on his chest hard, sending Jirobo sitting up somewhat, but this was just so Naruto could plant a nasty punt right under his chin. That should have decapitated him or disconnected his neck from his spine had he not been cursed seal enhanced. Jirobo coughed up a glob of blood and hacked painfully as Naruto pulled his sword out of Jirobo's arm and poised himself to deliver the final strike. Naruto stood over him and looked down with cold eyes. Any last words before I send you to get boned by the devil in hell? Jirobo had a cocky look on his face even through all of the blood and dirt covering him. He spit blood out to the side and looked up at Naruto. Yeah, you may have beaten me, but everyone else on my team is stronger than me, and they all have this curse mark just like me. Naruto stayed his hand for a moment as a strange gleam came into his eye. Your team wouldn't happen to have a pale kid with faggy lipstick or redhead that curses every other word and a guy with like 4 extra arms, would it? Jirobo was confused by his sudden change in tone. Yeah. It's the same team that expelled you from Otogekure 4 years ago. Asterisk skelch. Ching, asterisk whoosh, cue simple upbeat piano jaunt. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yo yo yo, Naruto rushed rapidly through the trees to catch up with the retrieval team post-haste. As he leapt through the branches, a devilish smirk played on his lips and a manic gleam lay in his eyes as his fingers twitched excitedly to catch up with them again. Oh no you didn't. Sucker tried to play me, but you never paid me, never. Oh no you didn't. Payback is a coming, you will be running forever. Naruto's thoughts drifted to how the base of Orochimaru was in an uproar after Jiraiya's exit and how he was eventually discovered before he could make his own escape. Oh no you didn't. Until I get my vengeance, I will never end this mayhem. Oh no you didn't. I'm a leaf shinobi, you ain't got a prayer you owe me. Oh no you didn't. He remembered the dogged pursuit by 4 different ninja dressed in Orochimaru look-alike purple belts and how eventually he was forced to stop and fight them. Despite their unique skill sets, he still had the upper hand easily over them all. Harmonic chorus. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me, so now it's over for you. Yeah. Yo yo, check it out. Naruto then thought of how the white-haired guy with the bones as a weapon jumped in right as he was winning against all 4 of his pursuers. He willed them to activate their cursed seals and they began to overwhelm him. The white-haired guy even ended up shooting bones at him. He growled and gritted his teeth as he continued to run. Oh no you didn't. First you tried to trap me, then you bust a cap in my ass. Oh no you didn't. Such humiliation would bring annihilation at last. He thoughtfully traced the scar over his eye and clenched his fist so hard that it drew blood. Oh no you didn't. It will be delicious when I get vicious tomorrow. Oh no you didn't. There's no second chances, you will do the dance of sorrow. Oh no you didn't. Harmonic chorus. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me, so now it's over for you. What a fool. All right, come on. Oh no you didn't. Better watch your back, boy. Keep running. This ain't just a game, I'll never stop coming. I got my arsenal, I put out the call, and when I finish y'all you'll be a rag doll. Naruto remembered a desperate retreat to Tano Kuni's borders that had him perpetually plagued by assaults from any combination of the 5 powered-up Odo ninja. the last of which almost ended up getting at least his right eye when the guy with the bones pulled out a blade from his body and slashed Naruto across the face deeply during the fight, only ending with him escaping due to a well-timed explosive tag, a lot of luck, and pumping the Kyuubi's chakra to his legs for hours until he collapsed in a pool of his own blood after crossing the border a decent distance, conveniently being the last cognizant thought he had as a member of any fool tried to diss. Me, now you're gonna wish you were dead. Oh no you didn't. After I deliver your blood will be a river of red. Oh no you didn't. Better beware when no one's there to defend you. Oh no you didn't. So many ways to kill, it's gonna be a thrill to end you. Naruto shivered in anticipation as he sensed multiple signatures up ahead and saw a lot of white webbing. Oh no you didn't, harmonic chorus, oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no. You didn't pay me what you owe me, so now it's over for you. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no you DQB, chill the fuck out. I'm trying to get my mind right before I start fighting again. Naruto had his hands on his head trying to shake out the song. Kyuubi sheepishly stopped singing within Naruto's mindscape. Sorry kid, but I've wanted this just as badly as you have for just as long. How lucky you are that this ended up being conveniently dropped into your lap. You need to give that old hack a kiss or a bottle of her blasted alcohol when you get back to Konoha for this one. Naruto saw Neji and his opponent up above him in the trees, conveniently being the guy with 6 arms. Neji retreated to the ground where he began to throw gold-colored weapons at Neji, who was using Kaiten to defend against them. As Neji rotated and avoided the weapons, Naruto snuck around the battlefield. Neji is fine. As long as this guy is messing with him with his little punk ass throwing knives, then I can just kill him and be done with it. Naruto skulked to the upper levels of the forest while the fight continued down below. By now a giant spider had been summoned and was producing tons of tiny little spiders to wrap Neji in webbing, but he fought them all off with Hack Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Naruto saw the black marks that had been spread across Kadamaru's body for quite some time as he stepped his game up and decided now was as good a time as any to finish him. Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it at Kadamaru before pushing his own hands together. Futon Rapushu, Wind Release Violent Wind Palm. The added boost from the wind jutsu sent the high-speed weapon straight into the base of Kadamaru's skull with a dull wet thump noise buried up to the ring. Kadamaru's confident smirk turned to a death rattle as the markings from his cursed seal receded and he fell from his place in the trees lifelessly. Naruto grinned to himself and punched the air in victory as he whispered, boom. Headshot. Neji breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Kadamaru's corpse drop before he deactivated his Byakugan. You can come out, Naruto. I saw you while we were fighting. I didn't think you would sneak up on someone that strong, though. Due to deactivating his all-seeing eyes, Neji never saw Naruto suddenly appear from his blind spot when just a second sooner he had been in front of him. I am afraid that you are underestimating the sneakiness, sir. Naruto dropped from the canopy, frightening the genius to find Neji not very worse for wear. Naruto smirked at Neji as they walked closer. Thanks for holding his attention. Have you been fighting long? Neji recollected himself and shook his head. No, I don't think we're too far behind either. I assume you defeated Choji's opponent for us when you let him go after us. Naruto motioned for Neji to follow him as they took off into the woods again to give chase to their comrades. Naruto and Neji landed with Shikamaru and Choji looking at their 2 opponents. Naruto looked over at the gritted teeth on the face of Shikamaru. What happened? Shikamaru wasn't surprised to see Naruto as Choji told him Naruto had freed him up from his own fight. Kiba, he and one of the Odo guys went over the cliff into the water. Naruto nodded. Neji, go find Kiba and help him out. He and Akamaru wouldn't die off of something so simple. Follow the river. Neji nodded and jumped off. Shikamaru breathed a slight sigh of relief. Okay, but another guy showed up and took the barrel holding Sasuke away. Rock Lee was fast enough to get away and give chase. Naruto raised an eyebrow. White hair? Weird marks above his brow? After blinking for a few seconds, Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. How did you know? Naruto chuckled. I'm just good like that. Tayuya was getting upset with all of the talk going on. Hey. What are you 3 cocksuckers doing over there? Naruto cleaned out his ears. Wow. Her mouth got even dirtier over the last couple of years. Tayuya squinted at the new arrival. Her mental capacities were quicker than Jirobo, and if you are one of Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, you tend to remember the people that end up taking it to your ass in a fight. She raised her finger and pointed at him with a look of fury on her face. You You fucking spying son of a bitch. Why the fuck are you here? Naruto grinned at her darkly. Aside from trying to get my payback on you fuckers, I'm backing these guys up. Unlucky you. You backed the wrong horse when it came to Orochimaru. Now I think I'd pay you back for the shit all of you fucks tried on me back in the day, but your bony friend is my real issue. Tayuya shook in fright before stealing her resolve. None of you Konoha shitstains are getting past me. Tayuya began playing her flute. Naruto noticed Choji and Shikamaru beginning to fall under it, and he rushed her quickly. With a shrill tweet of the air in her lungs rushing into the flute following a punch to the body, Naruto began battering Tayuya with savage taijutsu combinations. She was no slouch up close, being one of Orochimaru's elites, but Naruto was too fast and too strong for her to take on without her seal, and he wasn't giving her a chance to activate it with the ferocity of his attack. He battered her swiftly anywhere he could hit her. He fought furiously due to the fact that he knew how dangerous her genjutsu could be and that the others couldn't break them as easily as he could. After all, who else had a demon with near infinite power inside them to help break illusions? Naruto eventually snatched the flute from her hands and backhanded her to the ground. Tayuya tried to rise quickly but went nose to edge with Naruto's blade. She looked up into his eyes. If I even feel your chakra start to spike to use that fucking seal, I'm gonna start cutting stuff off. Chill out. Tayuya glared up at him. Does this make you feel like a man, you dickless blonde-haired fuck? Do you like what you're doing to us? A slightly chilling glance from Naruto made her subconsciously shiver. Well, considering the events that preceded it, I would think that sweet vengeance would be necessary. Luckily for you, I need something from your team, and you're lucky enough to be the one chosen for it. Naruto grinned mischievously at her prisoner. Say what? Tayuya looked confused. Wadash. Naruto slapped her hard across the back of her head with the blunt side of his sword and pulled out some ninja wire. He quickly hogtied her tightly and turned to Shikamaru and Choji. Take her back to Konoha and get her locked up. I'll keep going and get Rock Lee out of his situation. The guy he's chasing is stronger than all of these other guys combined. Naruto then stopped and looked at him sheepishly. Sorry. I'm kind of running your show here. You're the leader of this squad and everything. Shikamaru and Choji walked over with Choji hoisting Tayuya's unconscious body over his shoulder. Shikamaru chuckled. Well, you do technically have seniority over me, even if it is only by like a week or two, and you're the strongest out of all of us. You go and finish the mission. Niji will find Kiba and help him, and we'll take her back to Konoha. Naruto saluted Shikamaru and jumped off, heading towards the border of Hyang no Kuni and Ta no Kuni once more. Naruto stopped in a clearing in the forest where he saw Lee doing pretty well against Kimimaro until Kimimaro started shredding him with his rib bones. As Kimimaro moved in to finish off Lee, he was forced to jump back after a slash from Naruto. Naruto stood protectively in front of Rock Lee with his sword drawn. It looks like you're still the best one out of all of them. The rest of them didn't dodge my first attacks. Kimimaro scoffed at Naruto. Don't compare me to the trash that preceded you. I am Orochimaru-sama's former choice for a vessel. Naruto snickered. Former choice? What happened? Did he come a little too hard for you and rupture your rectal cavity one night or something? Kimimaro's eye twitched as Rock Lee stood back up. It is good to see you, Naruto-kun. This opponent is most vexing to combat. Naruto looked behind him and smiled slightly. Hey, fuzzy eyebrows, good to see you up and about again. Naruto noticed a broken barrel at the edge of the field. Lee, where is Sasuke? Lee frowned at Naruto's last sentence. That is what I find truly strange, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun emerged from the barrel not too long ago and then started laughing most unyouthfully. When I thought he would turn back to Konoha, he just kept going out towards the border. That's just great, Naruto. Well, even if Sasuke pulls that stupid seal out, Rock Lee can beat him, I'm sure of it. Naruto palmed his forehead and slid his hand down his face. Fuck Rock Lee, go get Sasuke. I'll fight this guy. He and I have a bone to pick with each other anyway, no pun intended. Go stop Sasuke by any means necessary, go. Asu. Rock Lee saluted Naruto and took off into the forest. Naruto turned back to Kimimaro, who looked at Naruto in recollection. I remember you. You are the vermin from Konoha that was discovered trespassing in Orochimaru-sama's lair years ago. I will now rectify my mistake of not finishing you off as my last act for Orochimaru-sama before my life is over. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully. You're dying, and killing me is the last thing that you want to do before you go? So be it. I owe you for what you did to my face and my body 4 years ago. I killed 2 of the others, captured 1, and the other is probably being killed by the others as we speak. I still wish I could take a swing at that cross-dressing piece of crap. Kimimaro pulled the bone sword from his arm and held it out in a stance. You think that I care that you could kill those other useless pawns? Orochimaru-sama has no need for weak tools. Naruto drew his own sword and had to get one last jibe in before the fight started. Well then I guess he won't be missing you too much, because if losing to me makes you weak then you're going to be considered a weak pawn soon enough. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and rushed in, showing Naruto his speed for the first time in years, coming in with sudden thrusts and slashes. The two traded blade strikes, with Kimimaro's being faster and more precise and jabbing, and Naruto's being flowing, moving from swing to a block dodge or parry like water. Kimimaro simply slipped out of the way of Naruto's blade and came back with his own attacks. The two couldn't seem to cut the other in the fracas of their movements. Kimimaro gripped his sword tightly. He's still just as fluid with his sword as he was back then. He looked at his weapon of choice. I hope Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, is enough to defeat him. Naruto shifted his own sword around in his hands to loosen up. Quickly sheathing his sword, he forms a mass of Kagebunshin that then draw their swords. The original Naruto draws his own and points it at Kimimaro. I'm trying to shy away from the strategy of just swarming my enemies with Kagebunshin, but for you I'll go with the old strategy. In my mind there is no such thing as overkill. Naruto signals his copies forward to engage Kimimaro at once. He valiantly fended off Naruto's multiple clones, dispelling a few, but mostly when it came to this jutsu Naruto knew they were disposable, so a few clones were nothing. He could just keep on spamming them indefinitely. Eventually Naruto's Kagebunshin ended up disarming Kimimaro, and they quickly swarmed him before popping sounds rang out in rapid succession. As the clones backed away, Naruto saw that Kimimaro had exposed sharp points from his palms, shoulders, knees, and elbows. Naruto signaled his Kagebunshin to try and attack again, but with this new tactic from Kimimaro, Naruto was sending them into a buzzsaw. Kimimaro drifted through them all. Every movement around the bodies he made seemed to cut into them, even when it looked like he wasn't trying, simply running while using this technique seemed treacherous to his foes. Naruto noticed the last of the Bunshin getting dispelled, and he readied his own body for combat. Kimimaro came in spinning wildly with his sharp spines. Naruto had to dodge for his life to avoid a deadly whirling dervish from Kimimaro. Naruto kicked him in his body, which was wide open during his assault, and began attempting to slash at Kimimaro in response to his most recent dance. Kimimaro kept out of Naruto's reach, showing that he was the better man in close-range combat. Naruto knew from the last time that they fought that even though Kimimaro had an absurd amount of support, he far outclassed Naruto with hand-to-hand combat. This was sort of a problem for Naruto. He was a close to mid-range specialist, and that just wouldn't do against Kimimaro, who wouldn't be easy to beat in close. Naruto stormed back in, as did Kimimaro. Kimimaro attempted a vicious sweep, the knee bone sticking out, to try and cut Naruto off at his kneecaps. Naruto brought his blade down to block and ended up having to jump back and avoid the other spikes sticking from his enemy's body. Kimimaro kept spinning low as he moved closer to Naruto at a ridiculous speed for being so close to the ground. Naruto eventually timed his spins and hit Kimimaro in his exposed head with a sick low dropkick that snapped Kimimaro's head back hard, sending him sprawling out on the dirt and grass. Naruto took advantage of his situation and kicked up to his feet from his back to an absurdly high height, thanks to the use of chakra to enhance his already considerable strength, to finish Kimimaro with a vicious double stomp to his prone frame from above. Naruto's feet were caught just inches from contact of crushing Kimimaro's rib cage by his rib cage. Naruto found one of his feet stuck in the extended rib cage of the bone-wielding shinobi. Naruto tried to pull his leg free and ended up making eye contact with him. Kimimaro looked up at him. Blanki Karamatsu no Mai, Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro latched onto Naruto's leg with his arms as well and rolled over sharply. Naruto gritted his teeth as a pop sound signifying an injury to his ankle rang out in both his and Kimimaro's ears. Naruto rolled away after freeing his limp ankle, and Kimimaro followed him, rolling also, only with even more sharp spines protruding from his body like a human combine harvester, ripping up ground with every inch that he rolled. Naruto couldn't stand up with his ankle utterly dislocated, and Kimimaro was dead set on rolling him over. Naruto, in a last-ditch effort to create some space, brandished his sword and stabbed it into the ground between himself and Kimimaro, who managed to get his bones tangled into the blades. Naruto used this time to roll away quickly and realign his ankle into place with a quick snap, letting out a silent yell as he allowed the bone to reset with not a sound, as Kyuubi's regenerative properties worked their miracle powers on quickly making his leg usable. Naruto stood just as Kimimaro freed his spikes from Naruto's sword by retracting them. Naruto pointed at Kimimaro heatedly. "You are a bastard, you know that. With your bones and your stupid bone defense crap. Even though he sounded angry, Naruto's face showed no anger, only focus and determination on the task at hand, which impressed Orochimaru's loyal soldier. Lifting his hands up at Naruto, he fired bones from his fingertips. Naruto had dropped his sword to make a hasty escape earlier, so he pulled shuriken and a kunai from his pouch. He deflected a few bones with the shuriken and used the kunai in his hand to bat away the rest in a risky move. Naruto rushed at Kimimaro, kunai in his grip, to attack. Kimimaro was once again shocked by the vicious nature of Naruto's attack. Naruto swiped at Kimimaro, furiously, routinely switching hands and rolling the weapon in his fingers to attack from awkward angles. Naruto brought up a random axe kick that collided down on Kimimaro's shoulder. Naruto then drew another kunai and placed it between his toes, securing it double tightly under his sandal strap as he now began using his hands and feet to slash at the last of the Kagaya clan. The Odo elite was hard-pressed to defend against such an unorthodox attack, and just when Kimimaro thought he had seen the full extent of Naruto's skill, he pulled out a third kunai and tossed it high into the air. While he was distracted, Naruto ended up getting a few rapid cuts on his person, on his face and his chest. Due to his bone density, they were pretty shallow, but this meant that Kimimaro was slowly losing ground in the fight. This is just as dangerous as one of my dances. The kunai Naruto tossed fell back to the earth, spinning dangerously until Naruto's manic attack incorporated it into his assault. His spastic punching and kicking and frantic movements kept the kunai in the air, still spinning and targeting Kimimaro. He now had Naruto using kunai in his hands and on one foot, and had another as a wild card that he always had to look out for in the air. Naruto made an upslash at Kimimaro, forcing him to bridge back deeply. Naruto got a grin on his face as he took advantage once more and jumped into the air, rotating the kunai in his foot and catching the other that was in the air in his toes and his other foot, both pointing down in a stabbing motion. Naruto stabbed one foot into his chest, then the other. Soon Naruto was literally stomping a mudhole in Kimimaro's chest. Eventually, believing he had done enough with that attack, Naruto jumped off of his chest and reholstered the bloody kunai in his hand and between his feet. Looking over at Kimimaro, who was still standing, albeit bridged backwards, but standing regardless. Kimimaro leaned back up to reveal that Naruto had carved up his chest ruthlessly, with the majority of the puncture wounds and gashes going straight through to his ribs. That was a very deadly attack you used. I dare say if it was anyone but myself that you used it on, this fight would be over, but my Kekkei Genkai allows me to harden my bones, as you can tell, among other things, and you didn't slip any attacks under my ribs. Kimimaro let the black marks from his cursed seal on his collarbone spread all along his body. However, I'm just getting started, Konoha trash. I haven't even begun to reveal my true power. Naruto chuckled lightly as he let a red aura envelop him. You know, Bone Guy, I honestly have wanted to fight you all and possibly kill you ever since I got my memory back, you in particular, ever since I realized that you and those other Tims were the main catalyst to how my life and skills went straight down the toilet almost forever. If you had never injured me so heavily upon my retreat from Odo, who knows how I'd be living right now, but that is not the point right now. Naruto allowed a shroud to envelop his body, forming a fox outline as his features became more feral. You, whether you know it or not, are a loose end to my past life that needs to be tied up. And I can think of no better way than to fight you and kill you myself. Naruto crouched down in a low mantis stance, showing his claws on his extended two fingers prominently. Come on, albino boy, show me what you've got, and don't underestimate me, it might be the death of you. He finished with a feral grin, baring his fangs.